there, I'm Laura Enever, professional surfer and talker, and this is your behind the scenes all access look at the WSL World Tour. Come on.
How's that old thing? What do you reckon that is? You reckon it's a jet ski? Thank you.
Yep. I got a flat tire.
Yeah.
On you.
And we're off.
Wow. Yeah. Oh, I almost went over. That was.
Thank you. Woo. Gentle. Can we have quick pit stop? Uber bus, hotel, boat, small boat, island, perfect waves. So, you might ask, what do you bring to the jungle? When you're coming on a boat, you can't pack too much, but you got to pack the essentials. Got to pack, of course, the Havaianas floaty thong. A few fun boards. I bought a couple of twin fins and a step up over, water bottles, good smelly because you smell really bad when you surf all the time. Stuff for reef cuts, essential. A whole lot of hats. This is pretty essential. I didn't bring the charger, but when you're doing lots of paddling up the reef, you want a little massage. Perfect. Tequila for some tequila sunrises, very essential. There's not much here on the island, but we brought that over. And of course, all my havies, very essential. A whole bunch of bikinis, essential. Hairbrush for the dreadies. I actually packed pretty light for me. I've been scolded this year because I usually pack way too much, but this year, I actually don't think I packed enough. Here at G-Land, there's like 4 main camps that everyone stays at. This is Jojo's. So all the surfers and everyone working for the contest are like spread out throughout all the camps, and yeah, there's been a few camp wars already. I think this is the fun one. Jojo's got a pool table. Everyone's been going nuts on the pool table.
See, trust me. See, I
There
told
is
you.
millions of monkeys everywhere, and apparently you actually have to keep your doors closed and locked because they know what an iPhone is and they can well and truly go and pinch it. So this is our camp restaurant. Breakfast, omelettes or pancakes. You get to choose. I have both, of course. But yeah, we get looked after well. Let's come see what the boys like. Boys, do we like omelettes or pancakes better?
Omelets together.
Both on top of each other. Really?
Pancake.
2 pancakes and omelette in between.
That's it.
Perfect.
That sounds so nice.
And we got Strider back for the comp. Look, he's looking tan. He's been getting the most barreled out of everyone the last two months.
Yeah,
You
slightly.
got to share.
But it's been nice, huh? We're gonna share. We're gonna get some waves.
Yeah.
Well,
Party waves.
Maybe.
Yeah, day one here. Everyone's pretty much cruising. The waves are like pretty small but fun. Everyone's kind of picking their times to go surfing because I guess like out in the heat and stuff, and with the comp starting tomorrow, everyone wants to save their energy and pick their times to surf. But this afternoon is the opening ceremony, which will be pretty fun.
Alright, I didn't know I was talking. Thank you. Thanks for having us. Back to Banyawangi and back to Gajagan. And thanks so much for the hospitality. We're looking forward to a good time here. It's the last event was 25 years ago. And I was here for 3 events those years. It was really nice to be here, and I'm very excited to be back. I know all the guys and girls on tour are very excited for this event. Probably the most look forward to event of the year. So thanks so much, and let's have a good week.
Thank you, Rio. Dan semuanya boleh kembali ke tempat. You can go back to your chair. Thank you so much. Hah? Oh, mau foto? Ya, please. Yeay, sama Barok. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, love. Give a big applause for them.
Yeah, so everyone's just eating together, surfing together, and sweating together in the jungle. So it's a fun time.
"25 years since last on the world stage, G-Land once again returns to the forefront of surfing. This is where the Dream Tour was born, where the jungle meets the sea. A location renowned as much for its legend as its perfection. For the first time ever, the ROXY Pro G-Land brings the best women surfers to the famed left-hander. Unsurprisingly, of all the surfers, only Kelly Slater has previous experience competing at the Quiksilver Pro G-Land. With the new condensed field, Championship Tour surfers arrive at stop number 6 ready to perform. The fight for the WSL Final 5 is on. This is the Quiksilver and ROXY Pro G-Land.
Good morning once again from the southeast tip of Java. Here, calling the action live from the jungle here at the Quiksilver Pro G-Land. The current world #1 Felipe Toledo in the yellow jersey up against Iago Dore in the first heat of the day. Some of our competitors making their way in from a warm-up session. John Florence on screen, who's having to overcome a knee injury to his front leg. but he's still alive in the mix and got a round 1 win. He's already through to the 3rd round. Ronnie Blakey with Laura Anova and Richie Lovett on what will be day 7 of the event window and looking to get competition underway shortly. Laura, we've been waiting a long time in anticipation of the start of this elimination round for the men. It's been a difficult call for Felipe and Iago. They've been on hold and off again around 20 times now.
Yeah, 20 times. That's what we found out this morning. It was actually 18 this morning, then plus the 2 holds this morning. So yeah, 20 on-off holds. They've been up every morning just checking the surf. Felipe is always the first one in the dining room. Well, maybe not the other day, but most days.
Rich, it's going to be interesting this heat. Obviously, this new format, you're counting every result through the back half of the year, and the current world #1 finds himself up against a bit of an unknown quantity at the moment, Iago Dora, who's come back as a replacement after suffering an injury earlier on this season.
Yeah, I guess there are a few little question marks around Iago and his performances, but from what I've seen, even particularly yesterday afternoon, I was out there and sharing the lineup with Iago, and he was on fire. He was just getting a read on it, surfing really well. Looks like he's not really restricted in any way from the injury, getting back to his, kind of performance best. So it's going to be a test for Felipe, and we're going to have the backsider versus the frontsider, and it'll be a great match.
It's going to be awesome to watch unfold. Let's find out what the rundown is today and what format we're going to go with here in the elimination round. Morning, Dimity.
Good morning. It's starting to look really fun out there behind me, and I'm here with Jessie. Let's find out the official call.
Yeah, so we are going to be on, as I think people have probably figured out, but we're going to do 2 rounds of men, and we're going to do overlapping heats. So we've been on hold for a little bit this morning. We had actually had a thunderstorm, a local storm that kind of kicked up a bit more of this wind, but it's looking really fun, and we also know it's going to pick up through the day. So, yeah, I'm hoping for some good waves today.
Awesome, and overlapping heats is always exciting for the viewers. What's the forecast for the next couple of days?
Yeah, so we have another good day of swell tomorrow. So, potentially we could be finishing tomorrow, depending on how we go today. But the overlapping heats, yeah, for sure. There's going to be a lot of action. It also allows for the men to kind of surf different parts of the point here at Money Trees. So we're just looking for opportunity at this point, and I think it's going to be fun out there.
Amazing. Looking forward to it.
With overlapping heats unfolding, and Felipe Toledo, Iago Dora kicking things off first. They'll have the lineup to themselves for the first 23 minutes, and then they'll be joined by Kyle Belly and Matthew McGilvray in that second heat of the elimination round. But we know that things are a little different now with this condensed field, and it's going to be a high pressure situation here for Toledo, because Iago can really go out there and obviously wants to get the job done and get that victory, but I feel like he's going to be a little freed up by the fact that he's already got that wild card spot for next year.
For sure, absolutely. I mean, Iago's got nothing to lose. He's in this just to, get back into competition. We know, yesterday afternoon he was absolutely shredding out there, going to the air. In these lefts, I think we'll see him, do a lot of that, some airtime work. But, Felipe, he's got the yellow jersey, so kind of, different pressures there. And
he's got the yellow jersey, Rich, for a reason. He's been on fire this year. And even the free surfing, we're so used to seeing the highlight vision of Toledo out there on the front side. But here at G-Land in the free surfing, I think for me, he's been the strongest guy. His backhands looked incredible.
Yeah, there was a particular wave that you and I watched actually down the line where he just did a series of massive backhand hooks and finished it with a giant rotator. So, we've said it time and time again during the broadcast so far, is that these guys they're sort of rewriting the script for how you surf G-Land. They've brought this new progressive element to it, and with the conditions the way they are this morning, I feel like it's going to come into play here. And Iago's going to be an interesting one just to see whether he can really tap into that performance that he had kind of on lock last year. He was really on fire.
Well, Toledo's having to overcome a sluggish start in the opening round for him. He finished 3rd behind Rio and Nat in that opening round. Iago Dora also didn't get the victory. That's what you need to do in round 1. So these guys now up against one another in the first heat of the elimination round. Toledo, he'll be wearing that leader's jersey. He's going to be hard to snatch it from in this particular event. There is some, mathematics there. There's the opportunity for some competitors with a big finish to overcome him. But as long as he keeps progressing through the rounds, he's looking pretty good. He's been so consistent.
Yeah, he has been. And I always just like to note positioning at the start of these heats and Philippe has positioned himself further up on the point, so taking the inside line here, that can come into play, but at G-Land with such a big takeoff zone and so many sections to money trees, you can get these wider sets that go further down on the reef, and that might come into play, or it might fall into the favour of Yago. So we'll just have to wait and see, but I just always like to note where they start the heats.
You were getting lots of those little wide ones yesterday, weren't you, Rishi?
I managed to jag a few, yeah. Got a couple little wiggles in down the line.
Well, when you look at these two competitors, Rich, you know, it is a pretty even matchup, isn't it? I mean, they've both got serious firepower above the lip. Who do you think has the edge?
I feel like with the conditions the way they are, it would seem natural to go with the goofy footer, but I'm actually going to go with Philippe just because I feel like that vertical backhand hook that he has is going to come into play here. And when these sections offer up, he's going to be able to really square up off the bottom, get really high and vertical. And I wouldn't say that Yago actually has really an edge in the air, because we know how just amazing Philippe can be on the backhand air. So it is a really even matchup. It's been interesting to watch them kind of strut around camp as well, because they're in close quarters, and you know, Philippe's been balancing a bit of, you know, fun with that serious kind of, you know, he's got it in his eye that he wants to win, and he's got that alpha male attitude around the campsite. But all the Brazilians are hanging together. They're always having a lot of fun.
Having a look at the Oakberry surf conditions here, Laura, and I mean, it's slow out there at the moment, but with 46 minutes to track down a couple of decent rides, we should see these guys achieve some pretty decent numbers.
Yeah, I think so. And I think what we'll see as well, like we were saying, it's such a large playing field out there. And I think, you know, we'll see the athletes go up and down the point, shift around. We'll see all these different strategies, see what they're going to, you know, they've got to sit with their coaches and really, you know, dissect the lineup out there and find what they need to do to get through these heats. You know, it's not obviously the 10-foot pumping G-Land that maybe Rich got back in the day, but, you know, we're going to see some incredible, exciting performances and, yeah, strategic too.
What about this guy, Matty McGilvray? Amazing run to save his place on the CT through the back half of this season with a semi-final finish over there at the Margaret River Pro. And he is up against Kyle Belly, who kicked off the year in fantastic form and was kind of threatening to get himself that leader's jersey at one point.
Yeah, started the year exceptionally well. You know, Kaio's one of those quiet achievers that, you know, he doesn't perhaps sometimes get all the fanfare as, say, Philippe and Gabriel and Italo and those other Brazilians, but, you know, Kaio's, he's an assassin when it comes to putting a heat together. He just is very consistent, really reliable, and I think that's probably his weapon, is his consistency. But yeah, it's going to be a great matchup. Matty McGillivray sort of feeling confident again after making his way back on the tour. Recent shift onto Channel Island surfboards as well, so some new equipment. And yeah, he's been surfing really well as in the lead-ups.
So many cool stories unfolding this year. Like you were saying, Kaio getting the wild card at the start of the year, making the most of it. Now he's into the back end, and then, yeah, Matt as well. Jumping, he jumped so many spots at Margaret River. He had to make the impossible possible, and he did it. It was just insane.
Goat watch.
Oh, goat watch. Oh, is that Kel?
Yeah.
Kel dog.
On the inside, checking things out. He's actually been staying out there in the channel. There's a few crew doing that.
He's on a small...
Tom Carroll, Rod Brooks. Rod was part of the team that got the Quiksilver Pro here on the schedule back in the 90s. But Kelly's been staying out there in the channel.
Small rocky fishing boat.
They've been missing a lot of fun, obviously.
Interesting. I haven't seen Kelly in the lineup, not once. So, I mean, he obviously has spent so much time out here and knows the wave better than anyone. But in the warm-ups where everyone's been out there sharing waves, I have not seen Kelly. Maybe I've just been on a different rotation, but yeah.
I think he's been finding some like little waves around the island on the ski.
Yeah, he's been tapping into some G-Land-esque conditions at different locations around Indonesia as well. So he's primed. I thought he looked pretty good in the opening round. He did fall on a wave that probably cost him potentially a win in the opening round, but he's on. He's looking really comfortable, and Kelly's motivation, you know, it just goes up a level when he hits these world-class locations. Doesn't even really matter if they're not firing at their best. Kelly just sort of seems to tap into, I think, that advantage that he can take from being more experienced in this lineup than maybe the rest of the field.
Yeah, absolutely. I was actually thinking about it out in the lineup yesterday, and just, the lines and how he sort of wrote the book on how to surf this wave. Even back then, 25 years ago, he was riding much shorter boards than everyone else, and his connection between the top turn and into the barrel positioning was way faster than what everyone else was doing on much longer boards, and this is the result, you know, what the performance is today.
When you get a slow event window, you're just always so thrilled that Dimity Stoyle is part of the commentary team. She's been keeping us entertained, and she's down in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. What's happening, Dim?
That's right, I'm in the Red Bull Athlete Zone ding repair station. Very lucky to have this here because we all know on low tide, you know, next minute you're riding along on a wave and then you hit reef. But we got Jadson's board here, little crease, and the boys here.
And a little thing in the nose. Yeah, we're gonna fix this one for the boys, the team rider. Yeah.
They're so lucky to have you guys, and I've heard for the right price you can even get them to clean the wax off.
Oh, wow.
Can I clean my zinc off? No, that's
Yeah.
for Dim.
No, Laura's always got zinc on the board, so I tell her just don't touch mine, please.
Love it. And you know what? The Indonesians are incredible ding repairers.
Oh, the best.
And they get your board back so quick. You can't believe it. But the surfers have really been using that. And also, you know, not having to be as careful with their equipment. As we see action on the outside, the current world #1, Toledo, starts with a fin drift and gains some more speed, just hammering down the line here, climbing up and throwing those fins a second time. And this guy, that's what makes him so dangerous, the 26-year-old who's been on tour for a long time now and really starting to warm. His 9th year on the CT, finished second in the world last year, runner-up to the world champ, and just made that showdown at the Rip Curl WSL Finals at Trestle so exciting. He hasn't wasted the opportunity to bank a score there, Rich.
No, and back to your point, he wasn't far off the world title, but let's have a look and see how he got this underway. Great fin release on the first turn, bit of a projection floater, and then the great finish again, just getting that tail release, not just leaving it as a clean snap off the lip, pushing the fins out, pushing the tail above the lip, and really adding that critical element to the one turn. But as we know, interesting, first score of the day, so this will set the tone for this heat and the rest of the scores for the majority of the day. And we'll just also note that Philippe was deeper on the point and got the first wave. So it looks like there's a fair bit of distance between these two guys where they're sitting on the reef at the moment. Still a lot of water, high tide, I think is still upon us. I'll have a check on that in a minute, but
yeah, 5.83 to kick things off here for Toledo. So plenty of room left in that scale, but it was an impressive start. Got those fins free a couple of times. So, you know, wasn't surfing with any restraint. Laura really went at it.
Well, he was riding that big 6'4" TF yesterday afternoon, so that would have, his boards this morning would have felt a lot looser, I think.
Yeah, well, that was awesome, wasn't it? The iconic for a reason expression session yesterday with just all that iconic equipment. As we dive now into the Surfline forecast. And Rich, take us through it.
yeah, well, you can see that sort of red blob that was forming off the West Australian coast. That's moved up, and you can see where we are there at G-Land, just off the tip of Java there. So we've had a small swell over the last few days and a little bit of onshore wind. And then we have this swell that's really started to kick in late last night. We started to see a more defined line in the swell. And this is the outlook for today. So it's going to build in the 3 to 5 foot range, up to 4 to 6 foot in the period, up around 15 seconds. That's the important marker that we're always looking at. And then Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Monday's our final day, and you can see there 4 to 6 with a 19-second period. So that's an interesting little sign there. That's actually jumped up a bit. So the next 3 or 4 days looking really good. We may have to do a bit of work to get through some rounds today. But yeah, tomorrow and the next day looking great.
Back to live action now. Toledo up on his second ride. Just surfing with so much spark at the moment as he just climbs these sections effortlessly, and now looks to get some work done on the inside. Just a series of backhand jams there. But just the incredible ability to hop sections and stay in front of these waves that are just trying their best to get away from him.
They were some of the best foam climb floats I've seen in a long time. He just gets so much more speed out of them than anyone that I've seen. But, you know, just connecting the dots there, Felipe, nothing, you know, I think he just wants to stay busy and just, you know, keep putting the pressure on Yago right now.
Yeah, this is impressive. He's got no priority, so he's moved up the point ridge, caught a deeper wave, and really did do some great work here.
Yeah, I love the transition between that first snap. These sort of little weightless foam climbs where he's just almost hovering above the foam and keeping all that down the line speed. Obviously touted as one of the fastest surfers on the planet, and that's why. So watch the technique here. See how he kicks the tail out. Now he puts the pressure back on the tail pad, straight back on the fins again, up and over, and see how he just basically hovers. There's hardly any part of his board touching the foam there. Projecting down the line, nice extension with the back arm. That helps as a bit of a pendulum weight as he's driving off the bottom. Now he gets the upper body rotation. Staying nice and compressed. That's where all the energy is. Just contained within those thighs like little springs.
His timing is just so perfect and precise, isn't it?
He's keeping busy. Up again. Oh. Whips the reverse, can't ride out of this one. Still waiting on the numbers to come through for that second wave as well. As we get down to the 34-minute mark, let's have a look at the deep stats between these two competitors. Powered by Hydro Flask, 3 previous battles, and they've all gone Felipe's way. The last was in Newcastle. In the round of 16, Felipe getting the jump on Yago down there. But, you know, to Yago for a moment, this guy was warming up last year. It was a real shame that he had the injury at the start of this season, or just prior to the season kicking off, because it felt like he was starting to get to, you know, peak performance in Championship Tour heats. He had some great moments in 2021. Yeah,
he absolutely did, and mentioned it yesterday. My mind goes to Rottnest Island, where some of those airs that he was doing were just so inverted, corked out and technical, huh?
It was just like he turned up the notch there and just, you know, was surfing out of his skin. We were like, here he is. We've seen these videos in, you know, some of the clips that he's dropped online, and we've seen the surfing he can do, and he finally was, you know, doing those airs and yeah, doing them in contests and heats. So pretty incredible stuff. He's bulked up a bit too, I think, working on the power, and that's evident. You can see it in the strength of the turns. And another score dropping there, so starting to put a little pressure on. So not only the psychological edge of having a 3-zip winning streak for Philippe, which would possibly play into the psyche of Yago, but you know, now he's got some points on the board that he needs to make up, needs to start getting into this heat, and it does sort of rattle you, doesn't it, when you feel like you're hearing scores drop for your competitor going, hang on a minute, why aren't I on waves yet? And they're not just 3s or 4s, they're all 6s and above. So, you know, you're like, oh gosh, I should maybe, you know, maybe Yago will start, you know, adjusting his weighting game. Strategy. Yeah, the tactics are interesting. It's kind of like a free surfing session, and Yago is playing the role of Indo Warrior. A guy that will come down here and just sit out there for, you know, a good 20 minutes waiting for that one big bomb set, and Felipe's the Grom just chasing down the insiders and throwing the fins around. It's helped them establish a bit of a lead here. But if Yago can connect with a bigger wave and it gives him a bit more of a canvas, there's going to be that opportunity to let go of some bigger turns. Yeah, and it all comes down to whether that pressure's started to build and it's going to affect him, or whether he's free and open to surf the way we know he can. But you know, it would be an immediate shift back, you know, in the flow of the heat if Yago can put something in the 7 Ranger on his first ride. Yeah, Yago in January this year, awkward landing on a frontside air, ruptured his Liz Frank ligament, required surgery. It's a tricky injury from all reports to recover from, and you know, it's amazing that he's back here competing here, but I just wonder if there's going to be any issues with him going to the air now, because he might need to call on one of those big frontside air reverses that he has if he's going to find some edge over Felipe out here. Always a tough thing as a competitor coming back from an injury and getting comfortable, in particular doing the same type of manoeuvre that injured you in the first place. So, you know, that's a mental hurdle that you have to overcome anyway. I remember breaking my foot, and even just like attempting a floater was a nervous thing until you fully felt strong again. And some of the athletes, you know, coming back from injuries, they like to wear, you know, knee braces or ankle braces just for that bit of, you know, comfort and confidence. But I don't think Iago is wearing anything. And you know, sometimes you don't want to wear it because you don't want to like have your, you know, competitors thinking that you're still feeling it. So, you know, it's that juggle.
Yeah, Iago getting his best CT finish on the rankings last year, up into 9th position. And he wants to get back there, but he's going to have to charge really hard in this event and hopefully find some other opportunities later in the season. Just under 30 minutes to go here, and these guys, no doubt, you know, in anticipation of this big clash, had a bit of a sleepless night. But Rich, for you, it was an emotional one as well, because 28 years ago, a tsunami swept through the area, and you were unfortunately staying here, and you got washed through the jungle. And mate, we're glad you're still here.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Yeah, I actually had a bit of a sleepless night. It was sort of restless, and yesterday was a big day. You know, it was 28 years ago, and it was my first trip to G-Land. It was our first day in G-Land, and the tsunami came through at just after 1 a.m. in the morning. So last night was the anniversary, and you know, thankfully everyone in our camp and all the surfers that we were with survived okay. We got beaten up pretty bad, but there were a lot of local people that unfortunately, you know, passed away, and it was a heavy time. So commiserations, and our thoughts go to them.
Yeah, just to the west of here is where the wave truly impacted. The tsunami fully hit those villages, and sending a big shout out and thinking of those locals at the moment. But there was a lot of other well-known surfers here with you on that trip, and I'm sure many of them are watching on. You call them your tsunami brothers. Yeah,
there's a little brotherhood now, and you know, Rob Bain, Simon Law, among them. We were the
Richard Dog Marsh.
Yeah, Richard Marsh. We were down there on the. They were actually huts on the beach at that point. And when the wave came through, you know, the huts really didn't stand a chance, and neither did we. So, you know, it was a really heavy experience to go through. And thankfully we came out okay. A couple of mental scars, obviously, through the years, but to come back and actually compete here a couple of years after that was really cathartic in a way. It was very healing, and you know, I ended up having the best heat of my whole career here. So it was, you know, it's been some pleasure and pain moments for sure.
And some magic moments he enjoyed over here this year as well. Amazing to think that you survived the tsunami, but bigger challenges would come your way since then, and you still got that positive attitude, mate, and that's why we love you.
Oh, thanks, mate. I try, you know. Glass half full attitude goes a long way, and I think if you can maintain that, you can kind of get through anything, obviously with the help of your friends and family as well. It's important to lean on them. But yeah, happy to be here with you guys, and yeah, it's unreal.
Bring it on. Well, 27 minutes here, and Laura, Iago still hasn't had that opening ride. We'll see if he can tap into one after the break. You're watching the Quiksilver Pro G-Land.
Small boat, island, perfect waves.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack.
Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God.
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
By the early 80s, Mike Boehm had established the Blambangan Surf Club, the world's first surf camp. It's fair to say that Jerry Lopez and Peter McCabe were regulars. Jerry had landed a role in the movie Conan the Barbarian. In the downtime between shots, he was building model aeroplanes and painting them in camouflage. Lopez wrote to McCabe to order boards for their next G-Land trip and requested them to be painted in camo. They soon realised that the camo reduced the glare off the boards, saving their eyes and allowing them to surf all day long.
vision there of two absolute legends, Jerry Lopez, Peter McCabe, and we got to see some of their equipment, boards that weren't dissimilar to the ones that they were riding here at G-Land all those years ago. And it was Peter McCabe's birthday yesterday, so again, sending all the love his way. And yeah, just classic vision. Just what a time they must have had here, Rich.
I was just thinking, man, just imagine having, you know, the rule of this lineup with only two of you out, you know, closest friends, and quite intense too, because, you know, if something went wrong, it wasn't like there was, you know, medical supplies and doctors just down the road. These, you know, you're out here, you're on the edge of it. So, you know, they were the pioneers of this wave, and just amazing stuff. I actually heard a story a couple of days ago about a bunch of Australian surfers that arrived and found a whole box of boards stashed up in a tree, and they just cracked it open and started riding them.
Oh, wow. Perfect. What a gift.
Then apparently the owner of the boards paddled past them one day and was like, yep, good boards. We'll have to get someone to tell the details of that story.
We are approaching the halfway mark in this first heat of the elimination round. Toledo with 3 rides, and the best of them you can see on screen there. 6.5, 5.83. Iago Dora yet to take off. And Kyle Belly, Matthew McGilvray making their move into the lineup. As we see a small one there on the inside, passing by Felipe. Really tricky this wave, Rich, I've found, when it's at this size. It really reels quickly across the Money Tree section, and it makes finding the open face quite difficult. That's, I think, been the most impressive thing about Felipe so far, just his ability to not chase down the wave by staying out in front of that foam and racing around sections, but climbing up over them and really linking it together. Yeah, it is. It's challenging. At this size, you know, everything in your mind tells you start gunning down the line as quick as you can, and you can actually do that, and all of a sudden you'll get to the end of the wave and you really haven't done too much except for a bunch of floaters and projection, you know, foam climbs. So Philippe has done really well to find those little nuggets and sections, being able to open up, do those backhand snaps. We are running with that overlapping dual heat format in the elimination round here, and heat number 2 has just entered the mix. Kyle Belly, the Brazilian, up against South Africa's Matthew McGilvray. And this should be a good clash between these two. As you can see, Matthew McGilvray just snuck inside the top 22 at the last stop. He's in 19th position and needs to make a big climb if he wants to get himself up into contention. But here's a clearer breakdown of how the overlapping heats format works, Rich. Yeah, so 2 heats are happening at the one time, and once the first heat starts, each subsequent heat starts halfway through the prior heat, and then it's that front heat that has the priorities. We see Philippe up and riding. That's the glorious thing about being in that first heat. You get that 46-minute period to really bank the scores and explore this lineup for opportunities. You're right, Rich. Sorry. I get so excited with this stuff going on. Yeah, he launched and didn't quite stick it. But that's what he's capable of, and we've seen him land a couple of those in the free surfing sessions. So I don't think he's going to back down from another section like that. I think he'll continue to go after the big number then. Yeah, he went so inverted. I did think he had it. He laid back here, but then, you know, just couldn't get over the front foot. But wow. Close, huh? So used to seeing him pop out of those white waters. Here is Iago for the first time. And Iago just letting go of a couple of little turns on the outside there. We'll see if he got any work done before we caught up with him. But this wave starting to fade away. Matthew McGilvray getting started in that second heat here of the elimination round. And he is going to kick out. Yeah, high up on the point. Looks like that second heat. Yeah, so just back to that. So the second heat in the water needs to give priority to the first heat. And then as we start overlapping, the priority shifts between heats. So it's a good format. It means that basically any rideable wave out there is not going to go unridden. And you can see here, well, you look at Philippe's tally, you know, he's just ridden 5 waves, and Iago only just riding 1. So really applying the pressure there. And on that last wave of Philippe's, you can see what his intent is now. He's going to start really going to the air and trying to nail one of those big ones and put a decent score on there. And Iago really waited a long time for this wave. Let's see if it paid off. Oh, he got the air in there. Blowtail reverse into a nice snap, so possibly paying off here. Fortunately, the wave just fizzled out at the end, but he got some amazing work done. Outside, Matty McGillivray starting up with some good face turns. Getting that winding up on the backhand.
Just a well-paced wave, allowing him to open up a little bit, and he's up and running again.
This one's going to shut down on him. So there's still priority that exists between the competitors in that second heat, but they are giving way to Felipe Toledo and Yago Dora. Still waiting on the scores to come through for Yago. It's going to be interesting. Got the big section on the outside. Let go of that big fin blow into reverse, as you mentioned, Laura, but you know, how's it going to compare to the multiple turns on those steeper walls that Felipe had on slightly smaller rides that reeled down the reef?
For sure, Felipe looked like he had a lot more speed. I mean, Yago waited so long for that wave, and I think we were hoping that maybe we'd see what he was waiting for was going to be quite a bit bigger, or, you know, just have more of a critical section, but it just seemed to have been a bit softer than maybe what he was hoping for. You know, he did the best he could with it. He got some points on the board anyway.
Yeah, I think he's going to be right in this heat for sure. The requirement's not too big at the moment, just based on the fact that, you know, Felipe's best scores are mid-range. So I don't think it's going to be far off the pace. It may even be quite comparable to what Felipe's put up.
I think it will be, given the fact that it was on the very first turn of the wave. It was quite critical. It was a high-risk manoeuvre. And even yesterday when we were watching the women's surf, you know, we saw multiple rides with 4 or 5 turns, but then, you know, some 2 critical hits was getting a bigger score. So the judges do pay it off, and I think they'll like it.
Yeah, we've been talking a little bit about Yago's performances through last year. He kind of did the job in getting himself out of that position of being a low seed. So, you know, you're not always up against those title contenders, as we see Kaio getting his campaign started here in the elimination round. Serving against McGilvray, he's found a nice wall here, but he's going to go down. A lost opportunity to finish that ride off in style, and that'll cost him some points. Waiting on a few scores to drop at the moment, but Yago Dora shifted things up, got himself up into the sort of mid-pack, and then started to bank some big results last year, but still found it a bit of a struggle to overcome those, you know, regular event winners.
Oh, really nice backhand surfing here from Kaio. Just staying right in the power source. Unfortunately, just caught an inside edge there. Not able to finish that one off, so potentially a mistake.
That board of Kaio's is looking so fast. Looks like he's got an amazing board under his feet there. I think he's going to be, lost opportunity there falling on that last turn. That was the easiest probably turn of them all to make.
Especially while it's a little bit inconsistent at the moment. You really do have to make sure you convert on all your opportunities. Do see a couple of numbers now starting to fall for Yago.
Yeah, they're looking pretty decent. Yago Dora banks a 6.13. So he's got the second highest score of the heat, that opening heat, and he needs a 6.21 now to get ahead of Toledo with just under 17 minutes to go. And he is up again, drawing up into the pocket to get things started on this ride. A wave that's allowing him to really go top to bottom. Hasn't had to chase down these sections just yet. Sitting pretty high on the reef at the moment. Nice little finish there. 6.21 though.
Not quite seeing it. You know, it was a well-surfed wave. Here we go, live action.
Kaio just hits a bump. It sends him right up into the pocket. Now has some speed as he hammers down the line, swings that tail. And he might just be feeling a lot of freedom out there at the moment. He was on a much bigger board yesterday in the iconic for a reason expression session. Riding a Sam Egan, fixed fins, swallowtail, and it helps you find a clean line out there, but seen him swinging that tail around like a maniac.
Yeah, it's actually it's a good strategy, good technique for surfers to do that every now and then, ride a bigger board so that when you do get on your smaller one, it just feels so loose and free. As you can see here, just throws the tail, gets the slide, and then brings it around, doesn't do the rotation. And all the weight on the front foot here, you can see gets the fins right out, releases them, and right at that moment there, puts the pressure back on the back foot, and re-engages the tail and the fins, and then rides out clean. This was Yago's wave here, and slightly different pace when you compare it to Felipe on his backhand, but still very smooth. I love the style, and comes all the way through to the inside, gets the final hit. There wasn't that one moment on the wave to me that was that's going to put it up into the 6 range, so I think he's going to need more.
Yeah, 15 minutes to go, waiting on that number to drop. Let's talk format, as we saw in the opening round. Really stacked heats, 8 heats in the opening round. The winner going directly through to the round of 16. And those who finished in second or third relegated to this, the elimination round, where the pressure is on. A loss here is a banked result and a poor one.
Yeah, well, this is a similar format to what we used to compete in when it was the top 44 surfers in the world, and then there was, you know, the first advances straight through, second and third into the elimination round, and it's basically sudden death from there all the way through to the finals.
Super exciting. I actually really love this format. You know, it puts a lot of excitement into that first round. If you get that win, you know, straight into the round of 16. And yeah, we've got some incredible heats coming up today in this elimination round, though. So not to say this isn't exciting. This is do or die right now.
Yeah, I think what it opens the door for when you've got, you know, such heavily stacked heats. You know, obviously surfers in the top 10 surfing against surfers who are at the top of the ratings as well. It really opens the door for some big shift-ups on the ratings, as we see Matty finishing one off here, the South African. Probably finished his best ride just there, so he'll get himself back in this heat against Kaio, who had a 4.5 on that last wave.
I'd love to see where these guys are sitting, like, in relation up and down the point, because it seems like Maddie and Kaio are finding some, like, pretty fun either wide ones or just waves that are going underneath Felipe and Iago at the moment, quite, like, you know, bigger looking waves.
Yeah, well, as the swell lines refract around the reef, obviously the top of the point feels the most energy, and only the bigger sets really kind of make that connection through to the money tree section here, Rich.
Yeah, they can hit way down the point, actually, the bigger sets, and it looks like there's you know, a strategy here where they've separated themselves, haven't they, within their own little heats. It looks like Kaio and Matty just surfing a little deeper, maybe up towards the Kong section, and we're about 5 minutes off high tide. So once that tide starts to drain, things happen, and I feel like the swell might start to march in a bit better.
Well, the Woz is out there watching things unfold. What's the story, brother, with the positioning?
Oh, you know what? You were just talking about it. There's paddle all the way up the point, but I think the best waves are coming in right down here, almost in front of the scaffolding. There's this section that keeps popping up and running off. We saw Matty get that last wave, 3-banger, nice clean surfing, really quick up into the lip. So there's these really great opportunities down the end here, and I think that's with the tide coming full. It's usually running down really fast. With the tide filling in down the end here, it looks really nice. Up top there off the ledge, and you know, up more towards Kongs, there's a few waves, but it's kind of a roll of the dice. If you're going to get a good open face wave, there's a corner here, and you just have to wait for it. Kind of just, you know, have a game plan, so to speak, but know your lineups as that tide changes.
We've seen some footage of Jerry Lopez wearing diving goggles to block out the glare, but a little easier for you these days, Strata.
Well, yeah, I slipped into some polarized Oakleys, and let me tell you, they are a wonder out here when you're sitting out here in the sun all day, and you can see the reef right through everything. Look at this live action out the back.
Well, who we got here? Loading up, plenty of speed, and going to the air, but unsuccessful on that occasion. Might have been Kaio Belly. But there is obviously going to be some steeper face for these surfers to work with, Rich, as the tide starts to drop. We saw that yesterday. And Toledo now loading up. Let's see what he can do. Nice big speed float to get started. Draws off the bottom. Beautiful bottom turn straight into a nice backhand jam. And again, just hammers the end section. He likes the feel of it. Had a really nice speed to it, that ride from start to finish. Not a lot of downtime, and linked it up nicely.
No, there wasn't too much more he could have done on it. Think back, you know, he really utilised every single section. Kaio, live.
Yeah, Kaio, again, going to the backside air reverse. Didn't get the pop, didn't find the release that he was after. And he's going to go down. Matthew McGilvray dropped a 5.17 on his last ride. So he's got the highest number in that second heat here of the elimination round. Needs just a 2.93 to climb up into the lead over Kaio. Let's have a look at Toledo's last ride here.
Yeah, just a big, roof climbing floater. Take it away, Laura.
No, this was so cool. Just the way that he projects so much speed. So, and this turn's like so rad. The way that he just, you know, changed the direction of his board. Go Rich.
Just watch the nose of the board, staying down the line. Kind of hops off the roof here now, gets right on the heel side rail. Beautiful carving snap off the top, body extension to follow. And then that was more of a check turn, but watch here, the lip comes down late. And Philippe able to just release the fins, sort of almost carving through the roof of the wave as it came down, and that's why it felt so good.
Where does this guy sit for you, Laura, when you're talking the pantheon of greats? He hasn't got a world title yet, but for me, he's one of the best all-time heat surfers or performers that we've ever seen.
He really is. He's an icon already, Felipe. You know, even watching Make or Break and watching that last final episode last year at the WSL Finals and reliving that moment, like, he was just on fire, and I truly thought that he could have clinched that world title from Gabby. And you know, he's surfing. You know, we see him come back year after year, and you know, we always know he has that speed, but then he'll come back and refine his boards, or you know, put a bit more muscle on, and just always have something else to sort of flair or show, and so he's evolving excitement constantly.
You touched on it a couple of times, Ron, and I think it's something that Philippe, Italo, Gabrielle, and obviously Kelly before them, they've been able to bridge the gap between what you'd normally see in a free surf session and apply it into a heat. And it's as a surfer, and you know this, it's the hardest thing to do. You can go out there and have the best free surf of your life and be, you know, landing everything, and everything just feels so natural. But you put that jersey on, and all of a sudden you start to lock up a bit, and you start to go, oh, hang on a minute, I've just got to make this wave, and you surf not completely free, but these guys seem to be able to tap into that energy and release that energy and surf free enough. And there really is no difference between what they're doing in the warm-up to what they're doing in heat.
For sure. Some of the best waves of your life, you're not even thinking about anything when you're taking off. You're not thinking about falling. You're not thinking about making it. You're just surfing. And I feel like that's what you see these guys do. They're not even thinking about it. They're just attacking, and they're just doing their thing.
They're risk takers. They risk high quality waves when they've got priority. They attack that first section, you know, like they're chasing a score when they're leading a heat, and it's awesome to watch. And that was a well-deserved number, highest number of the morning so far, 6.9 for Toledo. Iago Dora now after a 7.27, and our competitors are really having to consider their priority, their wave selection very carefully out here at the moment, Strider.
Yeah, you know, 100%. There's a rhythm out here when you get into, you know, in the jungle just as much as in the water, right? You got to get into that flow, make sure that you're on point with the energy that's happening, what's flowing through the lineup. Last night I was out in the water, and Iago's sitting right in the perfect spot for that rhythm, and he's out here in the same exact spot right now, but not having priority on that last set. You know, it did his head in. You could see him paddling right next to him. So important to have priority at that right time. Sets are far and few between, so that waiting game is just going to start to wear away at your mental fortitude and whether you can stay in it. You know, are you going to get that wave? Will that wave come? And way up the point there where the other surfers are surfing, that's all about, you know, a lucky dip. There's a south swell underneath the south-southwest, so when those ones that come a little more open come in up the top there, they're going to get an opportunity or two. But the most consistent place is right where these guys are surfing in the priority heat, and those are the ones that you want, and you've just got to wait for them. And let me tell you, this is going to be the longest end of this heat for Iago, just waiting for it.
Yeah, he needs that big number too, the 7.27. Strider, I just want to get your thoughts on Toledo. Obviously, there's areas of his surfing where, you know, there is still room for evolution, but when you consider his high performance stuff, you know, where does he rate for you?
Oh, he's right there. He's at the top. There's the speed and power that he puts in through the technical side of his surfing is absolutely bananas. Just thinking about how fast he's going through maneuvers, how technical he can be in the lip, and how quickly he's really just bringing through the power. Like he'll come off of a turn, but straight back onto the rail and right back into that power pocket. And it's like one of the most technical things you can do, going out of a maneuver and then coming right back into the next one on the rail to create speed and flow back into the next maneuver. So he's one of the best and the fastest in the world at it. And like, I feel like he's built into the weaknesses that he had before. Like, you know, the bigger waves, we saw it in Margie's, like he's just really opening up his spectrum of being a surfer and really hammering those sections where he's got a little kink in the armor. And if it's going to be any year, it's going to be this year for him. But he's got some monsters looking at it behind him. Here we go. He's looking at this one, guys. Let's see if he's got something. Maybe a big backside three. He's going to be flying for it. No, doesn't want it.
Well, the section wasn't really standing up for him, but yeah, Toledo, just high octane surfing. And when I think about frontside surfing, you know, the two guys that come to mind as far as their performance on the open face and above the lip, especially the regular footers, is John Florence in waves in that 6 foot range and above. But kind of anything just under that, I think Toledo's the best.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue against that point. In fact, I'd agree with you wholeheartedly. And it's been proven time and time again, even just thinking about Bells this year and some of those kind of flawless offshore 6 foot walls that we had. Philippe was just pedal to the metal, maximum output of power, and just so on edge. It was incredible to watch. And just to Strider's point, though, you know, talking about the transitions and how he's seamlessly connecting the turns. It's one thing to connect coming off a re-entry and a carve and a cutback, but when you're connecting, coming back off an air, it's like the hardest thing in the world to do. And these guys, in particular Philippe, can do it where he lands an air and the rail's already engaged into the next turn. And that's just, sometimes I think it's lost on people viewing it, but as a surfer and understanding it, it is almost impossible to do.
Yeah, well, he's up against Yago Dora here, and he's not safe just yet. Yago's got some big moves he can go to, but let's see how the world #1 established this lead. He got started early, Laura.
He did. He just wanted to get going, and he got, you know, that 6.5 and 5.83 up on the board straight away and sort of put the pressure on Yago. He's had 8 waves in this heat, and Yago's had 2. So, you know, he goes Yago, his first wave, back into the heat with this one.
Oh, I just love how high risk that was. Yago obviously not phased by the situation that Philippe put him in, but it's been Philippe who found these sort of more horizontal lines that are creating this opportunity as the wave continues on and just pushing every single turn to the limit. I think perhaps Philippe was expecting that score was going to go a little bit higher than the 6.9, but maybe the judge is going, come on, mate, we want to see you just do a little bit more.
I think it's fair to say that Yago's still probably not back to the kind of form yet after overcoming this injury that saw him go on to big finishes through the Australian League. He had 3/5 in 2021, and he just looked like he was, you know, ready to start taking down some of these big names. But in this heat, you know, it might be just that the waves that he's been on have kind of forced him into a smoother, slower pace kind of surfing. Still had that one big dynamic move, but he had a real fire about him last year. And I remember when we got to the surf ranch, people going, he might be the guy to beat out here. He was just really looking like he was in that mindset of being able to attempt any kind of move he wanted.
Yeah, he definitely looked on. And talking to Matty Bemrose, who's working with Yago a lot, you know, a lot of work on the fitness, a lot of work on the boards. I believe he's riding a mayhem out here in this heat. So he's putting the work in, a lot of film work, you know, technical stuff that they're kind of reviewing and tidying up little bits and pieces. And, you know, it was coming. The payoffs were there.
Great to see him back. And, you know, he's got such an interesting story, Laurie. He was really the first kind of celebrated Brazilian free surfer, and he didn't really have that competitive streak, but his dad Leandro, a former pro who had coached Adriano de Souza, helped Jack Robinson too in getting his big breakthrough CT win in Mexico last year. And yeah, he just didn't really have the fire for competitive surfing or surfing in general.
Totally.
He kind of found it late.
I know, it was. I remember seeing Yago around the contest at Brazil like years ago, and he was so small. He still had the same afro, and you know, there with his dad Leandro, and you know, cheering on Adriano and the rest of the crew. But yeah, I think for a while we kind of thought he was just going to go, you know, be showing some emotion there. Yago, you know, he's decided to wait in this heat, and I think that's probably what's making
Well,
so frustrating.
He's engaged as a competitor these days. I mean, once he realised that he had I think the competitive fire, he went on the QS, started winning big events. And last year at Rottnest in particular, you know, he just showed how fired up he was. I thought he was going to pop a vein in his forehead. He was screaming so hard after landing some of the airs of the event. Just has that ability to go full rotation. Obviously a frustrating heat here, Rich, but strategy-wise, Felipe's done this a couple of years, picked up on the tempo and energy of the ocean and gotten busy in heats. It happened at Bells Beach when he surfed against Ethan Ewing, and it's happened here again.
Right, that's just being in tune with the ocean and spending the time and understanding it and knowing, you know, when to strike. You look at the wave count, 8v2. So it was absolutely clear who had the rhythm of the waves there. And sort of coming back to the point of Philippe started further up, deeper in the point. He had that first ride converted on it. And, you know, it's a real bummer to see Iago go. But, you know, Philippe marches on.
He does. Well, that is a big win for the current world #1. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, Kanoa Igarashi and Jackson Baker are going to hit the lineup.
I like to just keep my routines pretty simple. I like to get up early. We made a bit of a saying called win the morning, win the day. It's like if you get up early and you really capitalise on that part of the morning, you win the rest of the day. Everything's a bonus from that point onwards.
Hi, I'm Jake Marshall from Encinitas, California. I'd say for me, being on the tour is definitely like a pretty big achievement for myself. You have your competitive side, but then there's the just fun side of surfing as well, where you're like, have fun, try some different stuff out.
Across Indonesia, there's a massive problem with plastics. What we're doing is working with the Surf Conservation Partnership and Conservation Indonesia and the surf camps and the park to allow for local recycling. You can take plastic off the beach, use these machines that we've brought, and create useful products. And that creates a model of comprehensive surf ecosystem conservation.
We Are One Ocean is a WSL initiative to inspire the global surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean. We're joining forces with local organizations and Shiseido to give back to the community and preserve the vital ecosystems around the event location.
This is the spot of the tree planting.
Really cool, really honored.
Maybe one day I can even bring my kids here and show them the tree that I planted.
Our vision is for surfing to be a significant force for expanding conservation of large ecosystem all across Indonesia.
Really important to show how us surfers also respect and care for the places that we go to.
The Championship Tour athletes loving getting behind the We Are One Ocean movement. You can learn more about the efforts happening here at the Quiksilver and ROXY Pro G-Land and at every event on the tour at weareoneocean.org. But have a look at this matchup. Jackson Baker, a rookie on the Championship Tour, got himself above the cut line and now has his hands full. Kanoa Igarashi, this guy on a mission to get himself into the Final 5 this year. But right now we are watching Matthew McGilvray from heat #2. He's up against Kai Oabelli. He's going after the lead here. Doesn't need a whole lot, just a 2.93. And Kaya getting one during the break as well, Rich.
Oh, that first turn, a huge fan of spray. Perhaps getting a little caught on the second one, doing a little pump work to get around, and hung up again on that final hit, but the first turn, beautiful. And here we go. Replay of Jackson Baker just hammering that first turn off the top. Beautiful carve back into the power source. Another couple of wraps as he comes through to the inside, but strong opening maneuver on this wave. Still working it down the line. Those trademark pink sea eyes as he brings it all the way through. And just a few more backhand snaps, and it's been really fun watching Jacko around the campsite. Well, Kanoa on one of the bigger waves of the morning so far, and wow, a beautiful backhand hit, releases the fins, and a second one. So a very, very strong two-hit combination. Watch the replay here. Pushes to the point, now gets the fin release, regains control. And, well, Kanoa just so light-footed, but still has this application of power and pressure that is so fun to watch. And the second one, again, just blasting that tail out. And that's what these natural footers have to do if they want to get those big numbers. They have to get that fin release. They have to get that little waft out of the tail. And that is going to be a huge number for Kanoa. And what a great exchange to open this heat.
Limited opportunities out there at the moment, Strider. If you get a wave like that, you have to make the most of it. And Kanoa did on that last ride. How did it look from the water?
Oh, it was insane. There was a little bit of a backstory to those waves that were ridden by Baker and Kanoa. So Kanoa had the ski came out, the heat had already started, got dropped out the top. Baker on the inside, Baker paddling out. Look, there's going to be one right to me, he's screaming it out, and he actually got a great wave. But then out the back was Kanoa on that monster. It was one of the biggest, best waves we've seen of the morning. He just lit it up that first turn and then just went straight back up in for the 2-banger combo. It's going to be fun to hear those scores come through, to see which one, you know, obviously comes away with a bigger score, because Baker just banged away at that thing so many times all the way through the corner. But I think the bigger, better turns, more critical by Kanoa, is going to get the biggest score out of that. And there was a gamble. Where do you get dropped off? Where do you come in? Where do you enter the lineup? And it was fun to watch the chess game play out just in the beginning of the heat.
Yeah, a little gamble working out well for Kanoa Igarashi there. And as you said, really did throw everything at those first 2 sections. Waiting on those numbers to come through. Meanwhile, in Heat 2, 17 minutes to go. Matty McGilvray has jumped up into the lead. His last ride came through at a 4.5. Kaio looks like he's going to fall short on his last ride, 5.17. Kaio's board just has looked a little stickier. His timing hasn't been quite right. Rich out of the lip at the moment.
It's looking nice and fast, but there has been a couple of moments where he's caught an edge. And yeah, he's just, and that's been the mistake so far. He hasn't been able to complete the waves that he's got, and that seems to be the difference at the moment. Matty McGillivray, he's doing some really strong, you know, consistent surfing, I would call it. You know, Matty, he's a lovely bloke. He's sort of got a very calm demeanour about him. Super friendly with everyone, but when he gets in the heat, he really starts to attack.
I've been calling him the accountant, because he's been sitting in the restaurant with his laptop open, and all I see on the screen is numbers.
Admin, huh?
So I was going to bring some receipts to dinner tonight and get him to do my tax return. But yeah, Matty McGilvray, super energised, so excited to be back on the championship tour, and also locking in that spot for the start of next year as well, as we see the current world #1 after a really solid start to the day. And he's been stinging for that heat, and probably relieved to get the result and move on, get himself into that round of 16.
It's always a little danger around that one, as we see live action now.
Loading up on the outside, Igarashi again starts with this is Kaio Belli, excuse me. Kaio with a strong opening turn, and then just rotated through that turn, and again just pushing a little hard.
Maybe just has to back off a little bit. Here's Matty.
Matty McGilvray, big opportunity here. Can drop a 4.5 with something better and really increase the heat score total here for Kaio Belli. Leave him chasing a solid requirement coming into the final stages. I think Matty, you know, having grown up at J-Bay, the real highlights for him have come on the forehand, the 2 big semi-final finishes over at Margaret River in the past 2 years, but haven't seen much of his backhand. So, you know, up against someone as well-rounded as Kaio, he had to make sure he was on good waves. His wave selection's been pretty spot on so far, and he might just better that 4.5 and maybe even drop his best number here.
Yeah, I think he will. If we watch the opening carve, watch the body extension on this first one, streaking down the line, square off the bottom, and he just really extended and held the rail through that carve, gets another nice hit. A little bit off on that third one, but then cleans it up for that last hit, shows a little bit more tail release, pushes a bit harder for the final one. You can see there just getting right on his heel side rail, switches to the toe side, and almost sort of emulates that forehand carve that he has on his backhand there. We haven't seen a backhand extension like that this morning. And Matty just cleans things up on this snap here, and then finishes really strong, which I like. Just pushes that little bit harder, gets the tail release, and you can feel he's starting to really warm into this.
I think speed is just, you know, such a huge advantage when you're on your backhand out here and hammering down this line. You can see Matty wasn't really able to square up maybe the way he would have truly liked. Wasn't even getting over that left shoulder to get more vertical in the pocket. The wave kind of seemed to be just keeping him on that lateral line as he hammered down the wall. 13.5 minutes to go, waiting on those scores to come through. McGilvray up again, staying busy at the moment. Just, this wave has a few bumps in it, and it's going to force some poor rhythm. Let's hear from the winner of the first heat here of the elimination round. Toledo got through his with Dimity.
That's it. I'm with the man in the yellow jersey, Felipe Toledo. You've had a number of days, countless on-hold calls, but you look pretty excited to get back in the water.
Oh, thank you. Yes, you know, I got to be honest, it's hard. It's hard just, you know, being here, and it's been, what, 5 days? It feels like a month already, but there's not much to do. There's, you know, not anywhere else that we can go, and unless, you know, Tiger Tracks, that's a different little wave. So it's hard. It's hard to keep, you know, to keep your focus straight, and, you know, like always, waking up in the morning, there's a call at 7, and then we go on hold, because we never know what the swell or the wind's going to do. And finally today, you know, there's conditions that it's contestable, and it's actually fun out there. It's just slow. Yeah, I was just blessed to get, you know, the first 3 waves of the heat and just, you know, like build my scores. And you know, I can't leave any door open for Iago. So even though he's coming back from injury and all that, he's dangerous. He's, you know, got the air game and everything. So I just got to keep it, you know, solid, and that's what I try to do.
Yeah, on paper that heat was so stacked. We love watching both of you guys. And your next round of 16, you're going to draw Rio Wider. He's in form too. What do you think of him?
Yeah, it's awesome. You know, Rio, it's been in a row. Surfing so good. He just won the Manly Pro, and it was awesome, you know. And I had that heat with him in Mexico. He got the better of me, and yeah, this rematch right now.
Rematch. We can't wait. Thanks so much, Felipe. Good luck.
Thanks.
Wow, what a heat that is going to be. I
love that.
The round of 16. Toledo going up against Rio, whose backhand at the Sydney Surf Pro was unbelievable. Grew up surfing in Uluwatu, so he'll be right at home here at G-Land, where he's done a few trips in the past. Matty McGilvray is out in front. He dropped the 6.67 on that previous ride. So Kyle Belly needs a big number now, a 7.34. Meanwhile, in Heat 3, Kanoa Igarashi getting the jump on Jackson Baker in the opening exchange and dropping a really solid score. Wasn't surprised to see it go that high, 7.67. Best wave of the morning so far. As we see Jackson Baker having a look at one there. But Igarashi on the outside, up again. Finding some tall walls to work with. Bit of foam on the face, no problem for Kanoa. Nice backhand jam, climbs the float, gets a bit of a tail drop there, climbs up again vertically. Keep him busy. He's going to get ankle tapped at the end of this ride, but he is looking sharp at this stage.
Looking very good.
And he came here 12 years ago with Jack Robinson, Leonardo Fioravanti, a bunch of Quiksilver Groms at the time, and I guess this trip was always going to be better because his boards didn't arrive. He trod on an urchin day 1, recovered from the urchin spines, went out surfing, trod on a stonefish. So, you know, it's obviously all heading up from there.
Nowhere to go but up. And, well, he went up on this wave, and really difficult to ride with all this foam and turbulence on the face. But Kanoa just positioning very, very well down the line. Just a little caught back on that section for the last one, but I feel like that wave is probably not going to come into play in the final tally, but starting very strong with that 7.67. 2 very committed maneuvers there on, and I guess the judges just sending a very clear message that if you really attack the section and do some critical surfing, they're going to pay the dividends for it. And in contrast to Jacko's wave that was, you know, started with a big clean snap and then just did a lot of work down the line, but nothing overly critical. It's clear what they want to see.
Strider, not a whole lot of wind out there at the moment, but still the sheets haven't been pulled too tight. There's still some texture on the water.
Yeah, we're waiting for that to happen. We're waiting for that wind to come and blow everything nice and clean. And with that, on the face, you've got that lump, and with that lump, it's really hard to lay into a big carve on the face. It's really hard to actually just time a big turn, a power gouge on the rail. So lip, lip, lip. It's all about hitting the lip out here. It's all about being in the lip, and that's what we saw Kanoa do on his first wave. And even on his last wave, he just rode, you know, he was up into that lip area, and I think it's the safest place to be right now. You would think maybe doing a big carve on the face would be, but it's not. You catch your rail so easily. There's so many lumps and bumps in the face out here. There was a north wind this morning, then it came around, you know, it's coming around from the south now, but it's just so awkward in the water. There's just undulated surface everywhere. So off the bottom, straight into the lip as much as possible, and that's where you're going to get your scores and your confidence.
Yeah, Igarashi looking confident at the moment. 4.67 on that last ride. And, you know, the pressure's starting to build on Jackson Baker. Still well and truly in it. Needs a 6.85. Jackson just absolutely loving his time as a championship tour competitor. I think I haven't seen him without a huge smile on his face, Rich, especially in heats. He just loves being out there, and you know, I think even chasing scores, he won't get too flustered.
No. It's been interesting to watch. You know, we have the advantage of being a bit of a fly on the wall, and we watch all the competitors go about their daily routines, and Jacko certainly hasn't shied away from, you know, having good times and sitting down and having a beer with everyone and just really soaking in the atmosphere. It kind of feels like there's not really a contest going on for him. He's just here on a bit of a surf trip, but you know, he does obviously switch into comp mode when the jersey goes on. Kanoa, on the other hand, he's been a little bit more reserved. We haven't really seen him spending too much extra time around the restaurant. Maybe just I've seen him down on the point, just wanting to stay away from everyone, just having some time alone. But has been spending a heap of time in the lineup, working out his boards and I think working a bit with Tommy Whitaker as well on strategies and things like that. So paying off at this point.
Yeah, an unbelievable start here. So in heat number 2 of the elimination round, Kai Belly's playing catch-up. The South African Matty McGilvray, 7.34 is the requirement he's put on Kaio. Pretty decent one today, and Kaio's out there with priority, just begging for an opportunity. I guess what he's having to overcome, as well as a pretty hefty requirement, is the fact that he's fallen on a bunch of waves in this heat.
Yeah, that starts to play into the psyche a little bit when you haven't really completed a wave. And looking at his scores, you know, that 3.6 should probably be a 5 and the 4.5 should maybe be a 6. So, you know, if he hadn't fallen, and now he's put himself into a bit of a hole where he needs that 7.3 to advance. But if you haven't completed a wave, then that's almost a little mental battle in the back of your mind too. So hopefully he does clean it up with only 6 minutes to go. This one is starting to wind down, and pressure just on the clock is building as well. Looks like there's a bit of a swell line starting to approach.
Yeah, Kaya making a bit of a move there. Maybe looking for a better position to tap into that big first section. This one he's going to let it go though. So Kaya still after that 7.34 had an amazing start to the CT season with a couple of semi-final finishes, and in this one he's going to try and save himself. But here's the recap. He got started nicely.
Oh, he sure did, and just blowing the tail out on that final manoeuvre. Matty McGillivray, he's been very consistent, picking off some great waves and just showing us that carving backhand hook that he has, streaking down the line. I love this first turn here, how he really extends and carves through the turn, straight back on the heels again, up into the lip. And the final hit here, nice, gets the tail release. So showing the judges maybe something a little bit different technique-wise. I think that's why they perhaps got quite excited about it and dropped that 6.67.
Yeah, I think it was just the strength of that first combination. Big carve, big drawn-out bottom turn too into it. So came into that carve with a lot of speed and then did combo it up nicely. I think Matty would even reflect on those last couple of turns on that ride and say it didn't quite connect the way I would have liked, but at the moment it's enough, you know, and finishing that wave off reasonably well. It's got him in a great position here to get the jump on a guy that at the start of the season was on fire. Kaya, though, has had a bit of trouble through the last 3 CT events. He wants to get back up to the top, but, you know, already a really successful campaign for Kaya, sitting in 11th position at the moment. And this is a guy that got the call up when Gabriel Medina needed some time out through those first 5 events of the year. Didn't waste the opportunity. You know, it's been pretty impressive to see.
Yeah, he's been given a little golden ticket there, and well, you can use it or you can throw it away, and he used it very, very well, and been doing some of the best surfing, I think, of his career this year. You know, has always been one of those guys where you're like, oh, you know, is this it that we're going to see from Kaya? Does he have any more? But he seems to be working on the surfing, working on different maneuvers. Certainly the speed element, I feel like, has increased with Kaya in the last couple of seasons. Change of equipment, perhaps, I think. So, you know, he is right there, and I feel like he deserves to be on tour. He's well and truly good enough. But just moments like this where he's not converting and finishing these waves, that is something that he is going to need to tidy up.
He's a big heat surfer, and he typically does better surfing when he's surfing against event winners and title campaigners. These are the ones that he drops the ball in. I don't know if his motivation isn't there. He's just got to picture the face of John Florence on Matthew McGillivray here at the moment, because he's got a great head-to-head record against John, and find that fire. I think when people are underestimating Kaio, that's when he truly stands up and does something special. But here we go. Kanoe Igarashi, he is trying to get rid of a 4.67. This wave stretching out. He's going to get out of this one.
Yeah, well, Kanoe was way down the line then, possibly 75, 100 yards further down the point than the other three competitors. And that set just stretched way down the point and actually ran off a little bit too fast, unfortunately. But lucky for Jacko, because that could have been a really testing point there. And if Kanoe had dropped another really big score, it would have made things very difficult for Jacko. But he's still got a little bit of time here.
He's got plenty of time. 25 minutes remaining in heat number 3. But heat number 2 is winding down. 2 minutes to go, and Kaio Belli, is still looking for that 7.34, holding priority there on the outside at the moment. No, and you've got to be, careful not to compare scores in the two different heats, but the scale is set, and he needs something kind of similar to what Kanoe got done on the outside at the start of his clash with Jackson Baker. But sitting down the line there, that might be hard to find.
Yeah, he needs to find a special wave now, and he needs to be able to really open up on it and do his best surfing of the heat. And well, we have passed that higher tide, and we will see these faces start to steepen up a little bit. And I feel like traditionally G-Land likes a mid-tide is probably the optimum tide for this area. And that's when they start to hollow out a little bit more. We may see some barrels come into play this afternoon.
Thinking about Kaio and his weapons in situations like this, where you may need to call on that big individual turn if you're only on a medium-sized wave. Seen him on the forehand, take to the air a number of times, big alley-oops, has great rotations as well. But on the back end, haven't seen too many big backside airs from Kaio. So he might be really looking at a wall with the opportunity to let go of big combos and use his power to overcome Matthew McGillivray here as we get down to the 25-second mark. A couple of medium-sized sets rolling through at the moment. Not a whole lot of potential in that one, as it doesn't even really stand up on the reef. Will he get that shot that he's so desperately after? This would be, obviously a horrible result to be hanging on to heading into this back half of the season. Another 17th. He's already had a couple of them. And he's going to be awarded another, or you'd hardly call it an award. But yeah, he's going to be taking a 17th here from the Quiksilver Pro G-Land. Matthew McGillivray moves on to the round of 16. We'll take a quick break. When we return, Joe and Luke will step into the booth.
I just want to leave my mark on tour as, I guess it's just more so to inspire kids who weren't as talented when they're younger. I was in the same position as them, and if I can get there, they can.
What we're doing is working with the surf camps and the park, and that creates a model of comprehensive surf ecosystem conservation that can be exported throughout the rest of the world.
So here we are. This is the spot of the tree planting.
We got to take care of our environment. We got to take care of the world. So it's awesome to see big brands coming up like the WSL Corona.
The support that we've gotten from Quiksilver and ROXY to be able to launch new projects has been immense.
I think it's really important, especially for us as surfers.
Yeah, you want to win the titles and stuff, but I really look forward to the performances, having some good battles of guys and bouncing off each other. Then you're putting on a show for everybody. And then that leads to the event wins or the titles, whatever it be. Then that comes after that.
The Quiksilver Pro G-Land is brought to you by Quiksilver, official apparel partner of the Quiksilver Pro G-Land. By Corona, this is living. By Oakley, official eyewear of the World Surf League. And by Hydro Flask, Every adventure starts with 2 simple words. Let's go. Good morning, everyone. You're watching the Quiksilver Pro G-Land. The elimination round continues with 2 of the biggest guys on tour going head-to-head. Jordy Smith taking on Connor O'Leary. Regular foot versus a goofy foot. Smith trying to put himself back in the top 10 picture, and Connor's just screaming with excitement to go front side on this beautiful left we call G-Land. Joe Turpel, the last champ here back in '97, also a former runner-up in the world, Luke Egan. Morning, Luke. We've had a busy morning with overlapping format, but it does appear like the surf gets a touch better as we move along to the afternoon.
Yeah, good morning, Joe. The tide's just gone high at 10:30, and I think it's getting a little bit more consistent out there. We had to get things going, and you know, there's been some great rides this morning, and I think it was a good call to go the crossover heats. Yeah, really cool to see the different performance levels in this size of conditions for Connor O'Leary being on his forehand. He's going to be excited to really fit in a lot of maneuvers down the line. Meanwhile, Kyle Webeli is just coming in from the previous heat. He just went down to Matthew McGillivray. A tough loss for Kyle. He's been enjoying his time in Indonesia. He's had some of the best waves of his life in the last few weeks. But a big win as well for McGillivray, as he is still looking to move higher up in the rankings after surviving the cut in a heroic fashion at Margaret River. McGillivray into the next round of competition. That's a fantastic result for him, and yeah, I was impressed by some of the surfing that he did. So yeah, it's pretty tricky out there. The wind, it'd be nice to see the wind pick up a little bit as we get into the middle of the day. It's the usual conditions we get it in Grudgigan, but a little different this week, Joe. We haven't had those conditions in the lay days. So interesting when everyone tells you what to expect when you come here, and it's the dry season. We've had thunderstorms and a lot of rain as we continue on with action down the line. Kanoa Igarashi snap to start. He'll get hung up as he's down. Is he still leading in the priority heat over Jackson Baker? And now Connor O'Leary from Cronulla just attacking a couple of sections. Very quick on his feet through the last couple of free surfs on the lay days. We've been talking about how quick it's been through Money Trees, especially when it was a bit smaller a few days ago. Even though Connor's a pretty big guy, he's very quick in his transitions. He's really warmed up for conditions like we have today. Yeah, and we've got the best in the world here, and they can extract speed from anything, as we see Jackson Baker. Backhand float to start. Nice lively lip line attack to get down the line. Third maneuver over the top of the roof again. Swing in the backhand carve. Nice swing again into the pocket. Keeps that motion going, and he will kick out. Jackson Baker's second wave so far, and now back to the heat with Connor and Jordy as O'Leary goes down. So Jackson Baker in the priority heat with Kanoa Igarashi. Jackson's been hanging with Connor O'Leary each and every day in the free surfs and breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They're in the water, but in opposite heats. As we see Kaio still coming into the beach after that last loss. Pretty massive lineup we have out in front here with a lot of space. We're focusing on Money Trees. A lot of incredible free surfs have been happening up at Kong's, but there's always a wave to surf way around the corner. But the competitors kind of knew they had to stick to this section of the reef as they're preparing for game day. Yeah, it's the most consistent part of the reef here, and but just, you know, we need that offshore wind as we see the replay here of Jackson Baker taking off really deep, getting a nice float to get around the section. I've seen some brilliance in Jackson's surfing in this heat, but he just has to keep it, you know, the hammer down for the whole wave, and there's been a couple of areas that he's looked a little bit tentative, but that's a better wave from him, and hopefully gets him back in this heat. Nice float, comes around, has to kind of float again. It would have been nice to be able to get out of the lip there. All these maneuvers that he's been doing are just maneuvers to get to the next section. He didn't really get a nice steep part of this wave to put the hammer down, but it does keep him in the heat. Luke Egan, you're a very devoted member of the Merriweather Board Riders Club. Do you remember seeing Jackson for the first time start kind of showing signs that he'd have a great career as a pro surfer.
Yeah, definitely. Jackson is in the Merriweather the Surfboard Club, as I am, and yeah, he, as a little kid, he was in the contest from about 8 or 9 years of age, just off the rocks there at Merriweather, and you could see that natural ability to link turns together and you know, just enjoy his surfing, but really enjoyed competing from that time. So yeah, and it's been a birthplace of many professional surfers over the years, and I think it's from the competition at the Merriweather Surfboard Club that guys like Jackson and new generations are still making it through to the top end of the sport.
It's pretty cool when you hear stories of the surfers that grew up in that neighborhood. I remember when Ryan Callanan qualified, all of a sudden MR's knocking on his door and saying, hey, let's have a cup of tea and talk about, you know, where your life's going to go on tour after this. Luke, you make those calls as well. It's pretty special when you see the next generation get to go through what you went through on the Dream Tour.
Emma's been doing it for 30 odd more years. Like, I went to Hawaii in my first few years, and I was caddying for him in the Billabong Pro, and he was teaching me, you know, parts of Hawaii. So Emma's been the master teacher of all the Merriweather students, and I think that's got a lot to do also of the success of the guys that have been in the Merriweather Surfboard Club.
And it seems like those surfboard clubs, obviously that had so much great history in Australia, the whole world is trying to attach themselves to creating the same thing at their local breaks. You know, now in Southern California, they've got a great series and creating these clubs from Newport Beach to Dana Point, San Clemente, all up and down the coast to create that fabric of a community aspect, but also helping the young generation get all the skill sets they need to take on the world.
It's been a tradition in Australia for so long, and now the rest of the world's catching on. It's just a sense of community. It's a sense of teaching kids even discipline, to practice, to you know, do the healthy training and eating right to be able to win heats, and I think it's fantastic that in California it's happening, and everywhere around the world. I can't wait till there's an international teams challenge, and because those events are fantastic, because you get the social part, you get the guys that are not probably as serious about their competing, and you got the social part, then you got the competition part. So there's always people there cheering you on. It's such a fantastic atmosphere. I can't wait for the first World Teams, Surfboard Club Teams event. It's going to be huge.
And you still get to compete, right, Luke?
Yeah, you do. Yeah, I'm just fading out of being picked in the team. Now I surfed last year for the Merriweather Surfboard Club in one of the teams events, but I'm just trying to tell these kids, come on, take over. I'm done. I've been representing the club for about 40 years in those events, so I'm just I'm tired.
You deserve the break, Louis. Well, we've got 13 on the clock in this priority heat. Jackson Baker opened up with his 5.5, standing by for that second scoring ride as he's trying to take on Kanoa Igarashi, who's accomplished a lot in his short time on tour. You always reminded how young Kanoa still is. Multiple-time U.S. Open champ, winning his first CT event at Karamas over Jeremy Flores. That was a big breakthrough moment for himself. Usually that first event win happens, then you start thinking about a world title race. I feel like he's putting a lot of great energy to be a part of the WSL Final 5 this year.
It's just going with the extra effort and just pushing realizing how far he can push his boundaries. And, you know, it is really showing in his surfing. He's just decided this year, okay, if it's any time's a good time, is right now. And, yeah, I've been really enjoying the performances over the year so far.
With now 12 minutes to go in the priority heat, let's get an update on the tides out there with the WAS. Strider, what do you got for us?
What's up, my bro? Well, we're just talking about the tide. It is going down, right? We've hit it high already. So as the tide drains out here, I think that we'll start to see more waves, but we'll also see faster waves. So it's going to be harder for these guys to do that more vertical surfing. And that's going to be the hard part, is picking that wave when you have priority that's slow enough to go up and down that vertical surfing, instead of that kind of wave that we saw Baker on, where he was just searching for that down the line and trying to get that lateral surfing, you know, just to make the wave. Whereas we need that down and straight back up into the lip kind of surfing, and that's where we're going to get the big scores. Looks like we're going to see Kanoa do just that right now.
Thank you, Strider. Into action, Kanoa Igarashi, big backside belt in the pocket. He's got some speed, nails that section, backhand float, stays on his feet. Great read for Igarashi. Has a 4.67 to improve on. Last of Baker came in at a 4.33. So Kanoa still able to hang on to his lead out front with 11 minutes to go. Connor O'Leary running after this racetrack. Just like Strider mentioned, a lot of those are shutting down very quickly. As we're getting a lot of firsts at this event, obviously coming back after a big hiatus, but also running these overlapping heats for the first time here at G-Land. What options do Connor and Jordy have? We'll talk about that in a moment as we look at the last replay.
Really interesting. Everyone wanting a piece of this wave, but Kanoa on the outside having priority. Just catches an edge there, and it probably slowed him down to get into a nice vertical positioning, but pretty good float, and he'll come pretty close to bettering that 4.67. Still got a pretty good hold on Jackson Baker in this heat.
Could have a broken leash for Jordy Smith. You can see the board just drifting into the inside. Water Patrol on hand to pick up that surfboard for Jordy Smith. He's lucky that he's still in the non-priority part of his heat. And he'll jump on the Red Bull ski, grab that board, and hopefully it's still intact and in one piece with no dings, and he'll get back to action. He had a couple of boards that he brought out to the channel.
Just deciding what he wants to do here. Does it come off his ankle, or is it a fin cut? Sometimes you've got to be careful out here when you're paddling over the shallow reef rather than walking on it when it's super shallow. Your leash can get caught around the reef and create a little nick in the urethane. And once it pulls hard on a G-Land wave, it can pull through. So maybe that kind of scenario has happened for Jordy Smith, but he's getting back out there and back into his heat.
Jordy Smith was behind Kanoa, so he was in the non-priority heat. He tried to just sneak a couple turns in, kind of in the closeout section before Kanoa got the rest of the wave. And I was just thinking about what are their options in the non-priority side of the heat, Luke, to take advantage of some extra time in the water.
You've either got to go right up the point and try and surf some waves underneath the guys with priority, or you've got to sit way down to the speedies end, not quite speedies, but just off the end, and see if you can get some corners down there. For me, I think that's they're the two best options, and it makes it pretty difficult because at today's size, they're both just probably giving out the same amount of opportunity. So it is a big decision, and I think some of these heats are going to be won by who does get that one keeper in that non-priority heat.
We mentioned speedies a lot when we look back in the highlight reel of your win and all the big days out here at G-Land, but what's happening at speedies when it's this size?
When the tide's a little bit higher, it is surfable. It's very fast, but it does create a nice clean face, but doesn't last long enough to put the contest on. It only lasts about a half an hour each side of the high tide, and then it just gets extremely shallow, and it is extremely sharp. So, you know, there's no use us setting up down there because we need a full day of competition.
Let's now catch up with Strider again. Waz, any idea of what happened to Jordy Smith there?
Yeah, so Kanoa had priority over that wave. So Jordy was on the wave, flying down the line. He had so much speed all built up, but then had to pull through underneath the bowl before he interfered with Kanoa. So Kanoa dropped in, ripped the wave, but as he pulled through the back, Jordy, the thing just imploded on him, and it just ripped his leash off his ankle. It was just, I mean, the waves aren't massive, but they're big enough to rip your leash off.
Classic. Thanks, Strider, for the update.
Yeah, he's back in. He's got his leash on. He's ready. Paddling down towards us, actually, ready for the wide one.
Awesome. The big man's already back and ready for more action. Interesting. So that's good. His equipment's intact. He just took the cuff right off his ankle and had him go for a little bit of a swim. 1.83 for that one for Jordy Smith as he's back in position, still battling with Connor O'Leary. Those two had a heat earlier this year in Europe, over in Portugal, where Jordy kind of ran away with it, had a score into the 9s, and took the win convincingly, as Connor's been kind of stuck with those equal 9ths this year as his personal best result. That means he was losing in the round of 16.
Yeah, you got to make those quarters on, don't you, to make sure that you're safe in that mid-year cut. But when I saw the commentary schedule this morning, I was super stoked that I was going to be on the Conor O'Leary, Jordy Smith heat. Two bigger guys in the draw, and both pack a punch, and they're both so powerful. So it's the kind of surfing I like to see.
It's interesting, Luke. I'm sure there's times in your career you saw a clear advantage to have some size physically in the water, and I'm sure there are some moments you wanted to be a bit lighter just according to the conditions.
Yeah, definitely. You know, if like these two surfers, Conor O'Leary and Jordy Smith, as we see Conor on a nice looking face.
Big hack there for O'Leary. Nice fan on that snap and quick transitions for 3 beautiful moves. The best of their heat so far.
That was really nice surfing there by Conor O'Leary, finding some steep green open face in this non-priority moment for him, and that was the first turn. Just timing was perfect out of the lip.
Let's now catch up with Jeffreys Bay's favorite son on tour. Maddie McGillivray is with Laura Enever.
Maddie McGillivray, picking up where you left off in WA, you know, you're here in G-Land. What was the strategy going out there with those overlapping heats for you?
When the contest got called on, there wasn't much time to watch it, and also watching it from here is so far away from where you're actually surfing. So I actually got like the best look at it from the boat. When, like, before my heat, I was watching Philippe and Iago and trying to figure out where to sit, and it was kind of confusing. There's such a big playing field. So Kaya and I were watching it from the boat, and we were like, well, we saw a good set come up top. We were like, how far up can we actually go? And then we were like, oh, well, let's just go up together and start far up and then see what happens and work down from there. And then, yeah, it's just, there was no game plan really. Just try to catch waves, try to catch set waves and see what happened.
Well, you got it done. Talk about the last few days, you know, a lot of lay days. How do you get back into that contest headspace?
It's been really relaxing. It's been like a forced vacation, so it's actually been nice to switch off, and now getting back into contest mode. There's still a weird feeling about it because you can't see everyone watching. It's a very relaxed setup here, not many people watching from the beach, so it feels like you're on a surf trip. So it's a different dynamic, and it's kind of nice.
Oh, well, back into it, into the next round. Congratulations.
Thanks, Laura.
Thanks a lot, Laura. Maddie McGillivray's been kind of taking his own space, too. I mean, we're all hanging out at the same camps. Maddie's staying at Joyos. All the people here that work here have been incredible hosting us at this amazing part of G-Land. But I've noticed one thing for McGillivray. He'll kind of have his laptop on. He's catching up on emails. He's got his headphones in. You know, some people are playing pool, card games, and a lot of energy. And I've noticed that Maddie's kind of taking some personal space and enjoying his time in between heats, Louis.
Yeah, he has, and maybe that's the way to go. He's just through to the next round and with some good surfing, so congratulations.
And also, I think the dynamic can shift. Obviously, this time for the first time in the middle of a season, and so it always felt like his partner in crime was Morgan Siblick, who, as we know, fell off and went to the Challenger Series. So all of a sudden, your tour partners and your travel mates start changing a bit as the years go on, as we're all cheering on Morgan on the Challenger Series as well. He'll be back very soon.
Yeah, he will. He'll bounce back for sure. The mid-year cut does change the dynamics, but now you're here and you probably got to put the pedal to the metal a little more if you want to make that final 5 in September.
2:20 on the clock. Kanoa Igarashi still leading in the priority heat over Jackson Baker. As we see him tracking down the line, looks like he's got the energy for a punt. Big backside, full rotation. Lane back in the whitewater, doesn't want to give up on this one, and Kanoa will ride away. So a great effort for Igarashi to really force the completion there. Got a lot of spring off the top, unreal rotation towards the tower. And we'll see if he can ditch that 5:17 with 1:45 to go.
Yeah, I think he might have succeeded getting that second low score down, changed over. As we see him right up the point, gets a good little hit out of the lip, and then you see him step forward with his front foot, kind of knew he was going to go to the air and comes around and rotates. His board rotates right round, but the body doesn't quite follow for the completion. But the strength, the core strength to actually keep himself on his board and pull himself out of the foam, falls on his back. The foam lifts him up a little bit there, and he manages to ride out of it, and that's a completed nearly full rotation.
Kanoa Igarashi had the ability to pull himself back up from the whitewater, and it's always been an interesting topic in surfing, especially big airs, when you reward someone who lands it perfectly, but then also there's an element of rewarding kind of a heroic recovery as well. I think snowboarders and skaters chime in at times and say you've got to grease every landing. As we snap this one to start with Jordy Smith, and he'll step off. And I think the one argument surfing always has with those recoveries is that it's a moving landing. It's the one element in our sport that's different from snowboarding and skateboarding, where the landing's moving towards the beach. So sometimes you could kind of give credit to those recoveries because they feel like a miracle when you can pull it off.
They do, and that was a completed ride, and I'm sure the rest of the draw will be looking at this score very closely to make their mind up on what kind of maneuvers they're going to do at the end of this wave. We've been saying for a while that big airs on the end section are going to be very good for the scoreline.
6-point ride for Kanoa on the punt, and he's able to eliminate Jackson Baker here in the elimination round. More action to come here at the Quiksilver Pro G-Land right after this.
Competitive surfing has given me almost every best attribute I have. You gotta go out and have these crazy experiences, and for me it was competing on the highest level for 12 years.
She has come back reinvigorated and really sharp.
We're surfers, we never retire. You don't retire. Like, you're gonna surf till you're dead.
My favourite heat in '97 was with Rob Machado in the semi-finals. To this day, I don't think I've seen so many perfect waves in a heat. The waves were pumping. I remember Rob paddling up to me and goes, "Was that the best barrel of your life?" And I went, "Yeah, maybe." And then we both got one, paddled back out, and I looked at him and went, "Rob," he goes, "Yep. Was that the best barrel of your life?" He goes, "Yeah, maybe." And we just got barreled off our head, and it was 3 waves then, and he had 28.75 and I had 29.5 or something like that out of 3 waves. It's the biggest combined heat total ever of the sport. So special heat. We hugged after that heat, and Rob was like, "Win or lose, I'll never forget that moment with you, mate." And I was like, yeah, it was special.
Oh, it's so incredible looking back in surfing history. The Dream Tour realized back in the 90s with the Quiksilver Pro G-Land. It's so special. Luke, hearing you reflect on that special memory as we welcome Dimity Stoyle into the host set as well. Luke, trading barrels with Rob Machado, were there moments that you were forgetting that you had a contest jersey on?
Absolutely, and I've never paddled so fast in my life because I saw so many perfect empty barrels, and it's just paddling past them, and then you get there and you'd want to have a little rest, like, okay, just give me a moment, and then you just see these big 10-footers marching around again. It's like, all right, okay, let's do this again. Yeah, was a special heat for Rob and I, and yeah, I'll never forget it.
As we have a brand new heat getting started, Baron Mamiya versus Jadson Andre. Baron has now dropped to 7th in the world, still a stellar start to what has turned into a rookie season on tour. He was a wild card to kick off the year with that success at Pipe, got the call up to Sunset, won the contest. That was an emotional win for the young man from the North Shore of Oahu. But he's taken on a veteran like Jadson Andre. What's your insight on this heat, Divity?
Yeah, well, Barron's just so exciting. Every time he hits the water, you never know what he's going to do, and that's why he's here. That's why he's now on the Dream Tour and coming up against Jaddy. Jaddy's been on fire. Every free surf, I've seen him just take to the air, and here he goes.
During the break, Jadson throws down a big punt, something he's been doing all week in these kinds of conditions. So what'd you think, Luke?
That was amazing, and I love the way Jadson's specialty is getting it really inverted and coming around, and there was a really gnarly trough there, but manages to stay on. Yeah, Jadson's been doing these all week, so no surprise. And this was a replay of Connor's 6.8. Huge. I love that first turn. Gets another big carve and finishes it off with a lip glide. That first turn was incredible. One of the best ones I've seen all morning.
The big man can move down the line. On Connor's profile on WorldSurfLeague.com, he says he's 6'1", but I feel like he's a really big 6'1". He stands a bit taller than that. But that was a great version of just hi-fi surfing in a short space. 6'8" as Connor leads over Jordy Smith. The air for Jadson Andre, a 5.5. So interesting when you look at G-Land, you see all the tapes from the 90s. It's a different thing now where you can look at a single section, do one big air. That could get you through heats today, Divity.
Yeah, it can, but as you see with the scores that Connor's been getting, just so loose and tight in the pocket on his front side doing turns.
Jadson now looking like he wants to rip this thing apart. First carve solid. There's a vertical. Just a setup turn, and he'll hop out of there. So not wasting any time against Baron Mamiya. They've got about a decade between them age-wise. So you'd think back when Jadson won his first event against Kelly in 2010, Baron was probably still in 5th grade at Sunset Beach Elementary, you know, right across from Pipeline. He's probably trying to watch pieces of the webcast where he's seeing Jadson beat Kelly, and now he's in a heat with him at G-Land. It's amazing how quickly Baron was kind of picked to be a guy that would qualify for the tour. And I feel like it was right around when he was about 5th, 6th grade where everyone was saying, watch out for this kid. He's coming quick.
I really love his approach at Pipeline. He rode the shortest board possible and take the latest drops possible, and I think that's what shaped him into the surfer that he is now, is just sitting on the inside and just sitting deep and on a super short board is really got him to the level he is.
It's kind of one of the first things you think of, isn't it, Dimity, when you see Baron surf heavy water waves? First thing you go, how small is that board?
Yeah, I love it, and it's the future. Like you watch him, and he's just come from a generation where they've just grown up on such short boards. And watching John and seeing what he's done with Pipeline and the surfboards that he's riding, I'm sure he would have been a huge influence.
He stepped up to a 6'4" at Sunset, which is kind of big for what Baron normally rides, but he was working with Chris Gallagher, and Gally just said, hey, do you want to try a 6'4" today? Gally was willing for him to kind of, push back on it. Baron was like, let's do it, and he ended up riding it through a lot of those days when he typically would have been on something a little bit shorter. Jordy Smith now will race this section, backhand float, and he'll step off there. Jordy has won some events around the world, from Brazil, a couple at J-Bay. You think about how long it's been since Jordy's won now. He's obviously had some injuries, but you go back to Bell's in 2017. This is kind of the longest drought he's had in his career without holding up that #1 trophy, Luke. So I'm sure he's just got the fire burning for a big win.
Yeah, he has, and he looks good. Once he's on a nice open face, he looks really good. Just got to get the strategies right and see how he goes. And he needs to get a move on in this heat. Connor O'Leary, that 6'8", but I've been really enjoying Jordy surfing. Once he does get that wave, it's on.
Jordy Smith had to miss out on the Olympics last year because of his injury, and obviously missing out on the WSL Finals as well, as he's up now. Big power gouge on the backhand. Jordy whips it through the lip, hacks it again on a roll through this left. That's trimming down a bit in size, but still some energy to move for Jordy. Snap to slide will take him down. But that'll be his best score so far in the priority heat, with Connor O'Leary chasing down a 7-point ride. So much power and flow. Obviously always breaking down what he can do on a rhythm, on a right from his Bells victories, J-Bay victories. He was always stellar at snapper. A couple of runner-up finishes at that wave. I love that we get to see him on a running left, Dimity, and see what he can do.
I know, we haven't seen Geordie go left in a long time. It's just really cool to watch their style, and I'd love to see a bit more size in the ocean for him today. It's just, but he is getting his whip on. Look at that.
Great power hacks and changing it up with variety as well, Luke.
Yeah, and he's connecting all these turns directly into the next, and the judges love that. Unfortunately, he just tried to throw a little bit of tail on the end, but it's still going to be his best score. It's taken him about 5 attempts to get to this part of the, of a good score, but it's really surfing well. Once he does get that open face, look out.
Love how he composed himself through all the parts of the wave to start, falling on the finish. And now seeing the opener of Baron Mamiya in the non-priority heat with Jansen Andre here, Dimity.
Yeah, it's really nice. Look at the speed that he carries just from this top. And it's really cool to see, he's got so much flair on those backside hits, and that last one just going down. But you can see the comparison between Geordie and Connor and just the size of those guys trying to get super tight. Like, they're so athletic, and then Baron, he's a smaller guy, and it just looks a bit easier for him to get a lot tighter in those transitions.
And Baron's got such a calm and quiet demeanor, doesn't he, Luke?
Yeah, he does. He's been very quiet around the camp the last few days, but I just feel like he's trying to be a sponge and just learn as much as he can, probably getting on the World Championship Tour a little earlier than he suspected. So just asking questions and just trying to be a sponge and see if he can stay here for a while longer.
I was asking him at certain events about coaches, and sometimes he said, I might do this one on my own. He wants to really trust his instincts and learn how to do that as well. And I feel like that's a great place to be when he was safe for the midseason cut. And also, he just doesn't want to lose that first reaction that he has as a surfer. I thought that was such a smart game plan this year.
Yeah, it's so cool. And like Luke was saying, you can tell he's just eyes wide open here. He's just feeding off everyone and just trying to learn as much as he can. And that's what's great about him. I think that's why he's just doing so well, is he's just open-minded and taking it one step at a time.
Yeah, as he started off at Pipe, and I think this was the event that everyone thought he was going to win. Before Sunset Beach, we all know what happened with 3 seconds on the clock, and the GOAT pulled off another miracle and got the wave to take out Baron, where it looked like the local boy at Pipeline was going to upset the greatest of all time. He moved on with that and got the call up to say that he was in Sunset Beach, and he went all the way to the victory. And it's one of the coolest moments where he puts his head down, tears streaming down his face, and all of his best friends were screaming their heads off, from Noah Beshin to Kalani Rivero, Makana Pang, just waiting to chair him up the beach for the first time of his career. Let's now catch up with the winner of the last heat, Kanoa Garashi's, with Laura.
Kanoa, you would just say you got dropped off the ski, way up the point, didn't really have any markers on the beach to go off. You said you didn't really know where you were, but you got lucked into that 767 off the bat.
Yeah, I didn't even know how much longer till the heat started or anything. I guess I was pretty late for the heat, and the ski asked me if I wanted to get dropped off up top or on the bottom, and I was kind of just like, maybe up top, and he was like, maybe is not an answer, and I was like, yeah, just maybe up top. And yeah, he dropped me off, and I was kind of just in the middle of the ocean, and I was just completely lost, and I kind of just started paddling in, and then I looked back, and this wave was just pretty much on my head. And yeah, I turned around and when I didn't know if the heat started or not. And I finished the wave, and I asked Kai on the heat before if the heat had started, and he was like, oh, it's been on for 5 minutes. So I was like, okay, yeah, it's on.
And talk about, a lot of people have been saying this is like a surf trip here, but you've been looking fierce and focused. How do you keep that focus up, during all these lay days?
Yeah, I mean, it's just, yeah, we're in a contest. We've been pretty much, we had a good chance of running for the last 6 days or whatever it was. There wasn't one day where it looked like it was going to be off for sure. So yeah, I mean, it's just stay focused, and I'm here for one job only, and it's nice to be here with my Quiksilver family, and yeah, I'm just having a good time being back on the island and being able to take a breather after a long Australian leg. So yeah, it's nice to be here.
Amazing. Well, we'll see you into the next round later this afternoon.
Yeah.
Rest up.
Thanks a lot, Laura. Another great season for Kanoa Igarashi. Very focused. Came close to being the champion of that event at Sunset Beach earlier this season. Looked like he was incredibly dangerous once he got past Ethan Ewing. Probably Kanoa's best start and best performance overall in the Hawaiian leg of the tour. He pushed himself. He had a lot of big goals. And he's one of those guys that never just relaxes after a big result. He's straight back to work with one goal in mind, to be at the Rip Curl WSL Finals this September. Jordy Smith, nice open wall. Big snap and combos it up with a cool finishing move. His best wave was the 617 for a series of backside turns. Back to the non-priority heat. Big tail whip reverse attempt from Mamiya. He goes straight down. And now Connor O'Leary against Jordy Smith. Big carve on the first section. Snaps it off the lip. Looking powerful. Nice and tight in the pocket there. So Connor's going to improve on a 2.4. Jordy's bettering a 2.23. Their heat is getting excited with 8:22 on the clock, Luke.
Yeah, both these guys, I think their timing out of the lip has been ferocious. And I think Connor's just being able to hit the lip with extreme power and then use that power of hitting the lip and then get himself down and connected with the next section, which is so difficult out here. So you see Connor's strong bottom turn into the lip, beautiful carve, comes around, pushes out really hard, and that time just getting a little bit too much tail off. But you see Jordy Smith, both these guys so powerful. I'm loving this matchup and getting 2 turns. These guys realizing not to race the wave away too far and make sure they get a quality turn.
Now Jordy trying to keep up with the pace of this one. Big climbing float will take him down. Some of these waves are going so incredibly quick. If Jordy can't make it, I don't know who can. But just one major section for Jordy, always famous for being one of the best in the air. I think lately what's been taken over the talk for Jordy is his improvement in heavy water waves. I think in the early stages of his career, people had question marks on how he'd do at pipe or in Tahiti. I think like that conversation's long gone for all the hard work that he's been putting in. Let's get some more insight. What's happening here with Strider?
Well, basically, it looks like Jordy's leash came off again, unfortunately. So he's had a rough heat. He lost the board earlier. A bunch of failed attempts, not getting out in front of that wave, trying to find it. But I mean, he's still in this thing. So like the mental space for Jordy right now, you'd have to think about that. I mean, it's a question for Luke. You know, you're behind in the heat, but you're coming back and you're trying to find rhythm. You're trying to find a way. You lose your board, then you just lost it again. You know, how do you stay in the heat there, Luke, and just really bring the energy to get back out there on it?
Yeah, it's all going against him right now, but he is keeping himself within reach to Connor O'Leary, so it's never give up. You know, any opportunity that comes your way, and I like the way that Jordy has gotten a little bit busier in this last, say, 10 minutes of his heat, and that's just keeping him in touch with Connor. And we're still waiting for a few scores to come through, I think, of both those guys' rides, and it's going to come down to the wire, even though Jordy's been, you know, that leash is off again. There's something going on with the Velcro, or yeah, I'm sure he's applied it great the second time. So yeah, there's some chats to be had on that leash.
Yeah, it's interesting. You bring 2 boards out. You know, sometimes they rely on one leash to trade it out, or he might just be thinking it's going to take too much time to even get a backup leash if he did pack one over to the channel. Now he's just got to think, don't fall. Just trust his instincts, land everything he goes for. Down to 5:30 on the clock. It's an incredibly close battle with Connor and Jordy Smith. Last scores are drifting in for O'Leary. He's going to see some improvement. And this is pretty common, you know, the last week or so, even out in the free surfs, Dimity, you can just look and daydream, looking up to the top of the point and see just unridden lefts just draining all the way towards you.
Yeah, that view never gets old. It's such a nice view from that this drone footage that we have. And when you're out in the lineup, you're just constantly chasing the peak that's further out because it just looks so dreamy the whole way up.
Scores in for Connor O'Leary, 5.17. Jordy Smith, 5.13. O'Leary still out in front with priority, and Smith chasing a 5.84. Just in their second head-to-head battle in their careers. Rolling it in now with some room to move. Looks like Jadson Andre. Nice clean fan off that forehand snap. Tracking down the line, he's got the energy for a nice explosive hack, and he'll hop out. Jadson still in the lead over Baron Mabia in the non-priority heat. 32 years of age. He's had some significant moments against Kelly in his career. Obviously the win back in 2010, but more recently beating Kelly at Margaret River, and that was a must-win situation for Jadson to keep his spot on tour, Dim.
I love those situations. It's you know, we saw it with Jadson, saw it with Isabella. It's just when do or die, and you just watch them lift to another level, and yeah, really cool.
And you almost feel like Jadson just needs to recreate that pressure when he's not feeling it to turn in big success. As we go into the heat recap, Connor O'Leary versus Jordy Smith, two of the big guys on tour, going blow for blow, both counting 6s and 5s. Just Connor's a bit better as he's holding on the lead, Luke.
Yeah, Connor's first turn was my favourite turn of today, and as we see Jordy Smith just linking up some beautiful backhand manoeuvres and just getting the tail loose here and going down. But Connor O'Leary, I'm just liking the way he's linking his turns right now. He's keeping really crisp and being able to get down the line into the next section quite well to have impact in the next manoeuvre.
Connor O'Leary just said, I'm so excited I'm going left. That's all he's been talking about. Goofies tend to say the same thing, Louis, but you know, he says he was reflecting back on going left at Fiji when he was a rookie on tour, and he went all the way to the final. That was against Matt Wilkinson that year. Connor ended up finishing 13th in the world in that rookie debut, and a big reason for that was having a great left like Cloudbreak on tour, Dimity.
Yeah, Cloudbreak, but what's standing out in my mind was that win he had in France. It was just this beautiful left-hand rip bowl, and I think Connor was unbeatable in that left. He was just on. He was all over it, and he's so agile and flexible for such a big guy. And when he's on his forehand, you can really see how limber he is, the way he, you know, twists, and his forehand's really exciting.
That was such an emotional win for a lot of people, especially the ones in O'Leary's corner and support crew after, you know, we talked about the rookie year, 13th in the world, then kind of that second year syndrome falling off, and then back to the qualifying series. A lot of losses before getting to that victory in the Challenger Series. That final with Michel Perez last year was sensational and put himself back on to the championship tour. A very celebrated surfer. I feel like a lot of the old school legends are just willing Connor to big results for everything he's capable of on world-class waves.
Yeah, just his power surfing is you know, is as good as it gets, and even in these smaller conditions, you know, what makes a bigger guy a good surfer is the way he can unweight and get that weight out so he can generate forward speed. We're seeing in even these small conditions just some huge power turns still going down, and Sonny Garcia is one of the best in the world at that. He's just unweighting himself through the sections and then, you know, using that weight to get a good big carve done, and then unweighting again to get the speed to the next. And both these guys are doing that perfectly in these smaller conditions.
Now Jordy Smith is feeling the pressure. Doesn't have priority and needs a score of a 5.84. 50 seconds. Jordy's had 2 swims across the reef to chase down his board after the leash coming off. Will he get another chance? Pretty hard to separate yourself from Connor O'Leary at this stage, Dimity.
Oh, I know. It's, you know, he hasn't got priority. That's the hardest part right now, because a 5.84, he could do that with his eyes closed. We all know Jordy's capable of that.
And remember, once we've started this back half of the year after the cut, there's no throwaway results. Only reason Jordy's here is to go for that world title. He's won trestles in the past. He knows that stage is set for him to potentially accomplish it, but it looks like he might have to carry this result. We're into the countdown. And setting this one up, playing some defense in a very smart way was Connor O'Leary to shut this one down. A solid victory for O'Leary as he evens things up in their all-time record against each other in big heats on the championship tour. Connor moves on Jaddy and Barron still have plenty of time, and we'll welcome Kelly Slater and Sammy Pupo to the water after this.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack. Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God!
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
What we're doing is working with the surf camps and the park, and that creates a model of comprehensive surf ecosystem conservation that can be exported throughout the rest of the world.
So here we are. This is the spot of the tree planting.
We got to take care of our environment. We got to take care of the world. So it's awesome to see big brands coming up like the WSL Corona.
The support that we've gotten from Quiksilver and ROXY to be able to launch new projects has been immense.
I think it's really important, especially for us as surfers.
G-Land is a wild place where wild things happen. It happens to be the site of the wildest event ever held. The 1995 inaugural G-Land Quiksilver Pro was greeted with a week of perfect 6 to 8 foot surf and was won by the then current world champion, Kelly Slater. We replaced the mantra bums on beach with the world's best surfers in the world's best waves, and the Dream Tour was born.
This is just the perfect place. I hope other contests follow. I really don't even feel like surfing any other contest now. This is kind of the peak of it. I mean, gosh, I could retire right now. I'd be happy.
What a wonderful flashback to a 23-year-old Kelly Slater winning this event back in 1995, accomplishing a third world title back in that era, as he was incredibly dominant. Even in 96, he had 7 event wins. He did win that event at G-Land the following year. We went to Shane Beshin, then to Luke Egan, and Luke, you had a couple of surfs with Kelly in competition out here from the semifinal back in 95 when he went on to win, but then you got him back the year that you won in 97 in round 4. That had to feel really good to get him back at the same venue.
Yeah, it felt really good. Kelly's just incredible out here, and I think he changed in 95. He changed the way that we surfed it. He did go with shorter board, as we see up and riding. Jadson, whoa, beautiful out of the lip, just gets really loose and maintains and pulls that one off as well. Going for it on the inside there, Jadson, and I think he's had a leash in his feet as well, which makes it even harder. And behind him, Barron getting out of the lip. Barron struggled a little bit in this heat to find his rhythm and just trying to get a wave finished, I think, and getting it all linked up. That was a nicer turn out of the lip. Comes round, a nice spray for his opponent, and finishing off down the reef with a nice hit out of the lip. So both guys getting busy.
So down to 19 minutes in the priority heat. Non-priority heat just getting started. Kelly Slater versus Samuel Pupo in their first matchup on the championship tour. Kelly, 50 years of age, now number 13 in the world. He briefly held the yellow jersey after the win at Pipeline. So he's looking for a big result here to get back into the top 10. Second wave here for Sammy Pupo as he's putting some great backhand turns together. Nice speed from the rookie on tour, and he'll step off. His first wave, he just checked it out and kicked out immediately. So he'll take an early lead against Kelly with plenty of time on the clock.
Samuel Pupo looking electric on that smaller inside wave. Getting very good linkage between turns. Spicy out of the lip. And the strategy looks like stay on your feet and catch plenty of waves. I think that's really good strategy for the non-priority heat to get a good start and hopefully get a keeper while you don't have priority. And here's the replay. Spicy out of the lip, and he's running the traditional G-Land camouflage on his board. so well surfed, this little wave, and until then it was a perfectly surfed wave for a little mid-size insider.
There's so many stories, Luke, of how the air can kind of get sucked out of a room when you realize you have Kelly Slater to battle against. There's all these stories over time of don't go near him, don't shake his hand, don't look him in the eye. I think I remember you told me you used to hide from him. You'd always be like, where's Luke? You know, before the heat started. Are those stories true? And what's that feeling like when you have Kelly in the draw? We'll get there in a moment because we've got Baron Mamiya snapping it off the lip. Nice glassy section in front of him. Nice form through those backhand jams. And now looking for a turn vertically to close this one out down the reef. Mamiya's previous score, a 3.4. Still needs a 4.91 to catch up to Jansen.
Some better surfing there by Baron. Seems like he's got his eye in. Catching a couple of quick waves can always you know, fend you well, and I think Baron, that's exactly what's happened. He really linked those turns nicely together. And back to your question, Joe, absolutely true. Every single point about Kelly Slater looking for you, wanting to talk to you. I don't know whether it calms his nerves or not as we see the replay. Really like that first turn, slicing off the top, getting a good carve in the steep open face again and linking it right through to the inside. That's much better by Baron. And I really feel like he's going to get pretty close to the score requirement of 4.91.
Impressive as he's building. He's been listening to the scores coming through. He wanted to push a bit harder. So nice combination of turns, finished on his feet. Liked his pace at the early part of that wave where it was stayed a little bit full, and then timed it well when it went nice and vertical. Mamiya chasing a 4.91, 15:45 to go. The heat with Sammy and Kelly just getting started. And our own Strider Wasilewski, I know you got to Bali nice and early and got to have some great surfs with Kelly. How was his form in those free surf sessions leading up to the event?
He looked really inspired, just a brand new Kelly, just brand new boards. He had a bunch of really nice woo shapes that were incredible for the Slater surfboards, and he just had this look at the tail was just incredible. He looked really young, to tell you the truth, and been out here quite a bit. Even he's riding this little forefin with these clever side fins that are just really, really fast. Look at this one coming down the line at us. Jaddy baby, what's he got? Up into the bowl, big float, beautiful form, coming off the bottom, bango, right in through the lip. Another one lateral down the line, looking for the inside corner. Go Jaddy.
Go Waz. Good man. Thanks for the report. Good free surfs with Kelly. Then watching Jansen speeding down the line. Put that one together well. Now Baron needs an answer. Throwing the tail and everything he's got towards the judges' tower and ends up incomplete. Baron's been stuck in the 4 range as he's still behind Jansen. Remember, Jansen's keeping a 5.5 from a big frontside punt that he kind of tweaked out in the air. And on that last wave, Luke, he had a lot of great energy, going incredibly fast on that last combination.
Yeah, it seems like he's got his eye in. He seemed a little maybe nervous in the beginning of his challenge against Jadson Andre. And maybe that first aerial, Baron saw it, and it's put some nerves into his psychic. And yeah, but he's going pretty good now as we see Jadson getting a lot of speed down the line on this replay. Nice lip glide here, straight into another lip turn and a float, and trying his absolute best to get round for one more turn. I like Baron's looking a lot better on the open face. His timing's gotten a lot smoother and he's linking quite nicely. Probably shouldn't have tried to go as hard with not having much speed on that last turn. But he's staying busy and he's still in the heat.
There's a big difference from speed from Jadson's wave to Baron's wave as we saw those back-to-back. Andre looking to better his scoreline. He does, 4.9 for his last. Here comes Kelly. Backhand carve off the top, deep off the bottom. There's a nice vertical. And the 50-year-old just setting this one up on the inside part of the reef, heading towards Speedies. laying down a full roundhouse wrap for his completion on his opening ride against Sammy Pupo.
I like that wave, Joe. I feel like at this size out at G-Land, sometimes you can try and muscle it too hard, and you know, it's nearly got to be cooperation and just feel the wave a little bit and loosen up. And I think Kelly did that on his first wave there, and that was smart surfing to get him into the heat against Samuel Pupo. He just seemed really to link this wave super nice into the lip, gets it pretty vertical. His transitions are looking super smooth, coming around this section, vertical again, realizing the wave flattens out a little bit. See through here, he's just feeling it out, seeing where the steep part of the wave is to get his speed. And this is one of my favorite turns, a roundhouse cut back into a closeout re-entry and finishes off. That's a pretty good start there for Kelly Slater.
Love a good backhand roundhouse with a nice clean rebound. Baron Mamiya now snapping it in the pocket. This wall looks great right now. Hammers it off the lip. Quickly to a tail drift in a tight space. Nice to see him on a little bit of a bigger wall, attacking those sections, chasing down to 5.7.
Both these guys staying super busy, 6 waves apiece. That was the 7th wave for Baron. And every wave, every turn, he's looking sharper, so getting better in this heat. Not sure it's going to be the requirement, but he certainly is improving every wave.
Nice attack mode for Baron Mamiya, who also held the yellow jersey for a brief time this year, which was a huge statement as a man that was a wild card this year. And now a really stellar part of the rookie class, trying to put himself back into a WSL Final 5 position. There it is again, Luke.
Yeah, first mid-face bottom turn into a nice carve, links up some nice turns. Looking back at it, yeah, he's going to get close, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. But he definitely is starting to read this lineup much better and link some super nice carves.
Nice flowing form for Mamiya. As we'll stand by for those numbers, Kelly's opener comes in at a 4.17. So Kelly, 4.17 will put him into first place. Strider Wazalewski, what'd you notice about the start of the heat?
Well, we saw, you know, the officials were searching for him, but Kelly was already in the water way out the back, surfing up by Kongs, and actually caught one a little too close to the competition area. So head judge deeming first priority over to Sammy Pupo to start this heat out. So there was a little interesting, you know, history already in this heat, how it started, how it went down. And now Kelly's obviously, he's come way down the reef from where he started. He was way, way up top. He got that last wave pretty much up off of Kong, kind of the area where he got in trouble, so to speak. And now he's way down the end here waiting for something to swing wide. So he's all over the reef.
So interesting. Yeah, thank you, Strider. And I mean, if you're sitting that high up, you'd probably think like, man, why not just get a little warm up before my heat starts? But yeah, if you enter the area, the judges will let you know. And so he had to give up priority to start. He obviously recovered from that, which was a smart move. 4.17 to take the lead. Kelly often does that. He'll catch a lot of waves throughout the area. Sometimes when he gets knocked out of an event, he'll just surf down the beach. There's been events and beach breaks where the whole crowd will follow Kelly and watch a free surf go down for about an hour, and you're like, I think he still has his jersey on. He just can't help it sometimes. He's just got to get some good waves. Yeah,
has a good think about it in defeat, and it's probably pretty good just the way he gets over it and sits there for a while and thinks about it. But I was really impressed with his first wave. But in the other heat, Baron getting a 6.33 on that last wave and taking the lead over Jadson Andre. I thought it was going to be pretty close to that requirement, and the judges really liking that first turn.
Callum Robson taking on Jake Marshall. Two surfers, a part of the rookie class with Baron Mamiya and Sammy Pupo. Callum making the final back at Bells Beach. Runner up to Felipe Toledo has just exploded on the scene in pro surfing. Kind of that workhorse hero from Australia, from Evan said. All that's changed, and he's got bigger goals for the rest of the season.
Yeah, he's been surfing fantastic in 2022, and we'll see two natural footers in this heat and two guys fresh on the WCT tour to try and get out of this round.
Jake Marshall from Encinitas. He's been well prepared throughout this week, getting coached by his longtime friend, almost probably like an uncle for him, Chris Gallagher, and hanging around Nat Young and Kolohe Andino, playing cards each and every night, creating new challenges for themselves. Jake versus Callum, that's going to be fun to watch. Starting in 7 minutes and 30 seconds, but like you referenced, Baron Mumia did get the lead change. After a long wait, 6.33 now forces Jadson to need a 5.54. We know Jaddy can do it with one big section. Let's see how he goes for it here. Racetrack for Andre. Big open wall. Setting this one up still with a lot of drive, waiting for his first turn, deep off the bottom. Beautiful top turn. Andre digs in again, sweeps it onto the open face, belts it vertically. Nice clean wrap. Off the bottom, Andre attacks it off the roof. One more hack for Jadson, puts everything into it, but he goes down. Felipe Toledo can't watch. And he's gonna take a quick nap. Catch his breath. Jadson almost put together a complete Money Tree special. Just missed out on an explosive finish. Still feeling like it's gonna be enough for the lead change.
Had it completed, it absolutely would have been the lead change, but I'm with you, Joe. I really think that he could have got up into the 6 range with that wave, and I love Jadson in the beginning being patient. He didn't even lip glide to get to the section because he could see way down the Money Trees reef and see that there was some good opportunity to get some good turns done. Here I thought, oh, is it an air? No, it's not going to be an air. And then he races, and we're going to lip glide there? No, just going to take my time. And he gets down the end here. Beautiful carve out of the lip. Sets his rail one more time. Comes around, bang, huge turn. Carves around one more hit there. And then great floater. And this one here, if he had to finish that, guaranteed it would have been the score. I'm feeling he could have still made it. Here's a replay of the boys seeing him finish it off, and oh.
That's the frustration of the fall for Jadson Andre and how much they want him to win this heat. Behind him here, Sammy Pupo getting through the frothy section of the wave, going for a backside punt, and he goes down in the non-priority heat with Kelly. And now approaching the 5-minute mark, Jadson versus Barron. Barron finally got the lead change of a 6.33. Jadson missing the finish was very explosive. Could be getting the lead without that finish. Let's now hear from Connor O'Leary hanging out with Laura.
Yes, guys, down here with Connor O'Leary. Happy to make it through that heat. We don't often get to see you in, small high-performance waves. Obviously hoping to get big barrels here, but how did you take on that heat?
Yeah, it was... I guess the forecast just hasn't delivered for us, so we have to make do with what we got. And yeah, there's still a little, like you said, high performance still left, and can't complain as a goofy footer to go left. Yeah, hopefully there's a few more waves in the next one.
And talking about high performance lefts, you won your big QS Challenger Series event last year in France on a left rip bowl. Are you bringing that? Are you taking anything away from that into coming here?
Yes and no. I guess France was a bit different. It was kind of more like a left rip bowl, but I guess going left is pretty much the same. Same formula, and trying to do the same thing. Keep it simple, and yeah, just trying to give myself as much opportunity as I can, because I feel like that's when I do well, and that's when I can perform. So yeah.
Okay, you've been having the most fun around the camp. You're in 18th spot in the rankings. You obviously want to climb up, but how have you been enjoying your time here?
Yeah, I mean, we've all been having a great time. Everyone's getting a bit of jungle fever, but we've all been, hanging out with each other, and there's a lot of good energy, and we've all been entertaining ourselves, even though the waves haven't been A-class. So yeah, a few beers of an arvo, and some good company. Yeah, I mean, what more can you ask for?
Back to work now.
Back to work now. No beers yet.
All right, we'll see you into the next round.
Thank you, Laura. I think Connor has found a great balance. There has been a lot of downtime. You can lose your marbles a little bit in the jungle. And I think he's just keeping it fun, hanging out with Jackson Baker. Shane Campbell's over here throwing the support their way as well. And I think that happy energy can go a long way. Connor just beat Jordy for the first time in his career, and I feel like that's the secret to success. Having the hard work, putting the head down when you need to, and also knowing when you can kick back.
Sometimes the contest can be won and lost in the break, and you just got to do what feels right for you. We see some guys that stay away from everybody and stay, on their own and do their own thing. We see some guys run around having some good fun together, and whatever makes you feel like you're going to get through that period of off days, the best for you to start competing again is the way to do it.
Smart approach for O'Leary. Moving on into the next round, which will be the round of 16. That'll be reseeded once we get there. Then it follows the draw from the quarterfinals onward until we crown our champion this year in 2022. Jadson Andre did get the lead without the finish, 6.77. Barron down to second, needs a 5.95. So quite a battle in this heat. Jadson had the lead to start. Barron finally got a taste of first place. And then an absolute racetrack. Andre put himself right back into the lead, 90 seconds to go.
Yeah, that was an incredible wave for Jadson. Even though falling on the end, gets the score requirement. Barron's just every turn gotten better through this heat. He was a little shaky on his first couple of waves, but he's just improved out of sight. So he is capable of the 5.95. Let's just hope an opportunity arises with him. He's got priority, so there's a chance.
Down to the final minute. Barron Mamia's had some tough losses after holding the yellow jersey after his win at Sunset Beach. Still maintaining a nice solid position inside the top 10. This is definitely a wave that everyone expected him to show up on finals day, especially if it has a bit more size on it tomorrow. Saturday's supposed to have a few bigger sets in this swell forecast. And now down to 35 seconds. Mamiya thankfully has priority. We saw how clutch he can be. He had about 3 seconds on the clock against Kaio before he made the final at Sunset. Took a wave, took it all the way to Val's and got the score he needed, so you could see how clutch he was in tough situations.
Yeah, ready to go right down to the wire. Sitting there with a priority. Jadson deciding to change his positioning. He's not going to sit and pressure him into anything. Maybe here in G-Land you can see what's coming a long way away, so maybe these guys already know as we hear the hooter fire off.
Jadson Andre eliminates Barron Mamiya in the elimination round. Callie and Sammy still have some time. Callum Robson will kick things off with Jake Marshall, and we'll bring in Ronnie Blakey and Richie Lovett for the call.
My parents are Japanese, so I speak Japanese at home. You know, that kind of spirit that my parents had, and knowing what they've sacrificed for me, for them to move from Japan to California, that's what creates me in the person who I am today.
Competitive surfing has given me almost every best attribute I have. You gotta go out and have these crazy experiences, and for me it was competing on the highest level for 12 years.
She has come back reinvigorated and really sharp.
We're surfers, we never retire. You don't retire. Like, you're gonna surf till you're dead.
I went on a trip with my dad to Sumatra when I was probably like 14 or 15, and as soon as I come back from that, I pretty much didn't want to play footy anymore, and all I wanted to do was surf. So what are they riding lately? It's my own model.
The 1997 Quiksilver Pro roared to life like the tiger that supposedly lives in the jungle behind the event. 8 to 10 foot speedies brought out some of the best tube riding surfing you'd ever seen. Nobody actually saw that tiger, and almost nobody saw this contest. At least not until the movie I had the honour of directing was released on VHS months later. There were 14 10-point rides that day. Luke Egan took the victory riding a board shaped by his father Sam.
Magic moments there, Luke Egan. Great to have him part of the commentary team. Won the event back in '97. So many 10-point rides. Unlikely we'll see barrels like that today, but we will see some big clashes. Another one hitting the lineup just now. Callum Robson, the Australian rookie, who's well positioned on the ratings at this stage, going up against Jake Marshall. Another rookie here who did well to get himself above that cut line. Ronnie Blakey with Richie Lovett, who had a, well, great heat score total here back in '96. Rich, what was it? 27 point something? 28?
28.75, mate.
Oh, yeah. I knew I could lean into you for the stats. But what a memorable heat that was.
Oh, yeah, well, arguably the best of my whole career. It was a dream, and was lucky to pick off 3 absolute bangers down there at perfect speedies. So, yeah, very memorable. Kelly
Slater was there. He's out in the lineup, and he is in need of a number at the moment. Not a big one, though. Just a 1.16 to get himself up into the lead, but he did win the first Quiksilver Pro G-Land. And Rich, what a performance it was. And Kelly, at this location, always had great moments.
Yeah, and I mentioned it earlier this morning. You know, Kelly really, you know, he changed the way, especially on the backhand, waves were ridden here, and just his equipment playing a key role in it, but obviously also just the sheer talent that that Kelly brought to these style of waves. But, you know, that backhand approach where he was hooking up under the lip and then straight down, and the stalling into the barrel on the backhand, really leaning into the wave and kind of pioneering a new way to pig dog, basically sliding, you know, half his body onto the wave face to slow himself down, and was on much short equipment than everyone else, and as a result he was just able to put himself into sort of unique, more critical positions on the wave, and that was the difference, you know. And obviously, you know, deserving winner, and just amazing to see him here all these years later, you know, with the jersey still on. It's inspirational stuff.
It sure is. He got the jump on Jeff Booth in the final back in '95, and Dave Proden actually spoke with Jeff Booth on the lineup just recently, a conversation that you can catch if you go looking for it on any platform where you get your podcasts, or you can go to worldsurfleague.com. But action on the outside at the moment, just a quick wave there. We've got plenty of time for both sets of surfers out there in heat number 6. 18 minutes for Slater and Samuel Pupo, the impressive young rookie who's had some big performances this year. Got himself a quarterfinal finish in his first run at a Billabong Pro pipeline, and yeah, he just impressed me so much. He just seemed to, you know, be riding probably some of the heaviest waves that he'd ever surfed in competition, and finding the exit on a bunch of them. Yeah, you know, I've been watching the progress of Sammy Pupo over the years, but in particular just the season where he qualified. His performance at Haleiwa for me was a real highlight, and then since then I've been super impressed just how kind of fast and light-footed he is, but he also has that element of power that he's bringing to the table. I thought at Bells he surfed really, really well, but you know, he's been one of these surfers where you kind of expect them to maybe take a season or two to really settle in and get to know the waves, but he seems to be figuring it out really, really quickly. And, you know, on his backhand, super strong. He's got that fast sort of whipping style, and certainly got an above-the-lip game as well. But it's been a bit of a scrappy heat the first half. Not much going on, just a couple of little, you know, minor scores here. So this heat not really underway yet, in my mind. Yeah, Sammy enjoying travelling with his brother Miguel, and the only surfing siblings on the championship tour at the moment. And there has been some greats over the years. Whenever I'm at a left-hander, you know, that has the potential to barrel, I always start thinking about another famous sibling combo. I know the one you're going with. I think it's the Hobgoods is probably the one at the forefront of your mind, and certainly they were the, you know, some of the best barrel riders in the world. Here we go. Oh, this is Callum Robson, and by his standards, a really poor start to the event in the opening round, so looking to make up for it here. Reasonable ride there to kick things off, doesn't get the finish, and that'll give Jake Marshall priority, remembering that Samuel Pupo and Kelly Slater have right away out there coming into the second stage, the second half of this overlapping heat. Yeah, it's an interesting matchup, Callum versus Jake.
you know, Callum has just really cemented himself as a bit of a power surfer, really utilising the wave face and the rail of the surfboard. And on the backhand, we haven't seen a whole lot from him. And well, to be, you know, quite honest, I've been spending a lot of time just watching the free surfs and you know, not to take anything away from Cal, I just feel like he hasn't completely clicked with G-Land yet. It's been small, it's been tricky and hard to figure out. And, you know, there are those surfers where you're just looking at them in the free surfs and they're totally switched on. They know it, they're reading the wave so well. And a lot of the time it's been the forehand surfers, but, you know, I feel like Cal's got those manoeuvres on his backhand. He can really lean into that power as we watch the replay here. So you can see driving hard off the bottom. Snaps off the top and again driving right around, staying right in the pocket. You know, I just love that on the backhand, that figure eight motion that you can do just so well when you're riding backhand. And you can get that deeper bottom turn. You can almost sort of send it beyond vertical at points.
Well, gearing up for the first heat of the round of 16, which is just around the corner. John Florence will be taking on Jadson Andre, who's just progressed through the elimination round with a win over Baron Mamiya. And looking forward to seeing John again. He was one of the standout performers on the opening day of competition, despite the fact he did strain that MCL, his front leg. So, yeah, he did really well under duress, and we'll see if he's healed up a little more and that flare-up has kind of settled down.
Yeah, well, I'm sure the break would have been welcomed by John, just allowing himself time to heal up. I haven't seen him in the water at all, actually, so I'm sure he's just taking every moment he can. We've got excellent doctors on here. I know Chris Pross has been working closely with him to get him back into full strength, or at least into a position where he can compete. But does look like he had all the equipment with him, had the knee brace, so he'll be wearing that again.
Well, let's get caught up with the, well, the man with probably the biggest smile on the CT. Jadson Andres with Laura Anova.
Yes, he does have the biggest smile on the CT, Jadson, especially after that heat. You found one of the most beautiful waves of the morning. Unfortunately, fell in that last turn, but whereabouts on the reef did you find it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I knew like somehow Baron found that 6.3. I mean, where no one was surfing, kind of like, I was like, oh no, please come on, just give me just another opportunity, you know. And it's I mean, we never know what's gonna happen, so I'm so thankful that I had priority, and the wave pretty much just came pretty much the wave of the morning. Unfortunately, I never made the last turn. My leg was shaking so much. I mean, I was tired, but that was enough to make my heat, and yeah, can't wait for the next one.
And coming up in the next heat, you'll be against John. I know you just said you're not giving away where you got that wave from on the lineup, so you're going to not give away any secrets.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I just like right after my heat, this heat came like, hey, hurry up, you're going to surf first heat. I knew I was going to surf against against one of the biggest name, and now I have John. I mean, I have so much respect for John, but heat is the heat, and I'm going to try my best to beat him.
Well, you've got the rhythm. Good luck, Jadson. We'll see you into the next round. We'll let you get ready.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, Jadson Andre, he's loving his time in G-Land. Got one of the waves of the big session before the competition kicked off, and that was a big win over Baron, who's been on fire, obviously, as a call-up. And let's see what unfolds here. Slater up at the moment, up against Samuel Pupo. These guys haven't had a whole lot of waves, but Kelly connecting with a pretty decent wall here. Very busy on this one, trying to really fit those moves in, but maybe opting for priority. The race back to the takeoff zone begins.
Yeah, smart move there from the experienced Kelly Slater, pulling off quickly to get priority.
Jake Marshall up now. He's up against Callum Robson. And a couple of nice turns here from Jake. He's had some pretty solid sessions too in the lead up to this clash. Been putting together some good turns, but this wave kind of splitting and tapering off. Not a whole lot of action and no room for a big finish there on the end of that one.
No. And as you said, you know, whenever the wave tapers off like that and you just sort of cut backing until it fades out, the judges maybe just left a little lackluster.
A surfer from Evans Head up again. Callum Robson with a couple of nice flares, and now looking like he's starting to settle into a good rhythm with this wave. And throws the fins. Tried to throw something a little more unpredictable on that final move. Unsuccessful, though.
Yeah, you can see these guys pushing hard, can't you? They really want to make it count. This little turtle just ducking under the whitewash there. And, well, Sammy Pupo, another one, unfortunately just come unstuck on that air reverse. Maybe feeling like he's in a position where he's got to do a bit more than perhaps what he needs to. He just needs to maybe just settle into the heat and just get the finish of the waves here. You can see just surfing so nice and fast, streaking down the line. I like that turn there. A lot of energy, lots of speed. He nearly got to the completion of this one, just didn't quite get the board underneath him. And then Kelly behind him just rattling off a nice series of turns. And that'll possibly be Kelly's best wave. As we watch the replay here of the 50-year-old driving down the line, up and over. Little floaty section, a little bit more vertical, slightly stuck there. That was a better wrap. And then just here, just opting to get out, get in front of Sammy. And then this was Jake Marshall. Quick snap to start things off. Drives around for such a tall guy. He gets nice and low on the bottom turn. And you can see that nice whipping style that he has. And then Callum Robson, watch this power hack right here. Drives hard, boom, just that's the ammo that Cal has, is that big power hook. And just the water displacement, it's undeniable, and it gets the judges really excited. And unfortunately, just, again, maybe feeling like he needed to do too much. Just get to the finish on these ones.
Sammy Pupo trying to whip the reverse on the end section there, unsuccessful. Yeah, Callum coming into this one in the last event he surfed in, he was so strong. He won the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro and did it in fine form, just, you know, right through the event. Just dropped big numbers, but let's see what Sammy got done on this last ride.
Okay, streaking down the line here, lots of speed. Gets a projection floater down the line. Little backhand tap. Little adjustment for the final turn. Goes for the reverse 360, and unfortunately couldn't stick it, but just would have liked to have seen maybe another option. Just a nice vertical hit just to finish off, get into the rhythm. Time's running out, down to 8 minutes to go, and no one's really taken charge of this heat.
Seems out here, Rich, especially during the free surfing sessions, I've seen it a bunch. You know, surfers that you've got to move fast. Obviously, the wave's going quick, but it's the surfers that find those little moments in between and kind of look to slow the wave down, even though they're moving so fast. They look the best out here. On that last one, just he was looking a little bit jittery, a little bit erratic, Sammy. Just never really seemed to sort of drop to the bottom of that wave and really size up his options properly.
Yeah, there's definitely a feeling of urgency in his surfing, and that's sort of dangerous place to be there.
What about this heat?
Yeah, this is
Matt Young and Kalohe and Dino. These guys still had baby teeth when they first started competing against one another. So this is going to be huge. So much history between these two, but not a whole lot at the championship tour level, just 2 heats prior to this one, and Kalohe's got the jump on Nat a couple of times, but it's going to be a lot of fun. They are really good friends, and I know they won't back down. They'll be giving each other heaps in this one.
Yeah, and, you know, Kalohe's, you can just tell there, he was even just getting in the zone, sitting on the back of the truck. He knows the importance of this event. He needs to really start banking some big results and sort of cementing his spot on the tour here as a full-on contender for titles.
Yeah, what's it like as a competitor when you do get to an event window where there's been so much downtime and, you know, even your surf sessions have, you know, been kind of whittled down to maybe 1 a day just based on the quality of the conditions. How hard is it to snap back into that just mongrel zone you need to find to win these close heats?
Oh, look, to be honest, it's not that hard because they're so accustomed to it. But watching these guys around the area has been super entertaining because if they're not having surfs together, you know, they're playing cards and there's lots going on in the background. They're super competitive, and you know, Nat's been out there a lot, and I think Kalohe's been intentionally sort of timing his surf so that they're not out there together. And here's some vision here of John just strapping up.
Yeah, getting himself set. Well, that's going to feel really secure with the tape and also the brace on. And he will be taking on Jadson Andre, who had a great performance in that last heat. So John's going to have to, you know, again, step things up. In the first round, there was some barrels on offer. I think that really worked in his favour. He still did brilliant turns as well, but you know, this is going to be a big test for that knee.
This is, it is indeed, and you know, it possibly falls into the favour of Jadson. He's literally just been out there. So he's in tune with the conditions already, and you know, he's probably thinking, all right, give me another crack at this. I've actually got a few little things I need to clean up on. He knew he fell on that final wave, so he would be well in tune with conditions. He'd have his lineups already sorted out here.
Let's talk a little bit about Slater and Pupo. Kelly going way up the reef here. But Kelly, is his edge, his advantage, is it extinguished somewhat by the conditions?
Oh, no doubt about it. You know, we know that Kelly really comes into favour when it's those big barrelling conditions. You know, he sort of goes from being a partial favourite to being, you know, one of the key favourites as we see him up and riding now.
Yeah, looking really smooth. He had great flow in the opening round, but this one, that wave just cupped out on him. It was a difficult float to land. He's going to go down here.
And, you know, back to the point, I don't even think, you know, I think Kelly would even be forthcoming with sort of saying, you know, these guys in these style of conditions, the younger guys maybe have got a little bit more flair and you know, their air games are probably a little bit more polished at this point in their careers. So Kelly's looking for a particular wave where he can get that nice, smooth, stylish rhythm going. Those clean snaps, face turns that he loves to do. Well, I kind of feel like he's got Sammy Pupo rattled to a certain extent in this one. And, you know, it's not like there hasn't been the opportunities for Sammy. He's just sort of pushed a bit too hard. Watch the replay here of Kelly. Comes around this section, up high, gets the board vertical, driving back into the pocket here. Let's see what happened just a little bit late, and that wave just exploding underneath him, upsetting the rhythm.
Yeah, Kelly moving back down into the true money tree section of the wave here. 3 minutes remaining, and maybe it's a tactical move just to get back in the face of Sammy Pupo, who hasn't done better than a 3.5. And Kelly's got the edge now with a pair of fours. So it is a real card game unfolding between these two at the moment. And, you know, I think you're right. I think maybe Samuel Pupo went out there and maybe just the opportunity, the occasion. First heat against Kelly Slater has kind of got the better of him here. But you've been in that situation, Rich, head-to-head heats with Kelly.
Yep.
It must be difficult to forget the fact that you're up against the greatest of all time sometimes and just go after your numbers.
It's really hard, and I can tell you for a fact that in the height of his domination too is when I came up against him several times, and I actually never got a win over him. He was just that dominant. You know, I came close a couple of times, but I was already rattled before I'd put the jersey on, and I had to kind of try and just block that out and get rid of that sort of that challenge, that mental challenge, and try and settle into the performance that I knew I could do, and the surfing that I knew I could do, and I just couldn't get there. And you know, he just, being the competitor that he was, he just saw that as an opening, and he just gorged out on it.
4.84 is what Samuel Pupo needs here. Only 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. If he gets the wave, it's a very achievable number, and being in this situation might actually work in his favour because he's waited some time for an opportunity. I think Kelly's aware of it. He's trying to find some space now, looking to better one of those 4.17s. But likely he'll definitely be hanging on to one of them now as we approach the end of that heat. Heat 6, heat number 7, Callum Robson's got a 4.37, 4.33. Jake Marshall, a 5-point ride. So not a lot in it between those two either.
Looks like there's a little line approaching here, and Kelly's obviously just thinking, if I can even get a 5 or a 6 on the board under priority of Sammy, I'm going to put some serious pressure on that final wave. Looks like we do have a paddle.
And it is going to be Callum Robson taking this one. Had some nice little swoops on his previous ride, but wants to get that more vertical approach. There's a good hit, moves a lot of water off the rail. You mentioned that we've seen plenty of his forehand in his rookie season, not a whole lot of the backhand.
Wondering where Sammy Pupo was, because that perhaps is that score. If you were to switch the heats there, the 4.84 would be right on it, pretty close. It looks like Sammy's going to get an opportunity here.
Well, this will be it. There is only 15 seconds to go now as Pupo loads up and goes looking for something off the top, just in transition at the moment. Still needs a couple of big turns down the line here. After a 4.84, big turn there, drives up into the section a couple of times, and he gets the finish. The fists go up, and the restaurant here at Joyo's is lighting up, and he feels like that is going to be enough. I mean, he left it to the end to really start throwing down those bigger turns, but he also didn't get ahead of himself as he has on some of his other rides. He had looked a little frantic to get those big major turns in early, and on that time he just showed great restraint and kept the flow alive.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. Restraint was the word that he used there, but you know, he did need to square up towards the back end of this wave, and you can see here streaking down the line, he's looking 3 or 4 turns ahead, knowing that he has to get the work done. Just a quick down the line snap and a second, gets the float here. Now he needs to square up. Bang, great turn there, nice and fast. And then he gets another one here, and then needed this finish here. If he didn't get to that final turn, there was no chance of getting that 4.84. It is still going to be close, but I feel like my gut instinct is telling me he's just done enough to turn the heat.
And there it is, a 5.4. And Samuel Pupo just regains composure in the dying stages of that heat and gets the jump on the 11-time world champion in their first head-to-head heat.
Well, sometimes it doesn't matter how you get it done, you just got to get it done. And, you know, I think you'd agree that was a pretty scrappy heat. None of the surfers really got a major opportunity to open up, but Sammy just coming good at the end, cleaned it up, and got over the multiple world champ, 11 times world champ Kelly Slater.
Well, Samuel Pupo, end of the round of 16. We've got another big heat coming your way in just a moment. Kaloe Andino and Nat Young will be in the lineup next.
I like to just keep my routines pretty simple. I like to get up early. We made a bit of a saying called win the morning, win the day. It's like if you get up early and you really capitalise on that part of the morning, you win the rest of the day. Everything's a bonus from that point onwards.
Hi, I'm Jake Marshall from Encinitas, California. I'd say for me, being on the tour is definitely like a pretty big achievement for myself. You have your competitive side, but then there's the just fun side of surfing as well, where you're like, have fun, try some different stuff out.
Growing up in St. Clemente was like, there's just so many ripping groms.
Hi, I'm Chloe Andino. I'm from San Clemente. I'm a surfer and I'm 10 years old.
I was really competitive and loved like competing and just loved surfing, and just they collided. My dad was a professional surfer. Yeah, that's how I made a living. My dad just put his whole life into like making me become the best man and surfer I could be.
Who are you gonna text?
My dad. You get so competitive, you get wrapped up in the losses and the highs and the lows of it, but I feel like I have a little bit more perspective now, and I just try to enjoy it all and learn from it. I know it's not going to be forever, and I just want to enjoy it. The big change is that I'm a father now. Just puts so much into perspective for life. No event or anything is as important as that. You're not going to have your trophies forever. They become trash at one point. I just want to look back and go, okay, I did everything I could to be the best that I could be, and that's just simple as that.
Chloe Andino out there in the lineup now, up against Nat Young. A fantastic heat. Look at the rating for these two competitors sitting in the same spot. good mates trying to overcome one another to get into the round of 16. So they'll be out there and they'll be giving way to Callum Robson and Jake Marshall, who in this overlapping format have assumed priority out there, ultimate priority. And Callum Robson has the lead at the moment, a 5 and a 4.37 to his name. Jake Marshall hanging on to a 5-point ride of his own, so not a whole lot in it. Ronnie Blakey here with Richie Lovett, and Richie, during the break, Jake tapped into this one.
Well, have a look at this wave, a beautiful looking wall ahead of Jake, and just taking his time, getting that final hit. He's stoked with that one. And this was Kolohe. Got things started off pretty quick, streaking down the line, a little bit caught behind. Rejection floater and another little floater hit. Gets to that final maneuver. Fast whipping reverse to finish off, and not a bad way to start the heat against Nat Young. Great friends. I loved the vision of the backstory there. I remember watching Kolohe surf, training at lowers multiple times, and you'd see brother down there just on the inside section, tiny little kid, and he was just always out there, and you knew he was destined to become a professional surfer, and that's sort of been the destiny of his life, and he's living it here now. But Ronnie, I think, you know, even he would sort of look back and go, by now I probably should have, you know, he may be expecting to have a couple of titles, big WCT victories under his belt, which just haven't come quite at, you know, at this stage in his career. And I feel like the fire's still in him, and he still wants it.
Yeah, I think, you know, I think a victory will reignite that real belief that he can get to that world title dream. But you know, he's had some obstacles. More recently, had to cut out of the event over there in Western Australia. He was unwell, and he seemed to be kind of on a bit of a roll. So it was a real momentum killer for his campaign this year. But he's still here and still has a big shot. He's had some solid finishes when we've been on left-hand point breaks before. I think he's got a great backhand, Kolohe, and we'll see if he can light it up. He's going to need to, because Nat Young has looked brilliant during the free surfing sessions.
Yeah, I walked out on the reef with Nat yesterday afternoon, actually, when we're just trying to steal a couple of waves before the sun went down, and Nat feeling very relaxed, very confident, looking good on his forehand, very strong, and he's been riding those Almerics for a lot of years now, looking very comfortable indeed.
Good to see Nat back on the tour, but these guys are both the most final surfers on the CT currently that haven't had a win. Nat Young's made 3 finals in the past, hasn't broken through for a victory. Kolohe, 5 finals, no win just yet. Maybe it'll happen here at stop number 6 for them.
Well, you never know. And he's got to get through this one first, and it is Kolohe who has established, well, it's a lead, slim lead with a 3.5 and a 3. And I think as you're paddling out as a competitor, you're thinking, well, those scores aren't even going to be in the final tally. And on a tricky day like today, where waves are a little bit sparse, excuse me, and not many big sets coming through. Tide is dropping, so we will see them hollow out down the line a little bit. And I actually expect to see Kolohe go to the air in this one.
Yeah, yesterday afternoon conditions really started to clean up and improve, and felt like there was a bit more energy out there, even on the lower tide. So we'll see. 28 years of age, and Dino had some big free surfing moments over the years. He's surfing in Reckless Isolation, a film that he helped produce and direct. Was unbelievable. It kind of felt like that might have been a real turning point, just getting away from competition and focusing on chasing down some clips for some big performances on the CT. And even though he's here in this back half of the year, hasn't really kind of broken through for the big result yet this season. Not by his standards anyway. He's been relatively consistent, but more often than not, leaving with 9th place finishes from the CT stops in the first 5 comps. As we see Nat up, bit of foam on the face. Doesn't get the landing on that float.
Always tricky when there's that foam on the face. It just interrupts the line. It's not a clear passage of water under the board. The fins don't engage properly. The rail can sometimes skip out a little bit. And unfortunately, Nat just looked like he got caught on his heel side rail, actually. You know, you could see he was nice and relaxed. But this definitely works in the favour of Kolohe, who now has priority in this heat. And, of course, we do have the other heat of Jake Marshall and Callum underway as well.
Yeah, 13.5 minutes to go here, and as you can see, quite a bit of water over the reef there on the inside at the moment as we check out the Oakberry surf conditions. You know, it's a 20-minute walk across the reef on low tide, Rich. It can take some time, especially if you forget your booties.
Yeah, it's, you know, at high tide you can paddle it, no problem. About half tide you can still paddle it. As it gets any lower than that, then it becomes a very long walk if you don't have any booties on, and most of the surfers are opting to take their reef booties out and then, you know, put them in their shorts or trunks or whatever, and surf without anything on their feet. And looks like we've got a low tide around 5:30 this evening. That reef under the tower there will be completely exposed at low tide. And again, it's sort of, you know, the actual break, surprisingly, doesn't change too much between high and low tide. It's just the wave's a little bit steeper, but the actual line of the reef stays quite consistent.
Let's talk packing for G-Land. What are the essentials?
Obviously, a really good quiver of surfboards is the number one thing you pack. You know, a couple of pairs of trunks. You do need a whole ton of sunscreen because it is super hot here. You need booties, that's an essential, and then not too much else, you know what I mean? Everything's sort of here. The camps are really well equipped these days. So as long as you've got your boards and your surf gear and some sun protection, then you're doing okay.
A lot of the competitors, you know, don't really like surfing in booties. They don't feel that connected to their equipment. So these days opting for a lighter booty that you can slip on and, as you said, take off and kind of roll up and whack in your pocket. But the real window warriors, they've got the thick rubber soles that give you ultimate protection. And there's plenty of urchins in the reef here too.
Yeah, there is. As you get further out towards past the tower there, there is a lot of urchin activity, and they're all in those little crevices there. You mentioned the stonefish earlier. We actually saw one last night. And here we go, Nat up and riding. Live action here.
Yeah, nice little hit in the pocket there. This wave already starting to taper off. Nat knows the importance of really working over those first couple of sections. Behind him, Andino gets an opportunity. A great looking wall, throws the fins and climbs up into the lip again. And that's going to feel good. He jumps out of that one. That was right in Nat's face. And I think Nat's going to know that that wave's going to have some serious points in it.
When Kolohe committed to that first turn, I was wondering, oh, has he overcooked this and missed a bit of a section down the line? But he got to the next manoeuvre and he absolutely hammered the finish of it. So I do like the choice of going for two strong manoeuvres over perhaps, you know, a lot of travel time down the line, a lot of horizontal style of surfing. So I think this is going to be the best number of the heat so far. And this heat's starting to warm up. I like it.
Yeah, that was solid stuff. This is a tricky wave to get a read on when it's at this size. It's not as predictable after you come off the bottom. It sort of changes. It can serve up something completely different to what it sort of suggests it might do.
Yeah, it does, and you've got to be on your toes here, but let's have a look. Brother drives straight off the bottom. Love that turn. Very critical. Puts a bit of flair into it, kicking the fins right out the back. And the correction was just, within a millisecond, got back onto the fins, driving into that final turn, exploding out of the lip on that one.
You could see, though, Kolohe really committing off the bottom for a more vertical hit. And then that wave just trying to stretch out on him, as we see Jake Marshall, big fin throw on the final section, incomplete there. But yeah, the wave will want to sort of get away from you. But it definitely seems that the surfers that do just lay that board over and commit to that high impact turn and don't get stuck in those transition moves are typically the ones that are turning in the better scores today.
Yeah, absolutely. And these are good signs for Kolohe. And, he is I guess, a young professor of the sport. He watches every single heat and every single event, and, he just can't get enough of it. And I love that commitment to it. And he's always committing to working on his boards, working on his fitness, working on the surfing, the technique, the hardware, the fins, everything. It's, he's never not engaged with it. And it seems to be paying off here. He looks like he's in really good form.
Yeah, massive comeback for him to take up his place as one of the surfers on the USA team that competed at the Olympics last year. Had a really bad ankle injury, required surgery, and he just ripped into the training and rehabilitation, you know, with complete dedication to that goal of getting there and competing. It was pretty inspirational.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? We see it time and time again when an athlete gets injured, and it almost gives them a little bout of humility and maybe missing out disease, and they come back bigger and better.
Well, here goes Andino again on that last ride. He's going to drop a pretty successful score, a solid number, the best of the heat so far, but he's not going to get much out of this one. But he's been enjoying his time over here. That is for sure. Hanging out with Nat Young a lot, and, well, even waiting tables for him, Dimity.
Yeah, the American boys have been getting into the spirit, you know, like challenging each other in and out of the water. There's been card games at night, dares going on. It's really cool to see.
So what's your take on the way these two have been performing prior to the competition getting underway today? Who's looked better to you, Kolohe or Nat?
It's hard to say, Ronnie. I mean, both. We haven't seen them much on left-handers, but I have to say the one that's impressed me the most, I think, is Kolohe.
Yeah, he's got that beautiful vertical backhand, always sets those fins free, which is fantastic to watch. Nat, though, he's got a lot of power when he starts stomping on the tail of that board, and we'll see if he can find a decent wave to lay into some of those moves for us. But just on 7 minutes remaining in the heat with Callum Robson and Jake Marshall, Jake got himself the lead. He got the number that he was after just a couple ago, a 6.5. So Callum's playing chase up now, and you know, this is a guy that has had some real momentum through the Australian leg, had a victory at the first stop of the Challenger Series, but in the opening round and even here, he hasn't been teeing off in the same way that he did through those Australian comps.
Yeah, he has been Mr. Consistent up until this point, and you know, his heat strategy has been so reliable. The surfing has been just so reliable. You can bank it every single time. But we just haven't seen that level of consistency here at G-Land. And perhaps it has maybe something to do with kind of this disjointed swell and not being able to get into the rhythm of things. But yeah, he needs to click in. It's only got 6 minutes to go in his bout against Jake Marshall. And he's a little bit behind here. Let's see what happens on this wave. Just a projection hit down the line. Now he draws off the bottom. Kind of wraps the first turn off the lip. And then another body torque wrap back into the power source. And then nothing really happening on the end of that one. So it just feels like he's dragging it through a little bit rather than driving through the turn. And the judge is noting that.
Yeah, also just begging for a steep section to lay into at the moment. 5.5 minutes to go, and Jake Marshall has now assumed priority. We've got something big standing up on the outside. This is one of the more solid waves of the day, and just getting into it is Nat Young. Late drop, but it puts him in a good spot for a strong first hit. Back out in front of it, and again bashing through the lip, carves back into the pocket. This wave has a good pace to it, and it's allowing Nat to get multiple turns in, going to the rail, just slicing back into the foam. And you can see him just sizing up this final move on the inside. He's going to get a couple in. Wow, what a really nice pace wave. Not a lot of steep sections to work with other than those first two hits, but he's finished it off nicely there.
That was a leg burner, and it was, well, a little gift. And that thing there, you could see one of the bigger sets of the day, and it just had a beautiful line to it, paced all the way down the reef, allowing Nat on the forehand to really open up and just connect it. Didn't oversurf it. Really didn't, you know, dig in and give us anything like miraculous in terms of that one special moment, but a well-surfed wave, and I could see that at this point in the heat, he was just thinking, if I surf this wave well, at about 80%, I'm going to get a really decent score here. So this is game on now.
Only needs a 5.74 to jump up into the lead. Got into that wave a little late. You can almost sit, you can find yourself kind of sitting a little bit too far out here sometimes, Rich.
Yeah, well, you can see he's doing the little turtle paddle to get onto it. Almost thought he was going to try and duck under the hood there. Great turn to start things off on the forehand. You can see here the forehanders, they're always sort of projecting down the line, looking at the next turn. That's the advantage, a clear view of everything that's happening in front of you. Nat starts to wrap it up here, and then this wave goes again all the way through the inside. Gets some nice work done. Another clean snap on the forehand, sending a bunch of spray all the way through, and another final hit to finish off. And he put it together well.
It was the second turn and the third last turn for me that had the most points in them. But also just you could see there's still that kind of texture, even though it has the appearance of being kind of glassy. There's a wobble to these waves at the moment, and it's tripping competitors up and just taking away from their flow just a little bit. But still, as you said, that wave, a gift today. It was a nice tall wall on the outside, and he let go of a couple of big hits. So there is still plenty of time for Kolohe to fight back, and it feels like he might need to. Nat probably will get the score that he needs out of that last ride.
Oh, yeah, definitely. He's going to get the 5.74, and it looks like Kolohe got a wave as well. Here's the replay, streaking down the line. Over the hood of that one, a nice projection floater, snap under the lip, and then just late to the party on that one, so that's not going to count. Here's Callum Robson. This might have been his fight back wave. Jams it off the top on the first one and then gets stuck on the heels. So critical moments here with 2.5 minutes to go, and Callum Robson in need of a score.
Yeah, it was a high impact turn. He needs more of that, but look at Jake Marshall just chasing him up the reef here with that priority. Love Jake's story. Came so close to qualifying a few years back, and actually even there was a celebration event over on the North Shore, and he ended up just missing out and getting himself onto the championship tour, and ended up having to sort of fund his campaign working in a restaurant. And well, once he decided to attack the Challenger Series, he said, I'm just refusing to go back to work there. And he actually ended up getting the results he needed to crack the championship tour, and then did enough in those first 5 events to stay alive in the back half of the year, and he's going to be there at the start of 2023. And that's a fantastic story of overcoming adversity and disappointment, as we see now. Callum with an opportunity here. Nice float, good speed on this ride. Needs a couple of big hits out of this ride. This is a 6.5, the requirement. And that wave just runs out of energy. So just over a minute, and Callum will now try and move wide and just pray for a set to come his way.
Well, it looks like there is a bit of a line approaching, and he's gunning down the line here. It was a good move, I guess, from Jake Marshall to let him have that, just identifying that there wasn't really a 6.5 on that wave. And looks like we do have a paddle.
Yeah, this one is going to be out of reach for Callum, but Nat Young's going to jump on it. And he had a 6.23 in his last wave, so Nat's in front now and trying to get rid of a 3.77. And this wave, as you can see, just not really doing much on the inside here. But let's get back to what's unfolding here in heat number 7, 30 seconds to go. Callum after a number, he needs a 6.5.
Yeah, he's got it. He's up against it with 30 seconds to go. And it's, you know, Jake's put together a really good heat here. Smart surfing, just taking advantage of the waves that he has been delivered. And his story really speaks to determination and that real never give up attitude. He's really dug in. You know, he sort of managed to get through that sort of growth spurt years where he had to readjust his surfing, figure out all his equipment again. But mate, he's been a bit of a surprise package this year and moves through to the next round.
I think he's enjoyed having Chris Gallagher here too. Chris Gallagher, of course, made the final, got second to Kelly Slater back in '97. He's been working with Jake on and off since he was about 12 years old. So that has worked in his favour, and he's got the jump here in heat 7. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, we've got John Florence and Jadson Andre hitting the water in the round of 16.
What we're doing is working with the surf camps and the park, and that creates a model of comprehensive surf ecosystem conservation that can be exported throughout the rest of the world.
So here we are. This is the spot of the tree planting.
We got to take care of our environment. We got to take care of the world. So it's awesome to see big brands coming up like the WSL Corona.
The support that we've gotten from Quiksilver and ROXY to be able to launch new projects has been immense.
I think it's really important, especially for us as surfers.
boat, island, perfect waves. Millions of monkeys everywhere.
In the capital, Jakarta, it's amounted to an uprising with people suffering from the worst economic crisis in decades, ransacking shops and stores.
In May 1998, Indonesia braced itself for a revolution. Amid political unrest and the threat of terrorism, Quiksilver decided to cancel their iconic event at G-Land. With streets ablaze and lineups empty, it was an opportunity one small group of surfers could not resist.
Oh, Tom Carroll, you could watch him surf all day. Loved his time here at G-Land, and well, the movie that he directed of the event here in '97, well, that's legendary too. And we just grew up just feasting our eyeballs on that thing. Rich, you were lucky enough to surf in the comp, but we're also going to be gifted a treat here at the moment. This should be a good show. I think everyone really intrigued to see how John Florence is performing with that knee injury. He's up against Jadson Andre. Chloe Andino, though, he's been pushed back in a second spot in his heat, but he does have a good score. He's looked pretty sharp out here in the elimination round and finishes that wave off beautifully. A really tricky section it's proven to be for the world's best. But Kolohe, I love the way he just had the momentum to climb up over that section as it curled over.
Yeah, it's a pretty tricky move on your backhand too, because you're almost hopping up onto to the roof of the wave as it's breaking. But Kolohe having no problem with that one. And that's going to be a decent score. I think that's going to put him straight back into the lead. Pressure will be shifted back onto Nat Young. Looks like Nat's moving down the point a little bit too. Just trying to get himself back into position here for one of these better sets.
And Dino only needs a 4.01 to get himself into the lead. And in Heat 1, the round of 16, with a quarterfinal spot up for grabs, John Florence takes on Jadson Andre. Jadson, I wonder if he'll have a slight edge just on the fact that he was only in the lineup just moments ago, getting himself a big heat win.
Yeah, I think he will actually. I think he'll feel a level of comfort there as we watch Kolohe nice and quiet off the bottom, then explodes out of the lip. And again, driving hard. I just love how it's, you know, he's exploding out off the lip. Just really putting emphasis on the top turns, driving nice and smooth off the bottom. Great technique there and really getting to the finish. You can just tell compared to Nat's waves that are a bit more down the line and there's more horizontal style of an action. Kolohe on his backhand, he's driving deeper off the bottom and then just bang, throwing the board vertical off the lip. It's looking great.
He had one of the lower heat score totals in the opening round, Kolohe. He just, you know, didn't look that switched on, but he definitely looks like he's in this heat. Yeah, and we've got a decent score coming his way as we have a look at the deep stats powered by Hydro Flask between John Florence and Jadson Andre. 4-0 in favour of John. And I think the most interesting thing about this is that average heat score. Every time John goes up against Jadson, or in the past, he's put up excellent heat scores, 16 points plus.
Well, it either talks to the conditions a little bit, or John just really doesn't like surfing against Jadson and wants to beat him bad. But here we go, live action with Jaddy.
I remember a final that they surfed against one another in France, and one of the biggest crowds I've ever seen for a CT event. It was huge that year, and this is a complete contrast. This is, you know, the edge of the jungle, the southeastern tip here of Java, and sitting here calling the action from, you know, it feels like the edge of the earth, but yeah, national park, and it's beautiful. A lot of animals around the area. The monkeys, you've got to watch those. They've been climbing across the roof of the booth the last couple of heats.
Yeah, they have been, and well, they're cheeky little fellas, and Quite dangerous too, so we're trying to keep our distance. Here we go, John.
Well, just looks so strong out there on the open face as he covers great distance to get to these first two options and absolutely hammers them. But a tricky finish to this one. Somehow pivots his board into reverse. Didn't get clear of the foam though, so won't get credit for the final manoeuvre. But a couple of decent turns to kick this thing off, and I guess, you know, promising signs, reassuring signs for John fans with that brace on, where we're just wondering how he'd look out here. But in heat 8, just got a note, Chloe Andino did get himself the lead, 6.1 on that last ride. So Nat Young's after a 5.87 now.
Nat still got the highest single wave though, with that long left, that reel down the reef here. Replay of John, looking nice and smooth. The lines that he draws are just, you know, well, they're to die for because they're so clean. And this final turn here was almost like he was stuck in between decision of whether to just sort of hit the lip, and you can see there just slamming that vertical snap. Gets the tail of the board free for just a moment. And then on this one here, just actually digs his nose right in, almost forces the reverse. Sort of tries to make something out of a little mistake there, and John unable to ride out of that one. But great signs on that first turn, very aggressive. And the knee looking okay at the moment.
Well, 20 years ago, almost 20 years ago, John took his first trip here. He was on an adventure with his brothers, also his shape-up, John Pizell, and still riding John's boards and looking sharp. But, you know, returning and staying up there at Bobby's surf camp. I don't know, Rich, I've watched you come back from injury, and one thing you don't lose is your read on a wave and the lines that you'll take. And it just feels like with that timing, John's still able to perform, even though he's probably nowhere near 100% at the moment.
Yeah, when you're injured, you actually strip everything back and you just think about what you have to do on the wave, and it almost puts more emphasis on your timing and your positioning, and it looks like John's settled into that sort of a rhythm at the moment. So yeah, we're yet to see whether, you know, we're going to see those high air antics that he can do on his backhand. He's got some massive backhand rotations that we've seen him dropping clips from Rocky Point and around the beach park there at Iukai. So I think we're going to see a lot of face work, but that first vertical hit that he did was just so strong and not really showing any signs of any restriction there.
Something standing up on the outside here, and with priority is Nat Young, and he needs a number to get into the lead. It looks like he's going to take this one. Drops to the bottom, sets up this first section, sends the fins free and moves a whole lot of water. But just got a little tricked up by that float section. Could still be something on the outside, and it looks like John Florence is going to tap into his second ride. He had a 5 on that first one. Nice bowl, just keeps it smooth, finds a little bit of vision there on the inside. There won't be a lot of points in it. And he'll kick out, and now it's going to be Chloe Andino with a big opportunity here to get rid of a 6 and really put the pressure on Nat Young. This one is going to shut down though, but sitting a little further out the back, he is likely going to get priority in just a moment. Winning through the elimination round is obviously something to celebrate. Getting a victory over the greatest of all time, that's something special. Sammy Pupo just had that moment. He's with Dimity.
Wow, Sammy Pupo saving the best till last in a very slow heat, but amazing to have a clutch performance in the end and take the win.
Yeah, it was a tricky one. Me and Kelly were just trying to find waves really, and nothing really happened all the way to the end of the heat. And I feel like I had a couple of opportunities during the heat, but I didn't really capitalize. So it was good to get that last shot, and I was pretty confident on that one, so happy to make it.
Awesome, and I saw that you've got a really cool camo design. Was that Jerry Lopez inspired? How are you enjoying your G-Land experience?
Yeah, I feel like I chose the camo for the right contest. I didn't know really about the story about Gary here with the camo, so my dad sent me the picture. I was like, oh, it looks nice, and then I heard the story after. I was like, oh, amazing, perfect. It's a nice place.
And the crowd was going off back at Joyo's. All your Brazilian brothers were cheering so loudly we could hear it here from the comp area. How's that feel to have all your boys have your back?
Yeah, it's crazy. We're a big group of Brazilians, and we all backing each other. So it was probably Felipe just going crazy on Joyo. So I had my brother in the water after my wave. He was claiming, so I was like, maybe I got it, you know. So I was really happy.
Awesome. Well done, and can't wait to watch you in the next round.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's huge for Sammy Pupo. You know, that was a big draw. Kelly, it's just a big name to overcome, let alone an incredible surfer.
Yeah, absolutely. And that in itself is a bit of a challenge. Challenge number one, you know, get over the fact that you've got the greatest of all time in your heat. But I guess he would have gone out there thinking, well, it's not 6 to 8 foot, and maybe the playing field is somewhat leveled. Here we go, live action with Nat Young.
Oh, good looking wall here for Nat. Winds through that big carve to get started. The pocket's starting to steepen. He drifts those fins and now climbs up into move number 3. But this wave is starting to fade away. Nat needed a pretty decent number, a 5.87. And it looks like Andino's going to chase him down the line here, deep in the tube. It was a good line, but he was way back in it.
No, that one stretched way down the reef there. There was no opening there. But perhaps just, you know, wanting a little bit of vision, trying to tap in, but maybe a little mistake in that he should have just kicked out, seeing that it was going to close out, wanting to get out the back quickly and get priority. And really make things difficult for Nat there. Still 10 minutes on the clock. And perhaps he could have established or re-established priority there. And now, instead, Nat Young, he is going to be in the box seat for the next wave that comes through. As we watch the replay here. Wasn't a bad-looking wave, actually, when it started off. A nice sort of carving cutback. Drives back up into the lip, but again, just sort of, he's not projecting down the line, and the hits aren't throwing big amounts of spray. That's what the judges want to see, and Nat just knowing it, so he kicks out the back as it tapers off.
Yeah, he was trying to stick as close to the bowl as possible, but being that wave just wasn't reeling off on the reef, the speed was kind of an issue once he got to those big turn options.
Yeah, like, you know, surfing well, but it's really those waves that have the pocket in front of you and you're driving around the section and then you come up into it. That's the one where you've got all the speed and you can just harness that power into the turn. And Nat was always cutting back and then coming to revisit where the power was. And it just hasn't worked out on that wave.
Yeah, where do you see this score going?
It's, you know, mid-range maybe at best. You know, he's needing that 5.87. It's not going to be the number.
Yeah, coming in just a little under that at the moment as we see Gabriel Medina gearing up, and the winner of Chloe and Nat Young will go into the heat against Medina.
Wow, so the winner will stay out in the water and hasn't been part of this tour in the opening months here in the first 5 events. But rest assured, Gabriel Medina, from what we've seen in the free surfing, has been one of the form surfers out here at G-Land, no doubt about it. And again, I was out in the lineup yesterday afternoon. There was a little pack of Gabriel, Italo, and a couple of others down there, Nat Young, and well, Gabs was a standout.
Yeah, that's just going to be so interesting. I think one of the most interesting things about it is the fact that you've got John Florence in this first heat of the round of 16. Obviously, he's got a very tough customer in Jadson Andre, so there's no guarantee that he's going to be getting through the quarters, but there is a chance that we could see Medina up against Florence, but Jadson's going to do his best to change that. And getting a couple of nice little carves done through this rod. And now looking to set something up on the inside. Jadson's created quite a relationship with G-Land in his time here. He's had some really great rides, some big turns, but he doesn't finish that one off the way he would have liked.
Oh, he'll be kicking himself about that one. It's almost a carbon copy of what happened at the end of the last heat when he didn't get to the finish of that wave. He did all the work at the start and then just could not convert. Here's more live action.
Yeah, a lot of speed on this one for Nat, but that wave, he doesn't like the way it's stretching out. So he's going to dump it and head back into the lineup, and that's going to put Andino in a very strong position here, holding on to the lead, holding on to priority.
Well, with 7 minutes to go, you would have to think that there's maybe one, could be two at best sets that are going to come through, and it'll all come down to whether these sets have multiple waves in them. Let's see what happened on Jaddy's wave. Nice, stands up at the start, comes from behind, lip tap, and then a carving cut back, straight back into the juice. Another one with a bit more fin release, and then some downtime, some quiet time as this wave stands up. I actually thought he was setting up for a bit of an air here. And we know how good Jaddy is in the air, but he opts out for the layback hack, and unfortunately just got caught on the heel side rail as it cupped out. And there's the reaction from the Brazilian Storm, just going, no, Jaddy, not again.
Yeah, he had it in the last heat, didn't he? He took a fall, but was lucky enough to escape with the victory. But it does feel like he'll have to clean those falls up if he wants to get the jump on surfers like John Florence. But this is a big clash. I think Jadson goes into this one probably, you know, very aware of the danger that John has, all the weapons that he's got, but also understanding that he is wearing a knee brace and likely, you know, is going to have to really nurse that at some point.
I actually don't mind Jaddy's chances against John with the conditions the way they are at the moment, and potentially having that opportunity to take to the air. And certainly if he can just clean up these little mistakes at the end of the wave, he's going to really push John, who's only really had that one decent ride but looks solid on it. Looks like some sets approaching now, promising signs. We are supposed to have that building swell through the afternoon.
So 5 minutes to go here for Nat to turn things around, but it is Jadson who we're going to see up. Let's see what he can do on this one. He had a 4.83 on his last ride. He now needs a 2.78 to get himself into the lead. Drifts those fins. Only had a couple of opportunities to lay down something big, so he wanted to go for it. Probably not a bad option. But just thinking about Kolohe and Nat for a moment, Rich, you know, how do you like their chances of getting themselves up to the pointy end, up into that Rip Curl WSL Finals?
I know it'd be a dream of Kolohe, and I just feel like he needs to maybe just alleviate a little bit of his own pressure in his mind. Sometimes you can actually see the head noise going on, and he just so desperately wants to get that breakthrough win and get up there. And I just feel like it's going to take a little bit more consistency with Kolohe through the events, and just finding that rhythm that you said that he had at Margaret's. It looked like he had settled into that rhythm of the event. When you think about the winners and the greats that sort of go through, even John, although he didn't get the win against Jack Robbo at Margaret's, it was a seamless performance through each heat. And there's those competitors that you look at and you go, oh, he's just got such a great rhythm, not only with the ocean, but in the event. And the heats just seem to come quite easy. And the performances are really, really polished. So it has been a bit stop-start. I think Kolohe would agree with that through his career and even through this year. So, you know, this is the good sign so far. So I do like his chances in this one.
Nat also sitting in that 14th spot. How high can he go on the ratings?
Mate, I think he can get right up there. I'd love to see him challenge and potentially get into a position where he could make that final five. Again, there's a little bit of a question mark around consistency from event to event, and just stepping up in every single heat. Eliminating those little mistakes that the Philippes of the world and the Gabbys and the Italos of the world don't seem to make very often at all, and sometimes that can be the difference. You know, Nat, you know, when you think of Nat, I just think of that big powerhouse style of surfing, really carvy, strong on his backhand, but maybe doesn't dive in or lean on that real above the lip style of surfing, which I really think you need if you want to make that final five.
My thoughts are, and obviously this is a new format. You know, it's a new way to crown our world champions, but my feeling is that you need to be an event winner to win on finals day. I don't think if you've never had the experience of closing out an event in the regular season, getting to finals day, I think we saw it last year for Morgan Siblick and also Connor Coffin, you know, getting past those guys who win regularly and have figured out the formula to shut events out. You know, they've just got such an edge in performing in that extreme pressure environment. So I think the first goal for Nat and Kolohe, get yourself an event win. I think that's the way to give yourself the best chance also of making the final 5, but I just don't see anyone coming through consistency, getting to the finals and then overcoming surfers that have won, you know, multiple. Some of them like into the teens with the number of CT wins they've had.
Yeah, well, case in point was, you know, Gabriel, who came in as the highest seed in the final 5 last year, and he was already on when he turned up to his heat, and the other competitors had to surf through the rounds. You know, Philippe got to meet him, but, you know, Gabby came in and he was already in 6th gear. He was ready to go and fire up, and that's what it does take. And, you know, I just, when you mentioned that, I thought about Griffin, and he now has that event win, and he's already talking about final 5. So it's that stepping stone and that belief in yourself that, yep, I've got what it takes to win an event, and now I've got what it takes to make the final 5 and have a crack.
Well, time winding down here for the surfers in Heat 8, the last heat of the elimination round. Kolohe Andino, he got the lead, a couple of 6s. Nat had his opportunity. He fell short, and he also surrendered priority, so it's going to be difficult now. He's after a 5.87, and it just feels like Andino's going to maintain this solid record, head-to-head record against Nat Young.
Yeah, and well, it's still all business out there for the next 25 seconds. And Kolohe in the box seat with priority. He should be able to just close this one down against his good buddy, Nat Young, who will maybe try and get one back on him on the card table tonight.
There was a bunch of surfers that didn't crack double digits with their combined heat scores in the opening round. But Kolohe did have one of the lowest, but he's improved things a lot here in this second effort in the elimination round to earn his place in the round of 16. He's marching on. We're going to take a quick break here, and when we return, we've got more heats coming your way from the round of 16.
Competitive surfing has given me almost every best attribute I have. You gotta go out and have these crazy experiences, and for me it was competing on the highest level for 12 years.
She has come back reinvigorated and really sharp.
We're surfers, we never retire. You don't retire. Like, you're gonna surf until you're dead.
Across Indonesia, there's a massive problem with plastics. What we're doing is working with the Surf Conservation Partnership and Conservation Indonesia and the surf camps and the park to allow for local recycling. You can take plastic off the beach, use these machines that we've brought, and create useful products. And that creates a model of comprehensive surf ecosystem conservation.
We Are One Ocean is a WSL initiative to inspire the global surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean. We're joining forces with local organizations and Shiseido to give back to the community and preserve the vital ecosystems around the event location.
This is the spot of the tree planting.
Really cool, really honored.
So maybe one day I can even bring my kids here and show them the tree that I planted.
Our vision is for surfing to be a significant force for expanding conservation of large ecosystem all across Indonesia.
Really important to show how us surfers also respect and care for the places that we go to.
Busy time to be Kolohe Andino. Jersey change happening now because he is going to be in the water with Gabriel Medina right away. Back-to-back heats with this overlapping format. Straight back to business as he's hoping for a spot into the quarterfinals. Great performance there against what you'd call his best friend on tour, Nat Young. They've had some great heats since they were little kids. This time, Kolohe takes the victory in the elimination round and right into the round of 16 to really welcome back Gabriel Medina to the tour. Joe Turpel, Luke Egan, former runner-up in the world, here for the call. Still have the priority heat underway. John Florence and Jansen Andre. And how would it feel to beat Kolohe Dino? Is that going to be an advantage, or would it be better to have a little bit more of a break in this kind of heat in the jungle?
Definitely, if he's reading the changes with the tide, Joe, I think that it's an advantage. He's warmed up and he's probably been reading what's going on out there. So, yeah, just, you know, stay out there and get it done. It might be good for him.
Gabriel Medina now into this event as the number 8 seed after missing the first half of the season. And his goal is to make the Rip Curl WSL Finals in lowers, where he was very successful last year. Had a battle with Felipe Toledo in the world title match to achieve his 3rd world title. And now going for number 4. If he could accomplish that, he'd join a new class. One of your good friends and mentors, Mark Richards, who holds 4 world titles. That record stood for a while until Kelly came around and extended it to 11. With these overlapping heats, Luke, we got a lot to catch up on. Kelly out of the contest, losing on the buzzer to Sammy Pupo earlier today.
Yeah, I thought Kelly surfed really well, but Sammy was electric and managed to get the job done on that last wave. And it was a clutch performance, some big risky turns to get a good score and take it out.
A lot of people asking online why they couldn't see the matchups for the round of 16 yet. It was because it's a reseeded round. So once you have all the completions done from the elimination round, you reseed once again. So, for example, Felipe Toledo, number 1 in the world, has the wild card Rio Waida coming up later on today. Saw Rio walking around the camp. He looks fired up. He's got a trusty 5'9". He said he's going to go out there with today. And he's going to see how he can handle Felipe. He's had some fun heats, memorable heats against Felipe in the last couple of years.
Yeah, he's at that part of his career where straight away you're up against the fire, you're up against the informed surfers of the tour. And yeah, it's great. I think it's, you know, you don't really have to put too much pressure on yourself. You just go out there and make sure that you're doing a good job and trying to lift yourself and put on the best performance of your life. Not too bad.
As you can see, all the matchups now on your screen to what to expect for the rest of the day. Some great matchups from Miguel Pupo, Griffin Colapinto. Be fun to see also Ethan Ewing back in the lineup. He'll have South Africa's Maddie McGillivray. Heat number 8, Italo Ferreira, Connor O'Leary on the matchup. So some great heats to look forward to. Florence and Andre still have some time. 18:55 to go. Florence 5.0 to 2.6. I think the concern earlier, you know, in this trip was seeing the knee brace return to John Florence. It's a little bit too much to even put your head around with all that he's been through in the last handful of years with injuries. The last thing you want is him to have to say goodbye at any stage. You know, I feel like the big reason he doesn't have more world titles is really just stopping himself when he gets injured in the middle of the season. Yeah,
you know, you just want to see John Florence in these events coming up. He's spectacular at all of them, and we just want to see his performances. As much as he wants to perform, the whole world wants to see him in here having a good go at it.
Nice running wave here for Jansen Andre. He is so quick, and that thing just stretches out in front of him. Impossible to make that wave. Florence on the next opportunity. Nice clean snap through the lip. Backhand float, straight back up to the top. Nice transition, 3 big moves for Florence. He'll get rid of a 2.6 with that wave. And now setting up his opener against Kolohe Dino. Here's Gabriel. Uses that snap to cover some ground. Another projection turn, lofty float. And he will kick out. Gabriel Medina, one of the most dangerous guys in the water for so many reasons. I feel like one of them is, how do you watch this guy? With or without priority, he can create moments for himself no matter what the waves look like.
Yeah, I was interested to see the way he approached that first wave. Was waiting for maybe a big air over one of those sections, but Gabby just feeling it out, getting his eye in, some beautiful lip glide floaters, just seeing how much speed he's actually going to need to get around these sections. And I think he's going to do it with ease, and we'll see some fireworks very soon.
Gabriel Medina qualified for the tour when he was still 17. and went straight to the top of 2 events, one in France and one in San Francisco. Nice aerial view of last wave for Jadson Andre.
And then we have John Florence down the end. I really like this turn here, just swooping under the lip nearly. Nice and light on his feet for a glide, and then another hit out of the lip. That knee brace isn't doing too much damage to his performance as we see Gabby. Beautiful lip glide again coming around. Love that turn out of the lip at speed. And then just here, you think he was hoping to get to this next section so he could get some vertical surfing done, but couldn't get around it.
How different do Gabriel's boards look compared to the rest of the field?
Yeah, Gabby's boards, a few years ago now, he ended up going a lot wider in the nose. Still got a nice little narrow tail on them, and they're fairly flat. These designs are made for being able to land these massive airs, but Gabby's still so good in the pocket. He's got, in the last, say, 3 years, he has become one of the smoothest surfers on tour, transitioning perfection through turns, linking them up, and yeah, it's fantastic to see. He's really worked on that part of his. He's got the fireworks. You know, when he was young, he had the fireworks, but then he didn't quite link them together as smooth as, say, a Mick Fanning or a Joel Parkinson. But now he's right on par.
Great to see his rise to take over the world multiple times in his career. Let's catch up with the rookie from Southern California. Jake Marshall is with Divity Stoyle.
Jake Marshall, tough heat against Callum Robson, very slow, bit of a chess match. How was it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, watching the conditions this morning, the waves are good, but I knew it was going to be definitely a bit of a competitive strategy. Heat more, you're not just going to go out there and get a bunch of waves and get to just kind of surf versus each other. So Callum's a great competitor. He's obviously having an amazing year so far, and he's in really good form. So I knew I was going to have to really nail it and catch the best waves, and I kind of feel like I did that. So I was pretty stoked on how the heat went, and yeah, it's good.
And I see that you've been hanging out with the Australian boys and the American boys and just really enjoying your time together and pushing each other in and out of the water. How's that vibe?
Oh, it's been great. I mean, there's been a bunch of lay days in a row, but we've just been having a good time, keeping it fun, and you got to keep yourself busy over here. You know, you don't just want to be like sitting in your room looking at your phone or something. So it's been a great crew where we're staying over at Joyo. It's been super fun, and been having a great time, even though the waves haven't been the best, but keeping the vibe high, and hopefully the boys can get through their heat.
Nice. Well, there's a quick turnaround. You're in Heat 3 coming up, so I'll let you go rest and prepare for that one.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Dan.
Jake happy with that win. We'll see him very soon against Jack Robinson, as he has heat number 3 coming up next. So not too much time to take a break in this overlapping format. Waves are supposed to just gradually get better throughout the day. Tomorrow's looking like maybe just a little bit bigger, hopefully more consistent for another huge day of competition. Meanwhile, Florence still out in front. Priority for Jadson Andre, needing a 4.55. Andre's been in 2 major championship tour finals in his career. He had one with John Florence in France in pumping conditions. That was a huge role for him to keep his spot on the championship tour. A total survivor, and he's got a lot of great surfing ahead of him. I think it's just so special that Jadson got to say that he had the best day of surfing in his life just last week here at G-Land. How good does that feel, Luke? No matter how old you are, how long you've been on tour, that best day of your life could still be around the corner.
That's why we keep surfing, isn't it, Joe? It could, you know, Pete Mel catching his wave at massive Mavericks and wave of his life in his, you know, 10 to 50s. So, yeah, and Jadson just the other day saying that he had the same in G-Land. So we keep surfing because you never know what's around the corner.
It's unreal. What a great lifestyle, and especially for pros like yourself, Luke. It's not like you hang it up and move on to retire. You keep surfing even more sometimes than even when you're just started out. As we peek into the Red Bull Athlete Zone, Jack Robinson prepares for Jake Marshall.
Oh, is this one?
It's funny, isn't it? We look at these guys and you think they'd be walking down to the shoreline, but they're walking towards the road, getting in the back of the truck.
It's like the mobile Red Bull Athlete Zone. And you got to hang on, be prepared, Stay hydrated. Jack fresh off that win in his hometown at Margaret River in a classic final against John Florence. A lot of Sharp Eye surfboards in the back of that truck. Be ridden by Jack and also Jake Marshall. Jake said he's going for the 6'1.5". He just likes that extra detail, the 0.5. 6'1.5", he said, has just been feeling really good for him lately.
You know what, I really think that a touch of a longer rail works really nice out here. It'll harness the speed when you get going really fast. It'll let you draw your turn out a little bit to make these long, fast sections. And then when you want to put the hammer down at top speed, the longer rail will hold in the water quite nicely.
A lot of surfers here coming to this event for the first time. Luke, what's on your list that you recommend people to bring when they come to G-Land for a surf trip?
It can be the same as what you see right now. I like to bring something for every condition, because you come to G-Land, you want to surf every day. And so everywhere from your shortboard to a step up, and you know, check the long range surf reports, because if it's going to be big, bring the biggest board you own.
Driving into the pit, getting some speed for that first section is Jadson Andre. As you can see, that clamp down on him. Maybe just a slight little wind change as he pulled into that tube. Incomplete. Doesn't have priority. Still chasing a 4.55 to get the win. With the Pizell family, with Pete Johnson as well. And he still reflects on those memories, going for a lofty punt again. Jadson Andre incomplete. So Jaddy trying to force that big air to get the lead change off Florence. Luke, did you have a surf today? Did you have time to get in the water?
Didn't surf this morning, Joe. I was had a quick look at it and waited for the call. But it looked super fun, and it was just great to see the wind cooperate so we could get a start.
Also, besides equipment, what else do you need to bring to survive at G-Land?
Yeah, definitely, you know, sun protection. It can be scorching out there. Yeah, anything from rash vest to t-shirt and some good sunscreen. And yeah, just the usuals and the obvious too. If you really want to surf around the low tides, you want to be wearing booties. And if you don't like surfing in booties, you've got to come up with, you know, either have big pockets in your board shorts to be able to put your booties in your shorts, or you know, these days some of the brands make a little pocket in the back of the wetsuit vest. So yeah, if you don't like the feel of booties, you need to sort that out as well. But as well as something very important is electrolytes. I don't come to anywhere in Indonesia without having some electrolytes. I've usually got two bottles, one full of water, one full of electrolytes, so that you're going to make it through the day. At some point, you're going to feel sunstroke coming on if you're trying to surf 5-6 hours a day.
You know, even Jack Robinson, who's coming out next, mentioned that, where he just needed a day off, he needed to stay indoors because he'd been surfing so much, just to keep himself fresh when the contest got started. Jack's coming up next, still 7:55 on the clock. Florence still holding down priority. A man who's famous for so many excellent heats. In fact, every heat he's had against Jadson, he's turned in an excellent performance. This time it feels like he's just trying to fit his surfing to the conditions. Still enjoying that. He's still hitting the lip really hard with that knee brace on. As we can look up this entire reef all the way up to Kong's, where this wave really gets started. What makes Kong's unique compared to the rest of the reef?
Kong's is way up the top there, you can see, and it actually points down the reef a little bit, so that's where we've been surfing when the wind's been a bit weird down for the Money Tree section, because it kind of points down the reef and the waves are a little bit more shoulder, so you can get the slower ones in the average wind and, you know, get some good turns done. And then you come in, and then there's the little ledge there in between that and the start of Money Trees. Pretty hard to make a wave all the way through from Kongs, the ledge, and then Money Trees. Nearly impossible unless you're someone of great speed, which we have a lot around at the moment. So, yeah. But and then there's another little gap from Money Trees down to Speedies, and it's like another piece of reef that creates a ledge in the wave. And then if it gets really big, there's the launching pad that's outside of Speedies. I really like it when it gets the right direction, that launching pad, it misses launching pads, and all the energy comes straight onto Speed Reef, and that's when things get really serious.
So many different moods that you can find when you come to G-Land. Potential wave rolling through. That one's going to go unridden. Let's catch up with Callum Robson with Dimity.
I'm here in the Red Bull athlete zone. I've got Callum Robson. Tough loss, that one. It was very slow conditions, bit of a chess match. How'd that feel?
Yeah, it doesn't feel good. Losing always sucks, but yeah, I made some mistakes. In a slow ocean, you can't make mistakes. So yeah, just learn some good things in that heat and just take it on to the next event.
And you've been building performance all year, and now what's your goals for the next few?
I'm just going to go back and just keep it simple and go back to basics and just yeah, try and focus on my preparation, doing everything right, and putting myself in the best position to perform. But yeah, just obviously just want to keep winning as much as I can. Losing sucks, I hate it, so it is what it is.
Yeah. Well, good luck in the next one. We can't wait to watch you at El Salvador. Thanks, Cal.
What a rookie year so far for Callum Robson. The big goal, make the midseason cut. Not only did he do that, but he finaled at Bells Beach and is putting himself in a great position to still fight for the WSL Final 5. He'll move on quickly to El Salvador. And for a lot of these professionals, there are a lot of new events to figure out quickly this season on the championship tour. Meanwhile, throwtail reverse complete for Jadson Andre, and Gabriel Medina hucking that tail into the flats.
Taking advantage of some smaller inside closeouts to get a couple of scores on the board. And Jadson Andre looking for a 4.55 as we see up and riding on a nice looking wave.
There he tweaks out the board, and a nice variation on the big air reverse. And the whole crew here at the Joyos camp, the Brazilian Storm, loving that. Miguel Pupo even threw double shakas for that performance. So Jadson was world famous for that big tail high throw tail reverse, and he's got a little bit of variety the way he can frame it. Can launch and land incredibly hard into the flats. So a couple of rotators for the judges to score on opposite heats. Let's take another look, Luke.
Here we go, Jaddy lining up this section. At first I thought he was going to bank off the top and to get around that section, but goes for the air, gets the transition nice out of the lip, holds on and lands pretty smooth to bring it round for a perfect stomp.
Jadson only chasing a 4.55, and his air game was effective in the elimination round today, going for big ramps. And you think, what a nice point of difference being the goofy foot versus John in this heat. John wearing the knee brace. We'll see if he would go for something that big if he needs it. But I like how Andre's taking apart this heat, just looking for big sections. Gabriel in the non-priority heat with Kolohe. These guys have been very competitive in the past. I remember a heat they had in Tahiti where they paddled just all the way up the reef. The heat wasn't even getting started yet because they're out of the zone. And it happens a lot sometimes when you get Medina in the water, not giving up the inside. And sometimes competitors will just subscribe to that game as well and see if they can outcommand the master at controlling the start of a heat.
And that's why we have priority. We want these guys to stay in the best zone and catch waves and put on a good performance. That's why the priority system was invented. But there's not much you can do. And there was a few years there in my career that we had a coin toss to see who got the inside. But then, you know, I think that the first exchange, people jostling for it, does add to the show.
Sounds like a pretty fair way to do it. Just settle priority before the heat begins. But yeah, it's interesting with Medina and wanting to control the start of a heat and get the first good score. It's been a huge part of his game plan and his success on tour. Even when he was a young 17-year-old, he didn't matter what name was next to him in the draw. He was there to win. He didn't kind of follow all those old cultural rules in surfing of kind of bowing down to your heroes and the elders on tour. He would just admit that he's here to win, and everyone's like, well, fair enough. And it was amazing how many veterans of the tour he rattled in that first lap around the world.
Yeah, he did for sure. And yeah, and the style of surfing he was doing was showing that as well. It wasn't just paddling around people up the point, but the intent was in every maneuver and the go for it attitude. You know, he did fall a lot for a little while in his younger days, but that repetition just got more consistent, and we just saw him just getting better and better and better from all that practice.
Jadson Andre turning the heat on John Florence, a 4.7 to get the lead. Now down to 22 seconds. We could be seeing a big upset here in the round of 16. John Florence currently world number 2. And Andre turning the heat on him. 10 seconds for Florence with priority to chase down to 4.53.
Oh, is one of these little waves going to move away from Jadson for quite a while? Now showing that that was a mistake for John. Should have been down on Jadson, having a look at some of those smaller waves, and it's cost him the heat.
The celebration at Joyos in the Brazilian Storm continues as Jadson has just eliminated world number 2, John Florence, here at G-Land. Back for more right after this.
I don't know, I guess I want to leave my mark like that. It's just maybe I inspire people to get out and be in the water and enjoy it, but not in any specific or particular way, more how they want to do it.
Some of my favorite things to do outside of surf contests are hang out with my friends, golf, just come up with random goofy things that a lot of people might not think is fun, but we make it fun with the crew we have. Oh, Bruce's part.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack. Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God!
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
The Quiksilver Pro G-Land is brought to you by Quiksilver, official apparel partner of the Quiksilver Pro G-Land. By Corona, this is living. By Oakley, official eyewear of the World Surf League. And by Hydro Flask. Every adventure starts with 2 simple words. Let's go. Thanks for being with us. You're watching the Quiksilver Pro G-Land as the round of 16 continues to overlap, and we're getting a lot of heats completed in today's action. And look who we have here on the set, a legend around these parts in Indonesia, Rizal Tanjung. So good to see you. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, thank you. I'm so happy to be back here. I have able to go home for 2 days.
That's where you went?
Yep.
How was home? You just checked in real quick?
Yep. Just go home, sleeping in my own bed, and eat good food, and refresh, and yeah, I'm ready now. I'm back.
I saw you grabbing your board the other day, and you said you're on the phone. You threw me a shaka, and then you disappeared.
Yeah, I was able to jump with Thai Buddha with his fast boat, and because someone get hurt from WSL and had to check on his back, his slip. So.
Oh, there we go. A lot of great resources on hand for this event. Obviously, being incredibly remote. Looking at the waves today, Rizal, what's getting you excited to watch these big heats, especially Jack Robinson and Jake Marshall starting now?
Well, these guys is very high-performance surfer. You know, the 2 young guys we have from Australia and America, and both guys have really strong backside, you know. I'm very excited, and the tide is getting lower and the wave more steeper, and we see who's gonna surf the best.
As we get things underway here, we've got 19:45 on the clock with Medina and Kolohe, and Dino hacking right in the pocket. There's the vertical snap, looking strong and powerful, attacking that lip line as he will put up his opening score against Medina, breaking down a 9.33 required for the lead. Kolohe's always had a very strong backhand attack. I think some of the best scores he got when he first qualified were on lefts, especially in France and Portugal. Can really lean into his backhand. He can free himself out of his mind. He has so many options when it comes to a frontside wave. I feel like he can just settle right down and turn in some powerful surfing. He also did incredibly well at Cloud Break when it was kind of a performance size, as he went down to Nat Young in a semi-final heat a few years back, Luke.
Yeah, and it is a performance size here in Grudgingen today and throughout the event. So I'd love to see Kolohe take it to Gabby and put on a good performance and put on a great show for us. We see Gabby getting a 5.33 for that air on the closeout. So Gabby smart, just chipping away, not letting too much time go by without riding a wave. And I think that's what happened with John in that last heat, just sitting up the point with priority, kind of guarding the next big set. But Jadson being able to get it. Here's the replay. Some beautiful turns out of the lip and finishing it off and just getting a start so Gabby doesn't get too far on the scoreline above him, so he stays right in it.
Rizal, the touring life on the championship tour can be quite busy over the years. Are there certain surfers that you see all the time in Bali practicing when they can to come here, or was it kind of too busy of a schedule when Indonesia wasn't on the tour?
I think they're all so busy. They have super tight schedule, but I know all these guys love to come to Indonesia and practice their surfing, especially with trade equipment, things like that, you know. So I think anytime they have time, they just go to Bali or just travel to Mentawai, jump in a plane or on a boat trip somewhere. So always Indonesia is like surfers' favorite spot to go to.
Thinking about great moments for you in your life at G-Land, can you tell us about meeting Jerry Lopez for the first time?
Yeah, first time meeting Jerry's in Bali because all my older Bali surfer like Mari Kasim, Kutumena, they were the second generation of surfers in Bali. So I always under their wing since day one. So it's so normal to us to meet like Jerry Lopez, Peter McCabe, like Jack McCoy, like all these tops kind of surfers, and just amazing just to be part of that kind of history from Indonesia. And now we have a really good surfer coming, like Rio White himself, and I'm so super excited for his heat coming up.
That's right, Rio White will get another shot at Felipe Toledo in this round. Let's get an update on the wind with Strider Wazalewski. What's happening out there, Waz?
Well, we finally got the prevailing wind coming through. The southeast winds are kind of coming across, and it's really cleaned up the faces of the waves. Super crispy, nice and tight. Sheets are pulled nice and tight out here. There's even a couple little barrels down the inside here. So it's going to make it a little harder for those front side whips in the air, or backside, whichever way you're going. But I think the big alley-oop could still hold strong out here right now. And it's looking really fun. I have to give my hats off to the Brazilian Storm. They are just going mad. And you know what? The support they give each other is so great to see. That just all the cheers up for each other, watching the screens, and then out here in the water, the only flag flying, there's a Brazilian flag. So there's a lot of support from the Brazilian fans and from the camaraderie between the athletes themselves. It's great to see.
Oh, I love that, Strider. Thanks for the insight and the report. The wind's a favorable direction now, but also that support is amazing. This is kind of like a remote destination. Matty McGillivray came in after his heat, and you could almost forget the cameras are rolling. You kind of feel on your own, by yourself, easy to kind of just be in your own headspace. But the Brazilian Storm is the best at that on tour. Even with this far commitment to represent in the channel, they still find a way to show their support heat in and heat out, Luke. It's incredible.
Yeah, it is. There they are there. Water Patrol keeping him back away from the contest so they don't get too close. That could be an ugly scene if they do. We don't want to see that Zodi on the reef. But yeah, it's so good to see that they just support each other and give each other confidence, and the results are coming because of that.
As we had Sammy Pupo beat Kelly on the last decision in that heat earlier today. That was a big one. Jadson Andre just took out John Florence, and he's sitting number 2 in the world. So some big stories happening quickly with the overlapping format. Gabriel Medina still leading. One of those amazing surfers that's dangerous at any venue, including Pipeline. And I was thinking about for you, Rizal, coming from here, was it Jerry Lopez that brought you to Pipe for the first time?
So yes, I was that summer I was surfing with Jerry. I was 16 years old, and sharing the wave here in G-Land. Suddenly, he invited me in December. Hey, when you want to go to Hawaii and stay with me? And I was amazing to be there and see Pipeline myself, because that's one of my favorite waves in the world as a Grom, to want to surf Pipeline and get barrels.
Was it nice for you to feel, coming from Bali, getting international support like that to make the life on the road a lot easier?
Oh yeah, we're so lucky, especially from Bali. We get a red carpet treatment everywhere we go, and people, you from Bali? Yes. Like, oh, you want anything, you want any help? So we are such a lucky, to be part of the surfing, legacy that time. Yeah.
I suppose it's kind of like the way you guys give to everyone coming here. It's awesome to see it well received and given back to you when you're on the road. Luke, the hospitality here has been absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it's awesome. And in Indonesia, Bali, the whole place, the Indonesian people are so friendly and accommodating. And yeah, as soon as these guys leave here and travel, they get the same back, as a lot of people do travel here and enjoy this beautiful country.
Now looking at 13 minutes on the clock, Gabriel Medina still leads over Kolohe. Kolohe has a 5.77. The story of these two, they both qualified when they were still 17 years of age. Kolohe found success on the qualifying series at the same time through those early years. Still waiting through a breakthrough win, but he's found himself finishing in the top 5 picture in the past. Both Kolohe and Gabriel Medina got to compete last year at the Olympic Games. So they've got a lot of similarities the way they quickly came on the scene. Obviously, Medina has found the winning formula a bit quicker, but Kolohe's just always had to put in the hard work in the offseason with sight coaches, getting himself bigger. I mean, when he was 17, he looked like a little kid when he looks back, and now he's a full-grown man. His power surfing really stands out to me the most these days.
Yeah, for sure. He's always surfed good enough to win contests. It's just something that eludes people for a while. I took many years before I got my first WCT win. And Kolohe's just got to not think about it and just go heat by heat, as he has now, getting a 5.77 to get closer to Gabby. Now only needing a 3.56, so he's so in this heat. And yeah, you just got to the next task and go through it and get it done.
Jadson Andre getting some shouts and screams, and congratulations for his victory over John. The first, in fact, of his career over Florence. John was previously undefeated over Jaddy from finals in France. Big heats in Fiji. One of the most likable personalities on the championship tour. As we get back into action, Medina loading up. Big float, but he'll land on his heels and goes down. Man is so consistent in the jersey and the way he performs. What would be a routine float, awkward fall there. And now packaging up a couple of backside whips. Jack Robinson now to Kolohe. Nice time on the roof on the backhand float. Nice, powerful carve. How's the vertical attack for Kolohe and Dino? And you can tell that posture is on the way he rode out of that last turn. He's feeling confident.
That was really, really good. Looks very sharp and on point. Like the whip, tail whip, and the spray is really big too. He's surfing really well today.
Kolohe traveling here with his father, Dino and Dino. Dino, a former Rookie of the Year. The championship tour has always been by his side. I love when you see Dino pick up a board as well. Just the way he's like moving it around his hand. Dino knows right away if it's going to be a keeper. And when Kolohe was growing up, There were shapers all around the world just sending him like 13, 14 boards at a time because he was always expected to do great things. As we see him driving down the line, Jake Marshall up and out. And now recovering from the fall, Medina floats it, almost stumbles after the completion of the second move. And now run through this inside track. Gabriel throws down a quick little forehand slash. And still dancing through about a half-a-foot section, looking to better a 4.0. So yeah, that's a pretty hard-working wave right there, Luke.
Yeah, there was a lot of turns done there, and I think Gabby's just trying to race to the end of the wave a little bit too much. He should just slow it down a little bit and get a little bit more vertical, as we saw Kolohe on his last wave. So Gabby looking for something pretty big. This wave was pretty nice, just timed it really well. Gets a nice swoop done on the wave. This little tap off the top on the floater, nice carve. Gets it round and gets a great finish. Only needed a 3.56 at that time, and I think he would have got it. And then this wave here, one of Jack Robinson just getting his start and just getting a nice swoop and a big out of the lip. Here's this one from Gabby, trying to get some work done on the way. That was a beautiful turn out of the lip. Had to work super hard to get around this section. A little bit of downtime. Decides that to get down to where the skis are, he's swooping through. Real powerful carve on that section there. Up on the foam one more time, and just looking for a wave or the end of a wave that's going to give him time to get up and slow it down and get some nice green face open turns done, and he'll be back out there looking for another one.
Gabriel Medina opting for the Red Bull ski to get back into position with 8 minutes to go. Kolohe's already sitting with priorities, so he just had a moment to catch his breath, think about his next move. And Dino did get the lead with his previous ride that came through at a 4.9, opened with a 5.77. So an absolute battle with these two for a spot into the quarterfinals. Interesting how much you feel the absence of a competitor like Gabriel Medina in the first half of the year. Rizal, were you surprised that he decided to take a break this year?
Well, very surprised, especially for Medina. He loves compete, and he's very, that's his world. He loves to surfing competition, but for sure, as Medina, he loves Gillian. See Gillian in the tour. I'm not gonna miss Gillian. I'll be back.
Just like yourself, Rizal, Medina did take a helicopter, I believe, over to the Bukit Peninsula, got some waves in with Italo. So that would probably is nice for them just to get a little change of pace and then return. Not everyone on tour did that, Luke.
No, a lot of people stayed here, and those guys got away. They did win their first heat, so they knew they wouldn't have been in the second round. So they did go and take some downtime, as we see a couple of nice sets coming through.
And now Gabriel Medina, fresh off the Red Bull ski, into a lofty frontside float. Hard off the bottom, nice jam there. Great start for Gabriel. Layback, down carve, right into a climb. Now fades it back into the power source. Great start, and a ton of room on this wave for Medina. Nice patience on the connection off the lip. Winding up, throw tail reverse. He'll sneak that one in over the shallow reef. Now getting started with a nice powerful snap. Jack Robinson off the roof, nails the backhand float. Speed turn under the lip. Can he get one more move in? He's able to stay on his feet on the backhand climb. Jack in the non-priority heat with Jake Marshall. But it looks like there will be some pressure handed back to Andino after that last of Gabriel Medina came through. Great ride, had a lot of open face to work with, Rizal.
Well, you forget that this wave is super fast. For a regular surfer, maybe we couldn't make that section, but these guys make the wave look so easy, and it's the time it right, and you just think they can do whatever they want. It's amazing.
We'll start the replays with Jack Robinson, Luke.
Yeah, good first turn, gets a big slash, just rides the roof of that one to get around the section. Gets a little lost here. Might have been better off getting it up or just concentrating on finishing the wave on that first turn, but this was the wave. Here we go. Gabby, so much speed, goes up over the roof, maintains the speed, and then that was a beautiful turn. And I love this one, just lays it back tight in the pocket, comes around. This is what he's been waiting for, and just getting the Red Bull ski up to the other end of the reef, gets him in a bit of a different routine, finishes it off with another hit out of the lip, and then he was looking for this all the way down the line and gets a nice little reverse to finish. And I think that's going to be the best wave out of his clash with Kolohe and Dino.
I think it's fair to say that, because Dino's definitely in Kolohe's corner. So.
Dino's down there in his corner, probably surfing every turn.
Definitely one of the best names in pro surfing and one of the coolest characters to catch up with. Strider Wasilewski, what a great decision for Medina to change the rhythm of that heat moving up the reef.
Yeah, there's just a massive playing field here. Watching these guys kind of attack each different section has been pretty mind-blowing to really see how much opportunity there is out here. We saw Gabby, he surfed all the way to the inside, got the ski, went all the way around, way at the top there to catch that wave, and that wave backed off perfectly for him. A lot of the waves just running through. You see surfers jamming down the line, having to kick out because the waves are just running off too fast, and that wave just opened up perfectly for him. So there's a few different swells in the water right now. I think there's a pretty deep south, and then there's a south-southwest swell. So there's opportunities in different places all up and down the reef at different times. And I'd say there is a little bit of a calculation to it, but wow, it's really hard to like pinpoint where you should be, when you should be there. Just even watching it from the water, you can just see how massive this playing field. Probably, I want to say it's 400 yards long of takeoff area.
It's such a massive playing field, Strider. I mean, you're in the water. You get to feel the energy. There's a lot of anticipation with having Medina back. How does it feel from where you're sitting?
Well, he's just such a monster, to be honest. The guy's just a competitive monster, and you got to be in the back of your mind. You're thinking, oh my gosh, you know, here comes the monster. He's in your heat. He's coming back for, you know, he's thinking world title. This guy just got back in to the driver's seat, and he's already thinking world title in his head. You know, he's not here for anything less than that. So the energy is definitely, you know, there for that. That's what everybody here knows. That's what everybody watching knows, and that's what his competitor feels, which has got to be a scary feeling.
Enjoying the energy, Strider, from you in the water. I know you love surfing all the time. What's your favorite part about surfing with the guy named Rizal Tanjung?
Well, Rizal, I just think he's one of the funnest guys to be in the water with, because he's always smiling, he's always hooting for you, but he always wants your wave too, so you got to watch out for him. But he could get one of my favorite cover shots ever at Pipeline. So Rizal, you're a legend. Much love.
That's awesome, Rizal. You remember that moment in your career?
Yep, I remember really clear that memory.
Can you take us there real quickly?
Yeah, that day I was like 17, just turned 17, and then we surfed like 4 or 5 hours for waiting that wave. That morning was like 15 to 18 foot pipe, and I was waiting for 5 hours, and this after like lunchtime, I'm so hungry, I want to get one more wave, just waiting, suddenly this wave coming, I turn around, pedal hard and bottom turn, this thing, big wedge coming, just pulling behind, and just like, well, no matter what, I'm gonna pull in. So I didn't even know the wave that gnarly and that huge barrel, and I just get pounded hard and I get smashed a couple times to the bottom, but lucky I didn't hit nothing. And when I come out, and everyone screaming, "Oh my God, that's the craziest thing ever!" And I went in after that, and everyone on the beach gave me a high five, and yeah. And back then it's still not digital time, so you have to wait for a couple hours until you see anything,
Oh, that's a special memory in your career, getting page one, especially in Pipeline.
Yeah.
I mean, that transition from anywhere, it doesn't matter where you grew up surfing, showing up at Pipe with the legends that surf out there, and then to get into that mix and achieve one of those special moments, that's all time.
Yeah, I remember riding like 7:10 that morning. There's a big board, yeah. I was this super skinny Balinese out there and waiting for wave, like, yeah.
So special. Catching up with Rizal Tanjung, always a treat. 45 seconds on the clock here. Gabriel Medina turned things around against Kolohe and Dino, and I think that's always a big aspect of Medina outside the big airs, how amazing he is with wave selection from Tahiti to Pipeline, no matter where he is, how he can think on the spot. I mean, we saw that evident when there's been rule changes made in the book for him playing the game better than anybody else, understanding where he can go and move. He's one of the best ever to do it in his mind competitively.
Yeah, we saw him change then, riding the wave all the way down to the end of the point, grabbing the ski and getting himself up on the other side of the beginning of the money tree section, and then bang, a great wave comes through, and here we go again.
4 seconds to go. Medina beats a section off the roof, hammers it, tons of spray to the sky, belts it again. This will be a victory lap as he slides the tail into a wrapping turn, and now launching himself, freestyling over the reef like he's surfing a fun little soft sandy beach break. He's not afraid of that shallow section. Still floating. Medina might just take us to break. Solid victory there in heat number 2 as Kolohe is knocked out in the round of 16. More action to come right after this.
I just want to leave my mark on tour as, I guess it's just more so to inspire kids who weren't as talented when they're younger. You know, I was in the same position as them, and if I can get there, they can.
What we're doing is working with the surf camps and the park, and that creates a model of comprehensive surf ecosystem conservation that can be exported throughout the rest of the world.
So here we are. This is the spot of the tree planting.
We got to take care of our environment. We got to take care of the world. So it's awesome to see big brands coming up like the WSL Corona.
The support that we've gotten from Quiksilver and ROXY to be able to launch new projects has been immense.
I think it's really important, especially for us as surfers.
Yeah, you want to win the titles and stuff, but you know, I really look forward to the performances, having some good battles of guys and bouncing off each other. Then you're putting on a show for everybody. And then that leads to the event wins or the titles, whatever it be. Then that comes after that.
Dreaming of G-Land. Oh, dreaming of G-Land.
Welcome. Welcome to G-Land. Waves pumping.
Dreaming of G-Land. What a surfer's paradise. I need to book a trip. It's a big world out there, and Expedia helps you see more of it.
It really is a dream come true to see this place for the first time. G-Land has been in all surfers' brains ever since Quiksilver released that famous movie of all the events that went down here in the mid-90s from 95, 96, 97. Kelly, Shane Beshin, and this man Luke Egan winning those special contests. Ever since then, surfers are asking questions about it. How do I get there? Can I really see this place in person? And big or small, it still is one of the wonders of the world. I love that you can surf every day. And how nice is that? Not a lot of surf trips you go on, you're guaranteed to get some waves. And this place is always providing, especially up at the top it comes.
Yeah, there's so much variety along the reef, and with such a huge playing field that you can get waves every day. You can come here and surf 6-7 hours a day if you please, but just be prepared to walk over the reef at low tide, and you're going to get those kind of hours done.
Yeah, there's so many options in this part of the world, Resolve, where to surf. Are there some people that are just kind of famously known as what you would call like G-Land locals?
Well, you know, like Jerry Lopez himself, like Peter McCabe, just always spend the time every summer before. And even now, all the older surfer, they always come here, just stay to G-Land for 3 months straight. You know, just not even leave, just stay here.
That's so special as we see the opener for Kanoa Igarashi against Sammy Pupo, picking one of those lefts that just kept on giving. Great pace, especially for the backhand, Luke.
Yeah, that wave slowing down just a touch there for Kanoa to reel off a bunch of really nice turns, and he's paddling back out from far down the reef. A few more of them would be nice, but fantastic start for Kanoa.
Kanoa Igarashi representing Japan, but raised in Huntington Beach, multiple-time U.S. Open champ. He was able to feel like the hometown hero, like he always is, but to win and when everyone's coming to town and protect your local lineup, he was super proud of that. More of a citizen of the world these days, spent a lot of time in the off-season last year in Portugal. One of those surfers that didn't have to do the Challenger Series last year, but wanted to do it to stay ready when the competition was back on. He seems like a guy that just doesn't really tire out, Luke.
Yeah, and he's like Jack Robinson. He just stays on the road and keeps that familiar surroundings, that he is travelling, he is working. We heard in his post-interview after his last heat that he's here to do a job. You know, it's fun in the jungle, but he's here to do a job. He's here to win heats and win a contest.
As we look at Jack Robinson leading this heat with Jake Marshall, a 6 and a 5.17. As we wait for more waves, let's hear from Jadson Andre with Laura.
Jadson, an even bigger smile now. You had about 10 minutes after your first heat this morning to get back out there against John. You took the win, clutch. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling great. So happy right now. I would say that it's the happiest I've been. Not because I just made that hit, but I've been saying that in the last month, you know. And I mean, yeah, I just can't believe we never really think that we're gonna surf against John and two high fours gonna beat him. You know, like my best wave, which was my 4.9 or 4.8. I did 3 turns and then the wave kind of flat. I was like, I may need to do something really big here, because if you want to beat John, you must surf like a lot. And I end up not making the turn, and then that was my best wave. So you always learning, and you always gotta believe that as Gabriel, as Medina always tell me, like, Jaddy, no one is bigger than God, you know. So I mean, yeah, I'm so over the moon, and I would love to take this opportunity, because I never really talk about him. I want to say thank you so much to Gavin, which is my shaper. He's been helping me so much, and he's been shaping me such a wonderful surfboard. And Gavin and his wife has so much love for me, and yeah, they'll win this for you guys.
Absolutely amazing. And a question from Felipe. He wanted me to ask you about your tattoo, your trademark air that's on your ankle. Oh, let's see it. That's what you went to in the heat. There's for you, Felipe.
So Felipe told you guys that.
Yeah, he's told us about it. It's pretty hard not to miss. Tell us a bit about it.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty much the turn that introduced me into all you guys. When I was younger, that's pretty much the only thing I was doing my whole life, was doing air reverse. And like 15, 16 years later, we're still doing the same turns and made hits. So yeah, that's the trademark right there.
I reckon Felipe should get it too.
Maybe a bigger one. My one is little. He does much bigger air than myself. But yeah, thanks, Felipe. Thank you, man. Means a lot. And
he should get one of you.
Maybe I should tattoo him.
Yes. All right, perfect. Congrats, Jaddy. Have a good Arvo.
Thank you.
What a cool story. First off, Felipe, thanks for letting that out for us. Jadson with that punt, that signature punt right on his leg. And that air has a whole lot of meaning for Jadson's career. I think it's the first thing you think of when you remember Jaddy coming onto the world stage, how inverted he was, and how many landings he had, no matter what the venue was. It was incredible. He's in the quarterfinals for the first time since Tahiti 2019. Before that, it was 2015 in Rio where he got to the quarters. So this is a big feat for Jadson Andre. His first win of his career against John, but now he's got Medina coming up in the next round.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I love the way his analogy of that then. He goes, that's the turn that introduced me to you guys. And it's exactly right. It's no truer.
So cool. As we prepare for some big heats, a very special one for all of Indonesia. Rio Waida taking on Felipe Toledo. Rizal, can he do it again?
Well, he's going to surprise the world. I think his mind very focused, and he's there. He's up there now. He won it. He's very hungry, and he want to show the world that Indonesia got, a talent that, ready, and he's the best at the moment. Every surfers in Indonesia look at him as a national hero. He's like the biggest thing in surfing Indonesia at the moment.
He's got a very popular social media as well, Luke. His style is just beautiful to watch. His changes are unpredictable as well with his maneuver choice. It feels like he's got all the great things to be a great surfer on the championship tour for a long time.
Absolutely, Indonesian's best chance ever, and just look at him there. He's so focused. He didn't look phased or anything. He wasn't like, oh, I'm in this big moment. You know, I think the win in Manly in some good, nice left-handers as well, that pretty similar to what you're going to see today. So it's great to see him just oozing with confidence going up against Filipe Toledo.
I think the reaction as well was speaking to who Rio really is as well and what he represents. When he won, everyone just felt good. It just felt like a great champion. Rio was so proud of that, but he went straight back to business with more media questions. He's like, the job's not done. He has bigger goals in mind. He knew this event was coming right around the corner, and he's got #1 in the world coming up in the next heat. 12:20 on the clock here. Jack Robinson still leads. Jake Marshall really hasn't had too much to work with. What's going through his mind now, Luke?
Yeah, Jake been sitting for a while. He's got priority, so as long as he's on the good part of the reef for this tide, he'll get the next best wave. He looked pretty good on his first couple of waves that, that he got. It just was a little bit too deep, but pretty patient. He's going to have to get moving soon. We'll see that Jack Robinson's already got a 6 and a 5.17. So, and those couple of waves weren't really long waves. One went down the line, but the other one, as we've spoken before, you just need to get those up top to bottom turns done, and you don't need to be flying down the line the whole time. You can get it done in a short space, and Jack did that. I think that was his 5.17. So, yeah, Jake's got to get a reel on.
Jake Marshall went through the crazy up and down roller coaster of being like a heat away from qualifying a few years back. He was so high up before the Triple Crown started that I think he felt he had the news that he was already on tour. There were some nice quiet little celebrations happening, and then after sunset was done, he had just fallen out of qualification. Then the world stopped, and there were no events the following year, so he didn't have anywhere to go with this energy to put himself back in a position to qualify. Lost major sponsor backing throughout time, even started working at a restaurant. And he started going, what am I doing? He said that just became the moment where he's like, no, I'm not working here. I'm going back to what I love the most. Got his sponsor back and qualified for the tour with an aggressive performance through the Challenger Series. It's such a brilliant story. Such a good kid, works so hard. And to see him go through such a hard time and turn it into such a strong positive, he is so much more prepared for the tour than he would have been a couple of years back, Rizal.
Yeah, I know since he was a little Grom, because we ride the same sponsor before, and he's become more mature, more stronger and more sharper and more hungry. I think he's a really good surfer, and I really like the way he surfs. So like rail turns and things like that. He's very like kind of old school, but with modern kind of touch a bit. Yeah,
it's really cool. One man that was really proud, Taylor Knox. You still catch up with Taylor these days, Rizal?
Yeah, we have all this kind of momentum group chat. We always in the contact with everybody. It's funny. Yeah,
I'd love to read some of those chats. A lot of comedy going down.
Very.
Oh, for sure. Taylor Knox, what a great career. He had over 2 decades competing on the championship tour. Also mentioning Rob Machado from that region as well. We relived that classic heat that you had with him, Luke, over here in pumping conditions. Maybe one of the greatest heats of all time in surfing history.
Yeah, it was incredible. I'll never forget it. So many perfect waves, and Rob and I, yeah, it was an amazing heat. We reminisce on it time to time when we see each other. We don't see each other very often these days, but yeah, there is a bit of a energy there from that heat.
Taylor, Rob, they don't age. They surf the same. When you see them in the water, they still rip. They still surf like they're on tour.
Grommets.
Grommets
still
for life.
Grommets.
Yeah. 8:45 to go. A quiet moment for Jake. He's been sitting with priority for a long time. Chasing down a 9.67. A guy that does not like to lose, no matter what he's doing. He's competing at the card table. When he was just a mini Grom surfing in the NSSAs, he would just be devastated if he made a mistake and lost a heat. It's so much drive. And he was really well traveled. His family was so good about putting him around great waves, from getting a house on the North Shore to spending a lot of time in Puerto Rico as well. So he was always just used to traveling, used to getting new boards to compete on. Glad his injury that he had in Portugal wasn't too severe to his shoulder. Was able to reset that and not even miss an event. So a lot of things happening for Jake through this rookie season on tour. Let's now catch up with Gabriel Medina with Laura.
Yes, down here with Gabby, a bit tired. He caught 11 waves in that heat. He was zipping all over the reef, but you know, not finding anything of too much consequence, and then 2 7s at the very end.
Yeah, I mean, the heat was super slow. I tried to keep it busy. And yeah, in the very end, I could find 2 good waves. Lucky I got the ski, and then I was just like good timing to be in a good spot to the wave. So that big one was really good. And yeah, it feels good to make it through, you know. Now it's a hit against Jetty, which is a good friend of mine, and I'm excited for that one.
And talk about just hanging here with all of the Brazilian crew. Everyone's having a lot of fun. You actually went back to Bali for a few days. Was it good to get off the island and refresh?
Yeah, that was really good. I've been having a good time with the boys, and yeah, me and Italo flew to Bali. It was so nice. Yeah, there was 3 days over there, which was dreamy. And it feels good to be back here with everyone again, and I think, yeah, I feel ready.
Awesome. Well, we'll let you go relax and watch the beautiful sunset. We'll see you tomorrow.
We'll do. Thank you.
Nice, comfortable, casual interview with Gabriel Medina, who's looking dangerous. Long time outside of the jersey and right back into action as he's in the quarterfinals here at the Quiksilver Pro G-Land. So all Brazilian matchup to start. The Brazilians have been having a blast in these conditions today. We had 8 heats in the elimination round. 5 of them were won by the lower seeds. This is the last round that we reseed it, and then it will follow the draw from the quarterfinals onward. So a lot of the lower seeds making a big statement today, Luke.
And very interesting to see how close Jack Robinson's sitting to Jake Marshall there, just putting the pressure on, realizing that he needs 2 waves, and just letting him know that he's there, and he's gonna maybe try and sell a wave or push him into taking a wave. So Jack's taking no prisoners, even though he doesn't have priority. He's right there putting the pressure on.
And I think it's been a few years since Jack's been here specifically to G-Land, but it's almost like an extension of his backyard. Rizal, I'm sure you saw Jack Robbo over here quite often over the years.
Yeah, I know Jackson. He was a little young. He always come here with his dad, and always surfing Bali, and yeah. I think the Australians always go to Bali, like their Hawaii, you know, like they treat like their Hawaii. Always the water is warm and always do a perfect wave. So a lot of people on West Coast just 3 hours flight and go to Bali and surf and spend the summer and get barrels, and you know, kind of similar wave, but more perfect here in Indonesia compared to West Coast wave.
So cool to have all those reps behind you in this amazing location. Jack and Jake hitting the 5-minute mark, Strider. What's happening out there?
Well, they're sitting tight, and I feel like, you know, Jack's all over Jake's back, and I feel like Jake's not really looking over his shoulder, and there's been 2 or 3 really nice waves that have come underneath him, and I think he's just kind of pressuring Jake to look out and over instead of inside and over, and he's kind of rattled him a little bit. I've seen a couple of really rideable, scoreable waves in here, nobody on them, ready to do a step off. They're so good, but definitely some waves coming in. Here's a wave now up the reef. Look at that thing flying down into it. Big hack off the top. Come on, Sammy, get going. There we go, up into it again. Big bang, one to close out. Love it. Solid surfing right there.
Thank you, Strider. Yeah, Sammy just losing it on the final turn, but I like that read from Strider. It's amazing how much you can do to a surfer when you don't have priority. You almost can take control of those decisions just by your posturing, just the way you're sitting. And maybe that was part of where Jack wanted to sit, kind of looking towards you. Last thing Marshall wants to do is to make eye contact at a moment like this.
Yeah, that's pretty good to see Strider's angle, because he's pushing him out there, and you know, he's pretty much running out of time now. He really needs 2 waves with the score lines that we've seen throughout the day, and he's going to have to take a wave right now to even think about getting a second wave, and I'm sure Jack's going to pounce on him when he does that. And Sammy Pupo flying down the line, big slash out of the lip, and another one nearly coming loose. if he had have landed this right there, I think he hit the reef too. I saw him looking at his hand after that wave. Super shallow there. If he had have made that combo at the end, would have been a great score.
Sammy Pupo already getting through a heat with Kelly earlier today on the buzzer. And now trying to deal with Kanoa Igarashi, but incompletions always make it tough, especially when you're surfing against a guy like Igarashi with so much consistency. Down to 255. Robinson picking up the second win of his career at the last stop. First win was in Mexico, where he's just focused on requalification. Accomplished that. Now he's got a real true shot at thinking about the Rip Curl WSL Finals at lower trestles. As we take a look at this left, Kanoa setting this one up. Nice power hack right under the lip, floats it off the top. Deep bottom turn into a wrap. Frames it up vertically for the closeout hack. Igarashi has found himself a solid backup result.
Yeah, this wave very hard to surf. I don't want the tide getting lower and very shallow, and sometimes you have to be really, really good at the timing and reading the wave. So, and the wave getting less and less, so you have to not kind of blue any wave you got.
And that's kind of what Kanoa is famous for, just being so clutch, rarely makes mistakes. Pick the right wave to start with a 7-point ride, and this will be a solid backup. Luke, what'd you see here?
Yeah, really smart by Kanoa. He saw that Samuel had got another wave and realised that he wanted to back up that 1.50 or get rid of it. And this wave had a nice pace to it. Yeah, really hard to ride, but the pace was slow enough for him to get vertical a few times. And he's definitely going to make it a bit harder for Samuel to take the lead.
Rizal, who would you say is your all-time heroes who have Indonesian surfers that came before you?
Maybe Ketumenda. So Ketumenda is one of the best surfer coming from Indonesia. And back then, the early 80s, the Quiksilver or Billabong or any surf company wasn't here, and he had to open his own surf shop to go travel the world and to exist. And he did. He have 3 surf shop and very successful businessman and very good like a guru for the Indonesian or the Balinese surfers. Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool. Just to create that road for himself, built some surf shops, and moved on. It doesn't get more core and more beautiful than that story. And paved the way for the rest of the crew to come up. Rizal now an ambassador for the next generation as well. As we were running out of time in the heat with Jack and Jake. And meanwhile, with a lot of room just to drill that big section into a lofty backhand float, Kanoa Igarashi putting together some big moves against Sammy Pupo, Luke.
Yeah, a couple of nice maneuvers there for Kanoa, and waiting for a couple of scores for him. But getting busy down the end of the point. Jake Marshall in the other heat running out of time.
We will close out this heat. Jake Marshall really didn't get to perform. Jack Robinson moves on to the quarters with a 6 and a 5.17. Rizal, always a pleasure when you get to hang out with us here in the booth. Can't wait to do it more often.
Thank you. Super happy to be here for you guys.
Yeah. Thanks for having us. We're loving it. The Quiksilver Pro G-Land continues right after this quick break.
My parents are Japanese, so I speak Japanese at home. You know, that kind of spirit that my parents had, and knowing what they've sacrificed for me, for them to move from Japan to California, that's what creates me in the person who I am today.
Competitive surfing has given me almost every best attribute I have. You gotta go out and have these crazy experiences, and for me it was competing on the highest level for 12 years.
She has come back reinvigorated and really sharp.
We're surfers, we never retire. You don't retire. Like, you're gonna surf till you're dead.
I went on a trip with my dad to Sumatra when I was probably 14 or 15, and as soon as I come back from that, I pretty much didn't want to play footy anymore, and all I wanted to do was surf. So what I'll be riding lately, my own model.
Over the years, Indonesian surfers have always had a deep connection to their waters and their waves. Surfers like Rizal Tanjung paved the way for professional surfing in the country, and this is the same path Rio Waida is walking on today. Rio represented Indonesia in surfing's first ever Olympics and is this year's Quick Pro wildcard. At 22 years old, he is on the cusp of CT qualification and is already inspiring the next generation of Indonesian surfers like Raja Saputra to chase the dream.
Everyone, but I feel like John, Kelly. Kelly know this sport a lot, so maybe Kelly is the hardest. You never know. Maybe Italo's better. Maybe me. Raw.
The wildcard, Rio Waida, is out there, and Indonesia right behind him, and he's got a fantastic opportunity, showing amazing form, getting a win on the Challenger Series before jumping on a plane, getting back home to Indonesia and quickly over here to G-Land. He's up against Felipe Toledo, though, who is sitting on top of the World Tour rankings in that #1 position. Looks so comfortable in that yellow jersey. Just fought his way through the elimination round earlier on today. Ronnie Blakey here with Richie Lovett. And Rich, this is going to be a lot of fun because for me, with the jersey on, these are two of the form surfers in the world at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Rio's just coming off that big win down at the Challenger event at Manly, but Felipe, he's on top of the world. And I was just thinking before, you know, maybe it's almost been an advantage for those surfers who went into the elimination round because it has been a really tricky day here at G-Land. The conditions are forever changing minute to minute here. And I think having that surf this morning in the earlier rounds is possibly falling into the favours of everyone there. And strange to actually see Felipe in that round. And more time out in the lineup than just about anyone. I've seen him out there so many times, and seems like he's passing me on the path, just heading back out again and again. So probably spending the most time out of the water out of all the competitors.
Sitting second on the Challenger Series rankings at the moment. But this is where he really wants to make his mark, at home. He's just had the biggest win for an Indonesian surfer in a WSL event. And we'll see if he can carry some momentum into this big clash. Out there in the lineup, though, we've also got heat #4 unfolding. Kanoa Igarashi and Samuel Pupo out there. And this is an important one for Kanoa because he's coming off the back of 2 17th place finishes. He doesn't want to bow out of the mix here in the round of 16. So he's already going to be hanging on to one of those 17ths, obviously. So he needs to maintain pace. So I think he had that heartbreak last year when he just missed out on the Rip Curl WSL finals and getting the opportunity to compete at a wave that he's got so much experience at.
Yeah, if you actually put him into that Final 5 series, you would think he would fare really good and really have a good crack at winning a world title. But you've got to get there, and that requires a certain level of consistency. And the results just haven't been there over the last few events. And I don't think it's through a lack of form. I feel like the surfing still has been pretty good. Sometimes just the ebb and flow of competition doesn't go your way, and it certainly hasn't gone Kanoa's way. And those 17s would be stinging him, just looking at those in his results tally. So this is an important heat for him to get out of this one and move through and really get back into that final series.
From the elimination round, Kanoa Igarashi had the highest heat score total, 13.9, and Sammy Pupo, well, he had the lowest, 8.9. So, you know, there is definitely probably an advantage, but we're going to see Toledo up at the moment and just whipping that board, trying to complete the reverse, unsuccessful. So priority goes to Rio.
Yeah, well, Felipe was way up on the point then, super deep. Even got a little shower cap to start things off. And if he had completed that final move, it would have been a decent score, maybe a mid-range score that'll be quite low without getting the completion there. And Kanoa's obviously got good vibes, good memories of Indonesia, the Corona Bali protected winner in 2019. So he has had success here. But of course, that was on the forehand at Keramas. And it's a different story. This is a completely new wave. Lots of down the line surfing.
Free surfer up there at the top at Kongs. But yeah, 16.5 minutes to go here, and Igarashi's holding on to the lead at the moment, has that really strong score the 7-point ride. 5.67. Samuel Pupo's got some work to do here at this stage, but he's been super impressive, the rookie, and really loving his time on the CT. But I guess, Rich, for Sammy Pupo, a bit of a long shot to probably get into the final 5, sitting in 17th place on the ratings at the moment. But what do you think his goals would be going through the back half of this year?
You know, I think his goals would be to make a final and maybe just get in a position to get a win. You know, in your first couple of years, just making the quarters is a bit of an achievement, and then you go, okay, I've made a semi, and then you start to go, you know what, I actually want to win an event here, and you almost need to hit those little landmarks before you can really settle into being an event winner. And you know, he's new to this CT game, and it will take a little bit of time to settle in, sharpen the tools a little bit more. We saw in his heat this morning, very scrappy affair against Kelly. He got the win, but there just was an unsettled nature to the way he went about that heat that I think he just needs to tidy up. And that's what is the difference between these guys like Philippe, who just come in, they're so self-assured, they have their game plan, and they are on from the word go.
Yeah, I guess also, you know, you think about Samuel Pupo's performances so far at the waves where you thought he'd have an edge. He's performed really well, but he's also stood up at locations where you didn't have huge expectations of him, and shown us that he can get it done and throw himself into some pretty heavy situations.
He's definitely been a surprise package, and, you know, I'm guilty of it. I'm guilty of thinking it was only going to be the beach breaks where we thought that he would do really well, and maybe the smaller wave locations. But some amazing rides at Pipeline, and again I referenced the Haleiwa event where he was doing those big open face hooks on his forehand. But again, all the highlight reels in my mind have been on the front side. So there's a little bit of unknown element here on the backhand, and at the moment, you know, there's possibly still a little bit of work to do if I'm to go off just what I've seen here today.
Well, the lineup is well and truly spread out at the moment. They're Strider and these competitors giving each other plenty of space.
Yeah, there's no tactic in this one. They've all got their own spot on the reef, literally sitting 100 yards apart each, maybe 200 yards between Toledo and another surfer. It's like they're so far away, can't even see who they are. It's unbelievable. Like, I think one of them is all the way up by Kongs. It's out of control how much space there is on the reef. And Rio, he's actually elected to come the furthest in, all the way almost to this inside section here in front of the tower. So that's where we have seen a couple of really good waves come through, unridden. I think those are the ones he's waiting for, obviously, but it's just unbelievable, the spread that we have right now in the lineup. In a typical heat, you know, even in the last heat, we saw, you know, Jack and his opponents so close to each other, just you could feel them energy. But right now they're just left to themselves in their own, you know, heat, and see how they go. It's almost like a free surf, and you're just hoping to click into rhythm.
Strider, we've seen some pretty impressive surfing today, but I think the numbers have suggested that it is quite tricky out there and pretty hard to get a read on. We haven't really seen anyone open up, but that kind of, I guess, sets the stage for some big performances this afternoon.
Well, the reality of what we're dealing with is, you know, it's the best of the worst that we could get, right? We've had a really rough go with the forecast here, and to be honest, you know, it's not very, you know, regular. You're going to have this much downtime on a place like this with bad winds, but we have, and the reality is we've got, you know, a subpar swell. It's about medium-sized swell, but and when it's that small, it's right in on the reef, and there's so many different sections. It's so hard to really line up and really get into those rhythms on the wave to where you can just start lighting it up. And, you know, Rich would know. So, you know, when it's bigger, it opens up a bit. It takes a breath, and you can actually draw a line. But right now, you're just hunting and searching for those sections, and you have to be super reactive. And, you know, those twitch muscles are going, and those younger, quicker surfers are shining.
Yeah, they're looking pretty sharp out there at the moment, Rich.
Yeah, they are. It has been a tricky day, and I think that's one of the points that Strider's sort of diving into there. It hasn't been a straightforward day where, you know, it's been good, clean surfing. Most of the heats have been a bit scrappy, and no one, you know, the highlight reel will look good because there has been these little moments, and we have seen some great turns, but no one's really put together that full dynamo heat where they've just dominated and gone, oh, I've got full control over the lineup here. I think the surf's had a little bit to do with it, but here's a good-looking wave.
Yeah, it is going to be Kanoa having a look at it to kick things off, but that one gets away from him down the line. Toledo He gets moving. He's got some speed here. He's got some huge airs he can go to and might be lining up for one. No, he's going to go to turns first. Drifts the fins, almost loses control, but hangs on and wants to add some more points down the line here. Again, you can see he hasn't really had the opportunities to truly tee off on this ride, but did well with what he was facing. A lot of foam on the face. It was tricky, but maybe just that board popping and finding some release when he didn't really want it in that first section.
Yeah, it was a pumpy little ride, and most of it was just trying to keep the board settled so that he could find and click with those little sections. And now he's actually back down with his competitor. So he rode that whole wave and is now going to do a little man-on-man activity in terms of positioning. You can see streaking down the line here. Now it gets foamy, difficult. Man, he did well just to hold on to that turn. And again, just sort of gliding down the line, just trying to stay in control. The final hit was the highlight moment of that wave. But again, I can't see it going too high in the scoreline.
When I think of all four competitors out there in this overlapping format, I think, you know, of their forehand surfing and their backhands. I know each of them has had big moments. Rio, for me, is probably a surfer that, having grown up on a left-hand reef breaker, has really got a great vertical approach. Toledo's shown Portugal in some of those smaller conditions in the final against Griffin, that when he gets going on the backhand, it's something to truly behold.
Yeah, he gets that wind up, and just a quick wave there. I think that was Rio. So just handing priority back to Philippe there. So that's a bit of a mistake from the rookie, not picking a wave that offered him anything. And perhaps Philippe will follow him up the reef here and stay with him. But yeah, back to the backhand surfing. The freshest backhand surfing in our minds right now is obviously with Rio getting the win. But he does have that beautiful vertical high approach. Not really much separating the backhand snap between Rio and Philippe. But in terms of the air game, I think the needle's well and truly in the favour of Philippe, I'd say.
Yeah, well, this is going to be a fun one to watch play out. But heat number 4 is kind of nearing an end. Just 9 minutes remaining there as Miguel Pupo gets set. And it's a mobile Red Bull athlete zone, this one. And it'll take him down to where the skis are. And he'll get into the lineup. He's up against Griffin Colapinto. Looking forward to watching these two clash, sitting in 9th place and 10th place for Griffin at the moment, with some surfers above them already falling out of the mix. So a big opportunity to climb a few rungs on the ladder as we see Rio just pushing hard. He knows he's got to against Toledo, but got the border a little too high above the lip on that occasion.
And that's a dangerous game to be playing when you're a competitor and you're a wild card and you're coming up against the #1 surfer in the world, is feeling like you have to do more than you do. If Rio just does the style of surfing that we saw him get the victory at Manly last week, he'll do well and really push Philippe. It looked on that wave like he was just slightly out of his comfort zone and pushing a bit hard. But well, Philippe, he'll be feeling good about this. He'll know that the wild card is going to bring some of his best performances here, and he's ready to take him down.
He's going to have a busy back half of the year, Rio, as he chases qualification. It was really interesting watching him win that event down there at the Sydney Surf Pro, because straight away, you know, you want to hear the emotion after the victory. And all he kept saying was, job not done yet.
Yeah.
Job not done. And he just has such big plans for himself. And, you know, that's fantastic. You know, but I'm sure if he can overcome Felipe here, then we would see a celebration of sorts, because this is obviously the #1 surfer in the world at the moment. Showed amazing consistency through those opening 5 events of the year, and seems just destined for the final 5 come September.
Well, this is like rocking up at the craps table and someone saying, hey, he owes 10 free rolls. You know what I mean? It's like he's getting a crack at this major event without really many consequences in terms of ratings, and he should be able to just settle into that and open up and really stick it to Philippe and try and push the #1 in the world. And you can see here a little bit of tactical action as looks like there's a wave starting to approach, and we may get a rider.
Yeah, we will, and it looks like it is going to be Sammy Pupo. Hammering down the line here. Nice turn to get started. Hooking just a transition hit there. Drives up into this final section. Explosive vertical move to finish this one off. That's exactly what he needed. He needed to put up a decent number. His best was a 3.5, and Kanoa was getting away from him. So he might give himself a shot here in the final 6 minutes.
Yeah, well, hopefully he can match that 5, 6, 7 that Kanoa has. Did some good tidy surfing on that wave. Got to the completion, nice and smooth on the face, just set up at the moment. Now he gets off the bottom, a clean snap, nice and fast, and a second, and then patiently waits. You can see the bottom turn, a little different in the approach this time. You know, we're used to seeing him drive off the bottom with a little bit of a smoother action on the backhand. It was more of a 2, 3, 4 stage bottom turn as he was heading up into the lip. And to me, that is just a sign of not being completely settled and confident, and maybe a sense of urgency there.
Yeah, I think Sam really cleaned up his performance in the elimination round against Kelly. He looked really frantic and maybe was pushing harder than he needed to initially, but towards the end, the wave came his way. He surfed a bit more rail to rail, and it helped him get the victory there. But he's dropped to 4.67, so the requirement, you know, it's still a big one, but he's within reach now. He needs an 8-point ride to get ahead of Kanoa, and he's got just under 5 minutes to do it.
Well, he's up against it. It'll be one of the biggest scores, if not the biggest score of the day. So it's going to take a pretty unique set of circumstances for it to unravel his way. Looked like Rio just caught behind a little bit on his ride. Just trying to sneak a wave under priority of Philippe, but Philippe being very selective here, and rightly so.
Yeah, a bit of action at the top here as surfers look to get well positioned. We know that Kanoa Igarashi's got priority over Felipe, and he's looked beyond this one, but Toledo's going to pounce on it, and he has a whole lot of speed as he hammers down the line. Just a transition lip line float to find a second section here. It's just remarkable the distance he can cover in a short amount of time, even on the back end.
Yeah, it's all about that projection and trying to fit the turns in, though. You can't just go hell for leather, just all guns blazing down the line and not get to the end of the wave. And you've got to fit those maneuvers in, and that's been the tricky thing that I think, you know, G-Land has offered today. It's been a challenge for our surfers to actually maintain their speed, get enough distance down the line, but then fit their turns in, and Philippe seems to be doing it well at the moment.
Well, we know John Florence dropped out of the mix early on, but Jack Robinson's through to the next round. He's in third spot coming into this event, so Felipe wants to, you know, maintain pace. He's got an opportunity to push ahead of John, which only improves his chances of getting into that final 5 for a second time. But there is a couple of surfers within the 5 at the moment that we're going to see later on this afternoon. Ethan Ewing and Italo also coming up. As Toledo just makes his way down the line here, might have tweaked his neck a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like there's a little bit of discomfort there. Perhaps, or it's either that or he's just content to just sit down the line here. He's giving us the thumbs up.
Well, he's giving the thumbs up. Is he okay, Strada?
He's all right. He's just trying to listen to the scores. It's really hard to hear anything out here. So he's trying to get as close to the tower as possible and get a sneaky one down the end at the same time.
Oh, thank God. Here we go. Here is Rio. And let's see what he can get going on this ride. He's playing catch-up at the moment, but doesn't need big scores at this stage. So gets those turns together. He just didn't look as confident as we've seen him, Rich. This is a big heat, a big moment for him, and competing at home is going to come with some pressure as well.
Yeah, it's hard to not feel that pressure. You know, he's got the whole of Indonesia riding on his shoulders, and he does have all the momentum coming into this heat. But, you know, where we saw him shine was where those waves slowed up and he could really get that vertical attack happening, and these waves just aren't providing him that platform at the moment. So he either needs to find a wave that allows him to do that, or adjust to this more down the line style of surfing, which Philippe seems to be just having the edge on at the moment.
Yeah, well, there isn't a whole lot of time here for Samuel Pupo on the outside to chase down an 8, and we just haven't seen that many waves go that high on the scale throughout the day. So he's really looking for some space. Kanoa Igarashi's in control, and Kanoa just started the heat so well. He put the pressure on his first ride, just bagging that 7. But down the line, Toledo's up. Big float there. Really clean to finish that thing off, and now just adding some extras. Big foam climb. Gets up there on top of the tubing section of the wave and does so well to maintain his control there. So, you know, just again, smart movement around the lineup for Felipe, just finding some space, collecting numbers when he's down the line, collecting numbers when he's at the top of the point here. He's just doing so well.
Yeah, he's well, he's playing a game of bingo, isn't he? He's really finding the numbers here, and that wave was basically only ever going to allow him to do 2 turns, and Philippe went, no, I'm not having any part of that. I'm actually going to manufacture my own version of a re-entry floater to finish things off, and he kind of made it look pretty cool. So again, I think it's going to potentially be another, maybe a mid-range score on this one.
Just feels that speed is, you know, always a massive asset to have, but, you know, Felipe in these smaller conditions, his ability to just projection float down the line is just giving him a real edge over his rivals today.
Yeah, and just the read on the wave for him has just been pretty impeccable. Live action.
Well, this is Sammy Pupo going after Kanoa Igarashi. He needs a huge number. He's going to throw everything at it, spins the board into reverse, but it's going to come to a close, and he's going to be left wanting. He was after an 8-point ride out of that wave, but Igarashi just so solid from the outset.
Yeah, back into that sort of, you know, composed form that we're used to seeing from Kanoa. He'll be feeling good about this win.
And he's on his way to the quarterfinals. We'll take a quick break. Hitting the lineup next will be Miguel Pupo and Griffin Colapinto.
What we're doing is working with the surf camps and the park, and that creates a model of comprehensive surf ecosystem conservation that can be exported throughout the rest of the world.
So here we are. This is the spot of the tree planting.
We got to take care of our environment. We got to take care of the world. So it's awesome to see big brands coming up like the WSL Corona.
The support that we've gotten from Quiksilver and ROXY to be able to launch new projects has been immense.
I think it's really important, especially for us as surfers.
Small boat, island, perfect waves. Millions of monkeys everywhere. When it rains or whenever the plastic flows down the river, these barriers stop the plastic from going over. The crew from Sungai Watch go and they collect the plastic and they recycle the plastic.
We Are One Ocean is a WSL initiative to inspire the global surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean.
At Sungai Watch, we're on a mission to stop plastic from going into the ocean by installing these very simple barriers in as many rivers as possible.
It's simple and it brings a lot of results.
It's super exciting for me to work with brands like Corona that are committed to our environmental impact.
Plastic pollution is forever spreading, so we need to clean our rivers if we want to clean the ocean.
We got to take care of our environment. We got to take care of the world. So it's awesome to see big brands coming up like the WSL Corona. Because if everybody does a little bit, it's gonna be big.
Great to see, and they did a fantastic job here, and it's amazing to have the surfers working together with the Surf Conservation Partnership, Shiseido involved in getting G-Land back on track, and you can donate to Sungai Watch and help clean more rivers through their website, www.sungai.watch. And yeah, great to have Corona involved in that effort as well. Out there in the lineup at the moment, we have an incredible matchup about to unfold between the current world number 9 and world number 10, Miguel Pupo, up against Griffin Colapinto. And these guys have been having a fantastic run this year, looking super consistent, Rich.
Yeah, they are, and I love this matchup. It's the super silky smooth, flowing style of Miguel Pupo, who I think is in career best form at the moment, up against Griffin Colapinto, who is, you know, just super confident. He's had the win in Portugal, looking to march up the ratings, sort of validating his own position on the tour, but really starting to, you know, get the binoculars out and look into that final 5. And it's getting closer. And he's made it actually vocalise the fact that he wants to be there.
Miguel Pupo had this one during the break. He's just looked so on this year. Really great timing, amazing flow, and just a renewed, reinvigorated approach to competition.
Yeah, something's clicked for sure. And replay here of Toledo's 5.33 here, driving around. Geez, that was a fast snap and regain there, and that crazy final finishing floater that was almost like a snap floater. Very unique style of a maneuver. Pretty difficult to practice that one.
Yeah, I just love Felipe's ability with those lip line floaters as he comes out of the lip, you know, to land it, and really there being no impact or time needed to recover from that fall from the roof of the wave. And just the speed that he still maintains out of that maneuver. You know, a lot of people kind of tend to drop that tail first. He almost went very front-footed as he came down off that lip and sort of drove straight on that inside rail again to find the open face down the line. It's incredibly technical, and not a lot of people do it as well as he does.
No, he's probably the best at it, to be honest with you. He's, you know, those transitions between turns, we keep saying it, you know, it's different from doing it on the face to actually, you know, Philippe, where he gets so much air off some of the floaters, and even when he lands, his air is just straight, re-engages with the wave so well.
Yeah, he's starting to just build on this requirement for Rio now. He needs a 5.39. Certainly capable of fetching that number, but I just think it's scary. Toledo's starting to fall into that rhythm of looking at every single wave that comes his way at this stage. Well, let's take a moment now to hear from Jack Robinson. He's with Laura Enever.
Jack Robinson, sunnies are fogging up. It's really hot out here. Let's talk about your role. A third at Bells, a win at Margie's, into the quarters here. Tough conditions out there, but you got it going at the start of the heat.
Yeah, it was interesting heat. You never know with the ocean, so yeah, I was just stoked to get a couple at the start. I mean, it wasn't the highest scoring heat, but sometimes it doesn't matter how you get through, just got to get to the final day, and yeah, just getting the job done.
And you were saying it's kind of hard and interesting with the overlapping heats out there?
Yeah, it's probably a little bit different for some of us to get used to it again sometimes, because we don't always have them, so there's a bit more going on, but it just depends where you position yourself, I think. I think that's the main thing.
And you obviously started up the point, you got your scores there, and you just sat for the rest of the heat. You obviously hoping for another set to come through, but yeah, talk us about.
Yeah, I was fine either way. If there was no waves, I was like, all right. I just let him sit there and just play it out. But yeah, I thought we were going to get another chance. Hopefully tomorrow's got a few more waves, and we finish this with a bang. So it'll be good.
You've been hiding probably the most on the island. What have you been up to the last few days?
Oh, I've been losing it here on the jungle. Everyone's going nuts, and I was kind of feeding off the people going nuts, I think. But that's all right. It's the first few days, because you don't know how long you're going to be here for, so you sort of don't know what to do. And then after a couple of days, it's like, oh, all right, get in the mode. Just the time slows down now.
I heard you were playing pool on your own.
Yeah, a couple times, because I beat a couple guys. I didn't want to play again. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, enjoy your afternoon. We'll find something fun to do, and yeah, we'll see you tomorrow.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah, Jack Robinson just looking so strong, and I think, you know, obviously a big mover after the victory at Margaret River, stop number 5, jumped 10 places into that top 5 picture and sitting in 3rd position as we see Griffin Colapinto up at the moment. And Griffin, you know, he's got to answer back here to the strong start from Miguel Pupo. He's going to do it in fine form. Big tail drift on that final section, and it's a section that a lot of surfers have struggled with today, Rich.
Yeah, no problem for Griff there. Very powerful, dominant end to that wave. And, well, coming off one of the highest heat wave scores of the opening round, Griff found an absolute gem and just teed off on it. And you can see he's just carrying that form straight into this heat. And, well, he's going to need to because it's a great matchup. And Miguel's just dropped that 6-1-7, so already established a pretty decent score for what's on offer today. But that was some very tidy backhand surfing from Griff.
Yeah, you love to see it. Yeah, Griffin bounced back nicely at Margaret River, but when you look at his results this season, he's got to be very careful, especially in these earlier rounds, because he's already hanging on to a couple of 17ths, and that'll really hurt his chances. The wind's going to give him that massive advantage of getting back up towards the final 5, but he can't afford to slip up in these early rounds anymore, and this wave is really going to help his chances of getting through this heat.
Well, you can see the difference with Griff on his backhand. It's a more solid, it's a deeper bottom turn. The line is cleaner, and there's no little jitters. This was a replay of Rio's wave, so his best score so far. And just that lip gliding floater to finish off. Has to get to the finish if you want the points there. And as it gets a little bit shallow, it's becoming more tricky to finish off. And you know, you've always got in the back of your mind, perhaps that reef is going to expose itself, but these guys put themselves on the line.
Waiting on the numbers to come through for Griffin. Rio gets himself a 4.67. That's better than one of Felipe's scores at the moment. So things looking a little tighter out there between the current world #1 and the wild card. But Toledo up at the moment with a lot of speed. Big section standing up here. He just loses contact with that equipment. We've seen it a few times. We've only seen a few airs where the surfers found great height. We've seen some projections. We saw Jadson's land a couple of really nice rotations, but this definitely feels like this wave, the ramps aren't really throwing the surfers up above the lip too high at the moment.
No, because it is such a down-the-line style of wave. It's not like you're squaring up and projecting up skyward. You're always projecting down the line. And that's, again, another little factor that's making it really tricky to land it. And, again, I referenced the lower tide. It becomes difficult again to land those airs when there's less water on the reef. The wave breaks with a bit more power. It's hard to get that fluffy little landing zone as you do when it's sort of mid to higher tide.
Yeah, it takes a certain level of commitment too, doesn't it, to really ramp up and stomp something when the reef is exposed through that inside. Just coming in last night, it was, you know, treacherous. You really had to kind of just almost just be careful how far you took the wave in before you started looking for somewhere to put your feet down.
Yeah, you basically got to hit the eject button as soon as the wave finishes off or closes out. You've got to jump off the back of it or get prepared to start walking up on the reef.
Well, that first score for Griffin Colapinto about to drop at the moment, and there it is. It's a 6. So he's got himself right back in this heat with Miguel Pupo. Loving watching these big clashes unfold this afternoon, and someone else who's enjoying the show is Dimity Stoll down there in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Dimity.
Yeah, Ronnie, I've got Indonesian surfing royalty here with me, Tippy. We're so lucky to have him here. Tippy, can you just talk to us how important it is to have, and special it is to have Rio Wider in this event for representing Indonesia?
Yeah, I think this is one of the most important, you know, for surfing Indonesia, because Rio is everything, you know, for surfing Indonesia. He represents Indonesia in the Olympic. He's also representing Indonesia on all the WSL events, and here, you know, he's here for us, for Indonesia, and that's really important. You know, the minister is coming hopefully tomorrow, and we have the Minister of Sports the other day was here, and it shows, you know, all the supports that we need. And hopefully, like, we're gonna see, you know, surfing is growing and Indonesia can, you know, like showcasing more of Indonesian talent and more Rios. I think that's what Rio is having on his shoulder right now, yeah.
And as surfers from all over the world, we love it here in Indonesia. It's got the best waves in the world. How lucky are we to have an event back here in Indonesian soil?
Well, it's also, you know, hard working, you know, to have an event here, you know, working with WSL, making this event to be here. I know the wave is not here, but, you know, the potential is here, and then we are lucky, you know, to have WSL come to Indonesia, and this is something that we want to address also to the Indonesian government, that, you know, having this kind of event is really, really important for, you know, the surfing development and also tourism, because, you know, Indonesia is depending on all those, you know, tourists to come to here, and especially surfers, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much for the help that getting this event going, and we look forward to more events in Indonesia. It's just the best place in the world.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you, WSL, and hopefully we come back next year again. Maybe bigger swell.
Definitely, let's do it.
On your Tippy, absolute, as Dimity said, Indonesian surf royalty, and had a wave with him yesterday afternoon. He was out there with his young daughter, and he's got all the style in the world, Tippy. Great surfer.
Yeah, he really is, and you know, so well respected around all the islands, and he's been really instrumental in getting this event on the ground, working with a lot of the local communities, and as we see there, a bunch of board changing going on here with Philippe.
Yeah, it seemed like he was pretty quick to check the bottom of that board after that last wave and saw that there was an issue, so he's quickly switched it out. But it is a really close clash at the moment between the world #1 and the wild card. Have a look at the numbers, really close. And Rio's in a great position here. He's got priority, he only needs a 4.14, but this was Felipe's last ride, Rich.
Yeah, so Felipe streaking down the line here, gets the little float, gets to the final section there, and I don't know whether he's just run out of water. We'll get a bit of a detailed view on what happened, but certainly went straight away. He might have buckled the board. He's flipped it over. Looks like all the fins are in place. So, I mean, as a surfer, you know when the board buckles, you feel that thing go. They're all glass so light. And this was a nice down the line wave for Griff. He picked it up down the end of the reef. Big extension carve to open up, and that critical turn. Just the two-turn combination. But look how smooth he is off the bottom, and that sets up all this power off the top. A big body extension on the backhand. Gets straight back on the hillside rail, and look at that wave just cup out completely. And Griff getting to the landing, very compressed, and then stands tall, just letting the judges know that he was in perfect control.
Yeah, he got a big number for it too. It was a 7. And Griffin Colapinto jumping ahead of Miguel Pupo now, who's after a 6.84. You were touching on Chloe Andino earlier, just being such a student of the game, and just, you know, I think with his dad always has had this appreciation for clean rail surfing, as well as, you know, being at the forefront of that innovative approach as well. And Griffin's been mentored by Kolohe, and I think they've just watched so much great footage over the years, and then Griffin obviously becoming part of that Billabong team and travelling with Joel Parkinson, started to really take on a deep appreciation of clean rail surfing, and it's made him one of the most well-rounded surfers on tour. And when you see him on a clean section now, he has a lot of different options. Obviously he can explode through the lip with those fin throws, but I love seeing him just set those clean rail turns as well, and that was a dynamic finish without going to the air.
Yeah, I don't think we can also discount the influence that Joel Parkinson had on Griff as well, in terms of the style and the approach. But Griff's been able to add a layer to it, you know, a progressive aerial element to Joel's style, and he's made it his own. He's got that power, he's got the finesse, and he's got this unique way of making these big explosive turns look super silky smooth, and there's not many people on the tour that can do that.
Well, Miguel's going to try and get himself back into the lead here. Nice section, just got a little caught on that front foot, and that one's not going to help his cause. He's after a 6.84. He's got plenty of time though. 29 minutes remaining in heat 6 here, the round of 16. Our focus at the moment, with just under 6 minutes to go, is what Rio can do with priority. Good size set standing up on the outside. And he is in need of just a 4.14 here. And it looks like Toledo is up again. Nice big float. So back out there on this backup board. Now running through some backhand carves. And this wave just really... I mean, he saved it with that final turn. He's trying to get rid of a 3.47.
Well, I think Philippe must have been way down the reef and got that one under priority, and he's made the most of it too. You know, that sort of drop air floater, almost lost it, but regained composure. And then a couple of nice turns, the very vertical hit on the final one, putting the exclamation mark on it.
Yeah, that was strong, that final manoeuvre. But Strider, what happened with the first choice equipment there for Felipe?
Yeah, I think that last maneuver, you got a big buckle in it, so definitely broke the board. Not completely in half, but a big buckle, so it's just called the ski down. he was kind of in the turbulent zone and getting a little bit rolled around in there, but now he's back out there as you saw on that backup board, and he did that huge floater, dropped off. I wouldn't be surprised if he put a little crease in it just doing that. It looked pretty hectic.
Yeah, that's heavy, mate. It looks like the conditions are cleaning up, and as a result, we're starting to see these guys find a bit more freedom and a lot more flow between their manoeuvres now.
Well, what I think also we're seeing kind of just more of a maneuver in section of consequence. There's not a lot of water left on the reef, and the waves are just really hucking out over that dry reef part, and they're really having to go for it to get their numbers. And I think they're going to get rewarded for it. If you're in the lip or in the critical part of the wave like that over heavy sections, that's exactly what the criteria calls for. So they'll be rewarded heavily, but the payment on that is a buckled board or a broken board or some skin on the reef for the fish. So something's going to happen.
Strider, you're close to the action, and it's blinding out there at the moment. Rio only needs a 4.14. He's in a pretty good position considering, Felipe's been kind of running circles around him out in this lineup.
Well, he's just been patient. I think he's waiting for that one wave just to light up on. It's definitely, there's a lot of waves up the reef, and they've been kind of searching for him and going that farther and further up the reef as the tide drops out. So, as the ledge is basically where they're going to now, and that's where they're going to try and find those waves as they stand up on the outside, and then they'll get some work done. And then as it gets to the inside, they have that closeout section right onto the dry reef. So nothing's over until it's over, and we can't wait to see the rest of it.
Yeah, that requirement just coming up, that last score for Felipe coming in, 5.9, and that's what he's got the ability to do, isn't it, Rich? It's save rides with something just explosive on those final sections. Because he hadn't done a whole lot on that ride prior to that finishing turn, but it was so big and so fast that he got the score that he needed, and he's up again. But he pushes just a little too hard on that first section. 2.5 minutes to go. Rio's after a 6.56. He's got priority.
Yeah, well, he's settled in and he's looking for a particular style of a wave, as Strider mentioned, something where he can slow it down a little bit and really get some clean backhand hooks going, because I just think at the moment Philippe's just having his way with it. He's reading the waves well, and he's mixing it up. He's not just sticking to one maneuver. He's actually just surfing the waves for what they can allow him to do and pushing a little bit further, as we see Ethan Ewing.
He's leaving his run a little late to the lineup, Rich.
Well, yeah, only a couple of minutes to go. That footage is live, which I believe it is. He's left himself a little short on time.
So really looking closely now at what's unfolding here in heat number 5. Big heat in the context of that race for the final 5. Toledo just been on fire this year. Doesn't want to, fall off the pace now. And Rio is obviously going after a massive finish here at home in Indonesia. He wants to, as we heard Tippy Jabrik say, he's got the whole country on his shoulders at the moment. And he's been representing so well. So let's see what he can do. And looks like we could have some quality set waves coming our way.
Yeah, a couple of lines starting to march into the zone. So we could get a bit of a grandstand finish here. All the pressure's on, needing that 6.56. So it's not a wave where you can just go through the motions. The judges want to see something pretty spectacular if they want to get into, he basically needs a sort of a 7-point ride. And he's going to have to push it a little bit.
Going back to that Sydney Surf Pro performance, I mean, he came up against a guy that was just in such rare form, Ryan Callanan. He'd been posting huge numbers. He was the guy to beat. He put big scores up in that final, and Rio just didn't lose his nerve. He just really stayed cool. He had a real ice coursing through his veins at that point, and yeah, dropped a 9.5 in the final to get the victory. He's going to need something special in the final moments here. There's 30 seconds to go. He's sizing something up on the outside. Well positioned here. He's got a lot of speed. Hammers over this first section just to get down the line. Little whip out of the top. He'll need a lot more than that as this wave starts to near its end. Working through his turns, hoping that it steepens, and the body language suggesting that he's pretty aware that it's probably not going to get him over the line.
Oh, it was a good effort nonetheless, and what a moment here to be up against the world #1 and doing Indonesia proud, putting in an amazing performance. But for me, I'm just not seeing a 6.56 on that wave. Philippe just putting together an amazing heat. sort of scrambling and making it work for him. Critical surfing on all his waves, and just doing enough in this case.
Yeah, the numbers coming through there at the end. It was a 3.9. Toledo just hanging on for the finish, and he is moving on through to the quarterfinals, the world #1. Stay with us. After the break here at the Quiksilver Pro G-Land, Ethan Ewing and Matthew McGillivray will hit the water.
Small boat, island, perfect waves. Millions of monkeys everywhere.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack. Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God!
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Across Indonesia, there's a massive problem with plastics. What we're doing is working with the Surf Conservation Partnership and Conservation Indonesia and the surf camps and the park to allow for local recycling. You can take plastic off the beach, use these machines that we've brought, and create useful products. And that creates a model of comprehensive surf ecosystem conservation.
We Are One Ocean is a WSL initiative to inspire the global surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean. We're joining forces with local organizations and Shiseido to give back to the community and preserve the vital ecosystems around the event location.
This is the spot of the tree planting.
Really cool, really honored.
So maybe one day I can even bring my kids here and show them the tree that I planted.
Our vision is for surfing to be a significant force for expanding conservation of large ecosystem all across Indonesia.
Really important to show how us surfers also respect and care for the places that we go to.
Shiseido, We Are One Ocean and the Surf Conservation Partnership doing great work here in the local community in G-Land by protecting and restoring this awesome coastline. And you can learn more at weareoneocean.org. But have a look at this clash. Ethan Ewing sitting in 4th position on the ratings, up against Matthew McGillivray, the clutch performer at stop #5, who got to the semi-finals to keep his spot on the CT for the back half of this year and also into the new year. And Matty surviving the elimination round earlier on and picking one off early in this heat, and a big combination on the outside for the South African.
Great two-turn combination there for Matty McGillivray, and he's going to need to bring that style of surfing because he's up against one of the form surfers of the tour of this year in my mind. Ethan Ewing has brought some of the most amazing performances that we've seen so far. There's even been a couple of excellent heats there where he's been a little bit lucky not to progress, just being short on wave count. But great way to start here for the South African. A little 1-2 punch combination there to finish off strong. Some good-looking sets approaching.
Yeah, Matty McGillivray is going to start with a bang, and we'll see what kind of response Ethan Ewing can serve up here. A couple of nice whipping turns and gets a finish there on the end section. Travelling here to G-Land with his brother Curtis. Great surfer, goofy footer, similar style, but yeah, obviously it's been a great experience for the two of them to be enjoying this experience, competing here at G-Land for the first time in the Quiksilver Pro. But yeah, waiting on those numbers to come through. Wouldn't be surprised if Matthew McGillivray gets the edge on Ethan on the opening exchange. And Ethan's got to be wary of Matt, just the fact that he tends to warm up on his run through an event. So we'll see just how Ethan responds to that.
Yeah, the undeniable performance is there, though. Ethan Ewing, he looks like he is all coiled up and ready to roll. The speed in which he attacks the wave is quite incredible, and he does it with a style and flow that we haven't seen in a while. And Ethan, this is a new mind game for him at the moment too, because he's fixed everything up. He was, well, he was a bit of a scatterbrain a couple of years ago, but he looks so sure-footed when he takes off on a wave. But you're right, Matty is building too.
Yeah, I think, you know, there's no denying that Ethan's doing some of the best surfing that we're seeing on the Championship Tour at the moment. Still looking for that first final, though. He's had 3 semis this year. Down at Bells, he was really unlucky. He just got completely wave-starved. The conditions were kind of fading in that instance, and he sort of missed the opportunity to even come up with replies. And Toledo just went hunting for scraps on the inside and got the jump on him. But also out there in the lineup, we've got Miguel Pupo up against Griffin Colapinto, and that was a strong finish for Miguel. Had a 6.17, won the opening exchange, but Griffin Colapinto, he definitely made a statement on his second ride. He bagged a 7, and Miguel now needs a 6.84 to get himself back into the lead.
I like this. You could tell Miguel just, he found a new gear on that wave and started to bring a little bit more energy. There was more intent, even as he was pumping into each and every turn there. Let's check it out. Floats over this first section. Gets a nice snap off the top, but watch this. Goes for the air rev. And not a lot of height, but very clean and very controlled. So he's starting to warm up into this, and well, 16 minutes to go on the clock. He's going to drop a pretty decent number here.
Well, scores in for the opening exchange between Ethan Ewing and Matthew McGilvray, and it was a 6.17 for the South African. The Aussie dropped a 4-point ride. We're still waiting on that score to come through for Miguel. We'll see if it gets him that 6.84 that he was chasing. Just under 16 minutes to go. Griffin Colapinto, you look at his Championship Tour ranks so far. This is his 4th year on the CT, and he kicked off in 2018, got to 18th position, 16th in 2019. Last year, got all the way to 6th place, and just outside the final 5, where he was just so desperate to get that result. I think, you know, he was obviously hurt, not getting the opportunity in Tahiti, because he's just got so much bravado and isn't afraid to throw himself over the ledge in big conditions. So I think that would have given him a fantastic opportunity to get in there. But, you know, it's history now, and he's got his sights set on the big finish this year. But he has to get more big results. He's got to get right into those final heats of these contests. Here he goes at the moment. Climbing up over the lip, clean float, good speed down the line here at the moment, but he's going to get tangled up on that 3rd hit on the lip. And he goes down. Miguel's last ride came through at a 5.77, not enough to see him into the lead. So Griffin's still going to be out in front here, but Miguel will have the priority in a moment.
Yeah, just unfortunately, just off timing, just ever so slightly on that projection floater down the line for Griff. But back to your point, he's building, isn't he? Each year he gets better. And that was a big jump between that 3rd and 4th year on tour there. As we see the replay up and over the roof, and just here gets caught just a little late. You could see what he was trying to do, project down the line, stay with it. Trying to find that little energy pocket. Slows down a little bit, allows him to do that big hook. But yeah, that would have stung watching the finals at pretty flawless lowers last year. He would have been just going, oh, I want a piece of this. And you feel like he's on track this year. Still a little bit of work to do, but is definitely one of the surfers for me that could really challenge for that final 5.
Well, let's check in with Dimity and Kanoa Igarashi through to the quarterfinals.
So Kanoa, I know you would have loved to have been on that MR twin fin out there, but you surfed a really smart heat.
Yeah, well, we had some good practice out there yesterday evening. We were, well, I was on a twin, and I jumped on my thruster this morning, and it felt like I was dragging, and I was like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have ridden the twin fin because it went too fast. But yeah, that was a hard heat. You know, it's one of those heats where one wave makes a huge difference. As soon as I got that 7, the first, maybe the first 5 minutes of the heat, it kind of set the rhythm of the heat. And yeah, I knew I had a really good jump start on him after that wave, and I just wanted to solidify it.
Yeah, well, really smart surfing, and hopefully we get more swell tomorrow. You're looking forward to that?
Yeah, it looks like tomorrow's supposed to pick up a little bit. The conditions are beautiful today. At this size, G-land, I feel like it's a really hard wave to surf especially on your backhand. So it's it's just about being sharp and making the right decisions on waves, because you know, there's so many different types of waves out there. You know, I feel like people don't see from here, but you know, there's probably about 6 peaks that we're all sitting on, and we have to choose between the 6 peaks, and then, you know, each peak has about 3 different types of waves. So, you know, you're looking at, you know, maybe 18 waves out there that, you know, we're kind of just trying to find. So, yeah, I'm excited to you know, buckle in tomorrow and hydrate tonight and get ready for a big day.
Yeah, very nice. We'll rest up and we'll good luck for the next. Yeah, of course.
みんないつも応援してくれてありがとうございます。今回もまたクォーターファイナルで行ったことなので、これから勝負って感じで頑張ります。よろしくお願いします。
Arigato.
Yeah, I think basically what he's saying is he's happy to be back into the quarterfinals because he's had a couple of shocker results through the Australian leg, and he's back on track, sitting in 6th position. And Kanoa's, you know, he's very astute. He would be paying attention to the fact that there's some space up there in the 5 at the moment, and he's eyeing his opportunity to make a big move back into the picture for a final 5 finish. But he's still going to have some work to do as we go back out into the lineup now. 11.5 minutes remaining. Griffin Colapinto trying to get rid of a 6 here. Good looking wave, standing up, belts the section, maintains that down the line flow to get to the final move, and swings that tail around and hangs on for the finish this time.
Yeah, it was a big final hit, and Griff, knowing that it was only going to be 2 turns on that wave as it ran down the line, so he had to make each one of those turns count, and the final one was a big exclamation mark on that wave. And I feel like he's probably going to, well, he's going to maybe get rid of that 6. Let's watch on the replay here. Just a down the line snap, but it's all the points are going to be in that final hit there. Drifting the fins right out, regains control. Bumpy a wave as well. And this is Miguel. Wow, a vicious snap to start that wave. And a second layback hit. Beautiful carve down the line, so getting some great turns on this one. And the wave opening up, allowing him to really dig into those final 2 turns, and that felt good, all connected. Showing great variety, and this is Matty McGillivray on his 2nd score. So Matty just sort of extending, got that big extension. We haven't really seen many surfers on the backhand going that way. It's almost on the edge of sort of being mistimed, but Matty's making it work and bringing a carving element to his backhand that's sort of unique to his approach at the moment.
Yeah, just throwing so much water. I think that's what makes it kind of undeniable from the judges' perspective. But 6.17 on his first ride and a solid score on the way. There's going to be some pressure on Ethan Ewing for sure, who is holding on to a 4 at the moment as his best wave. He's out there with priority, but expecting some interesting numbers for Miguel Pupo and Griffin Colapinto on that last exchange. I'm just loving the way Miguel Pupo's surfing this year. He's looking a lot more confident than he has in the past. He's always had that magic flow, that clean style, but, you know, honestly, it's felt like his turns were a little light on, and this year he's thrown a bit more into them, and he's sinking those rails a bit deeper. He's pushing those fins free, a bit more risk in his surfing, and it's paying off.
Yeah, for sure it is, and you know, there's a bit more power. But the other thing too is he seems to be switching into that kind of mongrel mode when he gets in a heat. And have a look at the set, marching through the line out now. Big wave for Miguel Pupo.
Let's see what he does with his first section. Just hits it and maintains some down the line flow to line up potentially some more open face here, and just has so much speed. This wave is starting to close, but he's going to fit in a couple more moves. Well, it did well to get back out in front of it. The wave actually hit deep water there and just allowed him to again go to multiple moves. You could tell that the legs were a little tired. Chasing him down the line is going to be Griffin. So Griffin needs a number at the moment. He's after a 6.68. And these guys are really on this afternoon. Miguel Pupo put up a 7.5 to get himself in front. 6.68 is the requirement now for Griffin. And there is just over 8 minutes to go.
Yeah, we're still waiting on a number as well here for Matty McGillivray for his 2nd decent score. And Ethan Ewing with some work to do, but a great exchange there from Miguel Pupo and Griffin Colapinto. We're yet to see what Griff did on the opening stages of his wave, but he certainly felt happy about it. The final 2 hits were really strong, so perhaps a somewhat better finish to his wave. And we're still yet to see what happens, and we'll key those replays up. Miguel Pupo on the back of the ski, about to get a ride back, but this wave stood right up. One of the biggest waves of the afternoon, and more of a horizontal snap to start things off. Lots of down-the-line work here. Nothing too critical right at this moment. Now it slows up, and a bit of a fin drift there. Drives back into the power source, so he's connecting a series of nice smooth turns, but the high-risk element not really there until that final moment. Pushes hard and then doesn't get the finish, and this was Griff.
Yeah, Griffin, nice opening manoeuvre. Bashed it a second time, and then as the wave steepened on the inside, he got a couple more big hits in. Just a little bit more room to get that board vertical in the pocket maybe, so it'll be interesting to see where the numbers fall for that big exchange. But Matthew McGillivray is really throwing down a big challenge to Ethan Ewing here. We're still waiting on a number of scores to drop, so we'll give you an update in a moment, but 6.5 minutes to go. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see what unfolds between Miguel and Griffin there. Miguel got so much work done, but I think just the wave kind of forced him into a down-the-line approach. It didn't give him the chance to open up like Griffin's.
No, exactly. And I feel like if you just watch those waves and you trust your emotions with your reaction to what you saw there, and you know, Griffin's manoeuvres were really intense. But, you know, a lot of work done for Miguel, so it's up to the judges.
Well, the score came through for Griffin at a 6.3, so not enough to see him up into the lead. Miguel Pupo still has a number on the way as well. But also waiting on a couple of scores to drop for Matthew McGillivray, who's had a couple of rides. But Ethan Ewing's been pretty quiet out there at the moment, Rich.
Yeah, it's a little concerning for Ethan Ewing fans. Just, you know, hasn't been able to click into gear and get into rhythm with these sets at the moment. And Matty McGillivray, well, he's found 3 scores at the moment, and he's about to put 2 numbers on the board here. That's going to put a lot of pressure onto Ethan, and well, he's going to have to get this going. Still plenty of time though on the clock, 30 minutes or just under. And we know that Ethan is just surfing so well at the moment. I don't think he'll really be feeling the pressure right now. But yeah, I want to see him on a wave and doing some great surfing and really making this an interesting heat.
Well, let's get Strider's thoughts on that last exchange. Plenty happening in the final couple of minutes, Strider.
Oh, it's been non-stop. I like to see the swell filling in, and we've got so much action, and the waves are standing up on the reef so beautifully. Looks like McGillivray on another one. Look at this kid. He's just lighting it up. Big hacks in the top, and then these finishing turns. He's been coming away with them almost every single time, which is rock-solid surfing right there. And he's got the edge on Ethan Ewing, but Ethan Ewing taking a look at this one. Ronnie, take it away. Oh, he doesn't want it. Oh, he's a little too far deep behind that peak. This is fun to watch.
Yeah, good pick up on Matty McGillivray. He's always had that, hasn't he? That sure-footed stance. He's just so rock solid when he hits big sections. Thinking back to his performances in Hawaii, at Sunset, Haleiwa, and also at Margaret River.
Yeah, you know, actually, to tell you the truth, the show, the Make or Break show, I was taking a good hard look at it, and I became a big fan of Matthew just watching that. If you get a chance, get in there and take a look. It's really fun watching, and you get to see his background and who he is and where he came from and how much they had to sacrifice for him. And I really, you know, he's kind of the underdog, and I'm a big fan of it. So, and watching him not surf out here, he's hitting those end sections of consequence, and it just looks like he's going to get exploded, and he's falling out of the lip, but just riding out of it every time. So, like you said, sure-footed, really strong. Go, Matthew.
Yeah, he's an easy guy to get behind for sure. And yeah, that was our episode 3 of Make or Break Season 1. And Matthew McGillivray, I think the cool thing about his story was, you know, he's on the championship tour and still sleeping in the car out the front of a friend's place in California before he heads off to a new stop on the championship tour. So, you know, for some of the competitors, they're still doing it on a pretty tight budget.
Well, you're not only doing it for the love, you're doing it for your family and friends, and sometimes you've got to dig deep to get through those gnarly moments and remind yourself what you're doing it for. But I can see a couple of lines on the horizon there, Ron.
We're also waiting on a number of scores to drop through, and we know that Miguel Pupo had a 5.37. Griffin Colapinto's previous ride was a 6.3, but his second number, his last ride, has just dropped in at a 7.17. That's got him back into the lead. And Miguel Pupo now after a 6.67. And for me, this has been one of the heats of the day, Rich. These two guys are really switched on. They're both surfing great. And I think we're going to have an exciting finish here with some set waves on the way.
Yeah, they've both had ample opportunity, and that's what we want. These guys are going blow for blow, and they're really not holding back. You see a replay. This is Griff's wave, the 7.17, and you can see why, just squaring off the bottom, smashing the lip, and a third, just getting so quickly back onto the bottom turn, finishing off super strong. 4 really, really strong, powerful turns in a row.
I mean, I know the waves, the pace of these rides is kind of improving this afternoon, but Griffin Colapinto, you know, I think his speed is a little hidden in his smooth flow, but he is one competitor that's been able to really square up nicely on these fast running lefts when other guys are having to, or being forced into a more down the line approach. He doesn't lose any speed. He gets those belts in, and I think you can kind of throw back to Portugal, and in the final, he's up against Felipe Toledo in small waves, and you're just thinking, wow, how's he going to overcome Toledo and surf this size? And it was a great clash, but, you know, he was still able to get those big explosive fin blows in.
Yeah, that's correct. This is live action. Matty McGillivray again.
Yeah, he's just been very busy, but you mentioned it earlier on that, you know, there's no cause for concern. Ethan's got priority, so Matt's taking that busy approach and just looking to add to his scoreline the entire time without priority. But it feels like Ethan just wants to really make sure when he gets his chance with that ultimate priority over the lineup, he's going to be in the best position to capitalise on one of those high-quality set waves.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, the judges showing a little bit of restraint here on Matty McGillivray's scores, the 6.17 and the 6, because they were very similar. They were both that two-turn combination. And they know that, you know, the style of surfing that Ethan Ewing can bring, he's really going to push it a little bit further, perhaps bring some of that big tail slide drifting approach there. But, you know, at the moment he's sort of dropped anchor. We just got to hope that the waves start to deliver, because we want to see him really get into this heat.
Yeah, Matty's put some pretty big numbers up, though, pretty decent numbers. Certainly, you know, Ethan's going to have to really perform well through the back half of their clash. But right now we're coming down to the 15-second mark here with Griffin Colapinto holding the edge over Miguel Pupo still, and he does have priority. But a fantastic heat. Both surfers really coming on strong, and the numbers were close, not a whole lot in it.
No, it was a very, very well-fought heat. In the end, lead changed and shifted around, and that's how we, well, we love those style of a heat. And Griffin get the edge on this one.
Another big clash coming your way in the round of 16. Italo will be up against Connor O'Leary. We're going to bring in Joe Tapel and Luke Egan for the call.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack.
Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God.
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
What we're doing is working with the surf camps and the park, and that creates a model of comprehensive surf ecosystem conservation that can be exported throughout the rest of the world.
So here we are. This is the spot of the tree planting.
We got to take care of our environment. We got to take care of the world. So it's awesome to see big brands coming up like the WSL Corona.
The support that we've gotten from Quiksilver and ROXY to be able to launch new projects has been immense.
I think it's really important, especially for us as surfers.
We're the WSL. We travel all over the world, chasing the best waves and surfing the nicest beaches. But we don't just surf. We're also doing our best to protect the thing we love most by restoring coasts, stopping plastic pollution, and reducing climate impacts. We know we're not the only ones trying to save the ocean, so we want to hear what you're up to. Use hashtag #WeAreOneOcean and tag WSL to share your sustainability story.
This year, as we near towards World Oceans Day, which is June 8th, and the month of June, which is World Oceans Month, we're using our platform for good, and we want to hear what everyone is up to. So Share your sustainability story using the hashtag #WeAreOneOcean and tagging @WSL. Together, we are one ocean. The whole ocean moves when Blue Egan digs in with a big forehand carve on a wave like this at G-Land, and what an exciting time. A goofy foot in the booth. Luke Egan calling the action with an all goofy foot battle to finish the round of 16. Italo Ferreira, a world champ, taking on Connor O'Leary. You can see Ferreira number 5 in the world, Connor number 18 in the world. This is going to be an absolute super bout to close out the evening. Driving down the line and getting things started early here. Connor O'Leary from Cronulla. Big frontside float, tail high whip, incomplete. Italo, of course, already got involved. Huge full rotation right onto the reef, fighting for a finish as he goes down.
Wow, no holding back here. It's so shallow right there. Italo falls on his back and nearly gets back up. That was incredible.
Would have been gigantic. Still, the surfer from Jeffreys Bay, famous for going right all the time, has a lethal backhand attack. Still controlling the heat over Ethan Ewing with plenty of time to go. Well, starting off with a flurry, a massive start for Italo. Even though he didn't get the completion, we know his game plan. He always goes at 100%. A guy that can recover from a wipeout, maybe better than anybody on tour. Sometimes he comes in limping from pipe with scars all over his body. Never one to complain. I think it just fires him up to push even harder.
The training Italo does isn't just for fitness, but it's for body maintenance, so he can land like that and take the hit and make sure that the injuries are minimal for acrobatic surfing like he does.
Saw a clip of him training, and he was doing pull-ups. At the same time, he had somebody punch him in the stomach as hard as he could over and over again. I don't know how many people would want to sign up for that, but he's definitely willing to take a hit and preparing for big wipeouts and heavy water waves as well. Wrapping that section, has some time to finish. Connor O'Leary knows he has his hands full. I talked to Jacko Baker before the start of this clash, and he said, yeah, Connor could get him without a problem the way Connor's been surfing. You know, and always going to be a big task when you have a world champ and a guy that's always on a roll with a lot of energy. As we think about that heat, it's still got plenty of time to really get started. Let's catch up with Felipe Toledo with Dimity Stoyle.
Well, Felipe Toledo, it's always hard coming up against a dangerous wild card in Rio, but you showed him exactly why you're wearing the yellow jersey.
Thank you. Yeah, you know, as you said, it's always tricky. It's always hard. You never know what they're bringing to the heat, and they don't have the pressure, you know, of being on tour and going for world titles. So they're having fun. So that's when, you know, they perform. And Rio got the tsunami in Mexico, and then on the first round, and I knew I had to, you know, surf smart and put it a solid performance, even though it was not big scores, but I just, you know, trying to play with priority strategy going up and then catching a wave like down in the lineup. And yeah, it's a big lineup, so it's just hard to, you know, like, should I sit up there, should I sit down on the inside, and sometimes you just like don't know what to do. But I had a strategy on my mind, and ended up playing really good, and so blessed to take the win.
Now, we could see you surf very smart in that one, and quarterfinals tomorrow, hopefully have more swell on the way. You excited for that one?
Oh yeah, that's going to be fun. Hopefully a little bit more of waves and more opportunities for us, and it's going to be a really fun day. Yeah.
Can't wait to see you. Good luck.
Felipe Toledo getting past Rio Waida, and he took that heat very seriously. Waida upset him last season at Mexico. Got past him again in this early stages of the round, and Felipe's happy to get the jump into the quarterfinals, where we will see a rematch from the final earlier this year in Portugal, as he'll take on Griffin Colapinto. Getting this one set up down the line, stretched out float. Spent some time on that lip, but ended up costing him the completion. Ethan Ewing needed a keeper there to stay in the battle with McGillivray.
Time's running out for Ethan. He's got to get a wriggle on. He's the dreaded sit with priority. We've seen it happen to a few surfers today. John Florence, there's a few there, and he's just been sitting a little too long. It seems to be with this smaller swell is to stay busy and create opportunities out of some small ones and hopefully get the rhythm and get a set as well. So let's see if Ethan can get a few scores under his belt in this last 15 minutes.
You always wonder who's going to be in your support crew at each and every event as we see Connor up and out. Ethan's brother is a goofy foot, and I think it was pretty easy for him to sign up for G-Land for the support crew for his brother Ethan. And Curtis, wow, what a contender he is. Really incredible surfer. He's been having a blast. I ran into Ethan checking the waves at the top of the reef yesterday. He had already had a few surfs, and he's like, yep, my brother's still out there all the way on dark. Just couldn't get enough of it. So the Ewing bros having a great time here at G-Land.
Yeah, he's such a great surfer. Goofy foot, so it's just like seeing Ethan in the mirror.
They have a very similar tempo. Like the way they read a wave. I feel like they got the same song in their head. The way they just read and have a cool rhythm off the bottom, off the top. Enjoying this dreamy setup here in the jungle. Let's now catch up with Rio Waida with Dimity.
Well, Rio Waida, you're a dangerous Indonesian wildcard. You did some damage in round one. Unfortunately, the waves are a bit slower in that one, but still incredible result to be here and representing Indonesia.
Yeah, first of all, thanks to WSL and Quiksilver and everyone for this opportunity. It was good. It was big learn for sure. I don't know, but yeah, it was fun surfing against the best. I want to be here. That's my goal. Hope next year I will join them. And yeah, it was kind of slow out there. It was, to be honest, it was really slow, and I was losing. I don't know where to sit and stuff. And but yeah, it was good learn, big learn.
Well, everyone's so proud of your performance, and we know that you've got Challenger Series coming up. You'll be back on tour in no time for sure.
Yeah, now I just want to go home, and reset. But yeah, next one, South Africa for Challenger. I will be ready for sure. I have like 1 month to prepare, so I'll be training and prepare for South Africa.
Well, good luck. Can't wait to watch you smash it there.
Thank you.
Follow Rio's journey to qualify at the Bolito Pro July 3rd through the 10th. And that incredible wave, it can absolutely fire if you get the right swell. Looking forward to seeing how he does there, coming off that huge win at the Sydney Surf Pro. Action right out in front, coming off the bottom, tagging that lip line into a backside hack. McGillivray running out of room on the reef. He's been incredibly active in comparison to his opponent, Ethan Ewing. 6.33 and a 6.17 for McGillivray. And Ethan was just quickly up and down, still waiting for something solid to work with. Ethan kind of had one of the highlights of the opening day. That beautiful wall where he had so much time on, had that crazy stall, got barreled all the way through. It was definitely one of the highlights of opening day. It was almost like watching Andy Irons in Blue Horizon on some big left-hand wall.
And his first wave in competition here was his first attempt at riding a wave with the jersey on, so it was super impressive. And he's not done yet. He's still got plenty of time. He's just got to get busy, take the opportunities on some of the smaller inside ones, and just be busy. There's been some good scores on the inside, and when you get to this stage, you just got to get in there and attack.
Just saw Italo kind of looking around the lineup, just the one wave, but it was a huge attempt to throw down one of the biggest airs we've seen this week. Remember, he won his world title in one of the heaviest ways you could ever do it in a final decision at Pipeline. Italo versus Medina. Italo got the win. He flew home, and there was a parade and a warm reception waiting for him. He could take 2 people with him on that parade on the fire trucks. He took his dad, and he took Jadson Andre. Jadson was so happy to be there to support his good friend. They did a huge drive around the town for a few hours, ended up back at Italo's house for a barbecue, and he said that was it. He felt complete, didn't have to do anything more than that, went right back to work in his world title defense. And I thought it was so cool during all the WSL Countdown Series events that were happening when the tour was canceled. Italo didn't have to do those, but he was showing up in France. He competed in Brazil. He still wanted to play the game and defend his title, where he easily could have got into other things. I thought that was a big statement, that he still felt like he was the best surfer in the world. As we see another setup for Matty McGillivray, hammering that section, going straight down.
Yeah, he's been super busy in this heat. That was his 9th scoring wave, so super busy on the inside, and it's got him the lead. Ethan really, at this point, needing either the best wave of the afternoon or 2 scoring waves to better the 2 scores that he's got. But usually Ethan, for most of this year, it's been 2 scores and 8 and say a 7-5, and some heats, you know, 8-5 and 9-5. Like, we've seen that all year from Ethan Ewing. So, you know, if you want to be in the final 5 in September at lower trestles, you need to pull it out from a spot that he's in right now.
McGillivray staying busy. Little wall to work with. There's some spray off that rail, right into a nice carve on the open face. And he'll kick out. Back at Margaret River, he was in a must-win situation to keep his spot on tour. And I started looking at his backup boards that he left on the stairs. He had so many different shapers. He had a Pang sitting on the stairs. You know, he had an old galley that he was bringing down. It was really cool. He's just mixing it up with a lot of different equipment as he was under pressure, not just to make this mid-season cut, but to be able to surf at home at Jeffreys Bay. I remember the last cut we had years ago, how tough it was for Tanner Gudauskas and Nate Yeomans and that crew from San Clemente to miss out on competing at lowers, because that was right before the cut. It ended after Tahiti that year. For McGillivray, he'll able to represent his local wave, local lineup at Jeffreys Bay this season.
Yeah, that was a great speech after he'd made the cut, and he was just like, I just want to surf at home at J Bay in front of all my family and friends, and so he's going to get to do that, which is incredible.
Snap to start, up the reef. Ethan Ewing squares up vertically, an aggressive backhand hack under the lip. All about positioning to make those backside turns look as lethal as that one, and got a lot done in a short space.
A lot done in a short space, and that has been scoring quite well today. Don't necessarily have to make the end of the wave to get a decent score, and Ethan Ewing realizing that, and his timing's always so good, and that last turn was so vertical on such a hollow part of the wave.
Sometimes these beach break type rules can kind of flow into the game on a size like this at Money Trees, where one big air could get you through a heat, or maybe a 2-turn combo on a big wall. Let's take another look.
Does get a good slash on the outside, and then a beautiful upside down maneuver. Is going to better his score line. He just needs to stay on the inside now and keep really busy, and he's still got a chance in this heat with about 7:50 to go.
Strider Wazalewski still in the water. How are they sitting right now? What are they lining up with?
You know, it's a real easy lineup because it's so beautiful when you're looking at the beach right now. It's that classic afternoon. The sun's just going down over there, and it's just, the glare is incredible coming right at you. But when you're looking back at the beach, it's just lit up. It looks like nothing's changed here in the last 50 years, it feels like. It's just so beautiful to look in there. And there's lineups all the way along there with the trees and the scaffolding, and you can really get a good look at it and really know where you're at once you look back in. But looking out the horizon, really happy I got these polarized shades on at the moment. I guess, you know, it's homage to Jerry Lopez. He's out here wearing his goggles during his surfs because it's just so bright, and you could just basically fry your eyeballs if you didn't have a pair of shades on. So beautiful look out here and a beautiful afternoon, and the waves, they're still coming. Looks like it's getting better.
Strider, as you're sitting out there, how easy is it to pick the right wave? Sometimes I'm looking out to sea here at G-Land, and there looks like there's lines coming through. Can you trust them at the moment, or is it a little bit harder to find the right wave?
Well, you know, I think you could trust them because you were actually getting them all last night, so we know that you're on point out here. And out the back, looks like we got a little bit of a paddle. Here we go, up and riding on the backhand. Big snap right there. Beautiful turn off the bottom. Another one through the roof. Just great surfing right there. Is he gonna ride out of that? What? Come on.
What a flow and rhythm for Matty McGillivray. Getting the psych from Strider Wazalewski. A couple of big blows off the lip as well for Connor O'Leary. A little bit less size than McGillivray, but he's absolutely styling through his first few hacks. One more right on the dry reef for O'Leary to finish on his feet. He's had a couple of twos. He's building against Italo. Definitely his best so far, and probably McGillivray's best so far as well.
Yeah, other than the semi-final at Bells against Felipe and this heat right now, they're about the only times I've seen Ethan Ewing be out of rhythm in a heat. And he caught that smaller inside one just to get things going, and then this was the next wave, the next opportunity, and he's given it to his opponent, and this is going to be a massive score with that completion.
Matty McGillivray letting his surfing do the talking this week at G-Land, and this was Connor's wave.
Connor, he's just really good in transition between turns out here. The wave's so fast, but Connor's getting a huge, powerful hit and getting down the line with ease, and that's what's got him through all day today, and that's what's going to be up against Italo Ferreira in this heat. And it's, you know, he's looking pretty good. You can see some urgency in these turns here by Connor. He really wants this one.
Jackson Baker told his friend Connor that there's no room for him on the boat tomorrow, meaning that you're not losing today. He was just trying to fuel up Connor O'Leary to not make any plans of leaving G-Land anytime soon, to fire him up to be in a must-win situation. And sometimes you just need a buddy that'll create that fire for you, that knows what's going to irk him a little bit to bring the intensity, because we're feeling out a new system now, Luke. These guys are definitely on tour at the start of next season, so there's certain ways that they have to find new motivation to really find success here.
Yeah, for sure, and it's great to see the Aussies helping each other out too. Those guys have been staying together this whole time and just looking after each other, having a fun time together too in the off days. But Connor O'Leary sitting on the inside and just keeping busy, and it's starting to work for him.
Luke, you've spent some time with Connor over the years. What's he like to work with?
He's great. He's always very keen to learn and lots of questions. When you're a coach, what you want is you want lots of questions. You don't want someone there that's sitting there that's just afraid to think that they're going to be wrong, or think that you think they don't know what they're doing. You just want as many questions, and Connor's like that. He just keep throwing them at you, and he just wants to learn. And I had a great year in his rookie year being his coach, because he took on everything that we worked on, and he excelled at everything we did.
Oh, it was a stellar year. Number 13 in the world is where Connor finished that rookie season. And then you find out about where he grew up and the waves that he has on offer, and you make sense why guys like Richard Dog Marsh are so successful in their careers. Mark Occhilupo, of course. How would you describe the waves in Cronulla?
There's some really fun beach breaks, but there's a few really nice reefs in the area as well. So Connor's no slouch when the waves get hollow, especially the lefts. And there's a lot of young and older chargers in the area. Everyone wants to have a go in that zone, and there's some great surfers to go surfing with.
Ethan Ewing from a different part of Australia, up at Stradbroke. He's number 4 in the world, and here in the round of 16, he's looking for a big score, a 9.63. A very interesting heat for Ewing. He's had the rhythm all year long. Incredible performances at most venues this year, and getting a lot of excellent range scores. He needs it now, though, in 220. Because it's been the McGillivray show. 8.17 for the last score for the South African. Really pushed that need up to 9.63 for Ewing with 2:12 to go.
Yeah, Ethan's been having a fantastic year, but just how is surfing, right? He's been waiting all that time with priority, just going, yeah, I'm going to do what I usually do. I'm going to wait for a wave, and then he's like, whoa, maybe I should get a quick insider and get back out there. And the next wave that comes through, Matthew gets it, and it's a 8.17. So that's just part of the sport. You know, you're trying to guess what the ocean's going to do by looking at the forecast, looking at the tides, spending hours and hours out there in the lead up to the contest and on the lay days. And sometimes you just miss it by just a tiny piece, and that's what's happened to Ethan Ewing in this heat so far.
Ewing, 3 semifinals this year, his best start of his career. He was one of those surfers that came on with a lot of hype for good reason after a really successful World Junior title. Came on tour, big expectations, had to fall off to become back bigger and stronger, put on some strength this season. But right now, he could be losing his spot in this event. On the women's side, we had a few fall out of the top 5 picture. So far, we've got Jack Robinson through to the next round. John Florence, world number 2, went down to Jadson Andre earlier today. Italo in the lineup right now is world number 5. Toledo moving on as well. So a few more names in that 5 picture compared to the women heading closer to finals day.
Can't remember the last time in a heat that Italo Ferreira has been this quiet. Usually he's just in catching whatever's there, just trying to create opportunity for himself. So interesting that he's been sitting with priority now. I'm guessing it's about 10 minutes.
Especially how he started off the heat so explosive. He went for the biggest air of the contest and came very close to pulling it off. So very interesting, him staying this quiet, even being in the non-priority heat. It's just not his reputation to sit. 5 seconds to go. Ethan Ewing needs a big score here. He goes straight down, and Maddie McGillivray has taken out world number 4. The South African moves on to the quarterfinals. His hot streak wasn't just about Margaret River and staying on tour. He's got more goals ahead of him here at G-Land. We'll take a quick break and wrap up the last heat of the day right after this.
I just want to leave my mark on tour as, I guess it's just more so to inspire kids who weren't as talented when they're younger. You know, I was in the same position as them, and if I can get there, they can.
What we're doing is working with the surf camps and the park, and that creates a model of comprehensive surf ecosystem conservation that can be exported throughout the rest of the world.
So here we are. This is the spot of the tree planting.
We got to take care of our environment. We got to take care of the world. So it's awesome to see big brands coming up like the WSL Corona.
The support that we've gotten from Quiksilver and ROXY to be able to launch new projects has been immense.
I think it's really important, especially for us as surfers.
Yeah, you want to win the titles and stuff, but you know, I really look forward to the performances, having some good battles of guys and bouncing off each other. Then you're putting on a show for everybody. And then that leads to the event wins or the titles, whatever it be. Then that comes after that.
The Quiksilver Pro G-Land is brought to you by Quiksilver, official apparel partner of the Quiksilver Pro G-Land. By Corona, this is living. By Oakley, official eyewear of the World Surf League. And by Hydro Flask. Every adventure starts with 2 simple words. Let's go.
21 minutes left in the day for competition. Connor O'Leary still leads over Italo Ferreira, and Italo, oddly enough, has only had 1 attempt for a score, but it was a big one. It was either going to be a 1 or a 10 if he could have pulled that thing off. He's famous for certain airs that have given him that perfect number in the past. I feel like his world title run, Luke, that 2019 title, it was really about the backside full rotation air. That was so reliable. It could get him out of jail no matter where he was in a heat. He used that to beat Jordy Smith. I remember in the final at Super Tubos in Portugal, used it multiple times through the Aussie Quaddy last season as well, when he came close to backing up his world title from 2019. During the break, Connor O'Leary took apart this running left.
Yeah, nice little wave on the inside, a little small, just under the priority of Italo. And back to what you were talking about, Italo just seems to have to do, you know, just do that 1 turn or that 1 massive air once, and it's like then it's in his whole repertoire for the rest of the year. It does, you know, like there's been some different rotations on the front side, even just some of his front side carves and backside tail wafts. Once he's got them down, then it's just like they're on call at any time, which is amazing. Not many surfers have that talent to do that.
Pretty wild, Strider. You remember seeing him land so many of those full rotations, especially in that world title year. Very explosive, and he lands the majority that he attempts. So seeing him fall like he did on the opener, I was expecting him to grease that thing.
Well, he landed in the flats, and it looked like, to me, that the back foot slipped off the back. So, you know, there might have been a little damage done there. Honestly, it did not. I mean, I winced when I watched it from this angle, and it really looked like something you just didn't want to feel. It just looked like he was really holding his legs together to try and create the stance to land it. But it was, you know, he is obviously trying to stick it. But wow, what a huge, way to just stick into it and go for it. But now just completely quiet, just been sitting there, hanging out. Now there's massive distance between himself and Connor O'Leary, who's way inside. So, we'll see what he does on his next wave and really see if he can fire up, and we'll see what he's got to bring to us. And I really hope he's okay, because he hasn't had any waves really, and he hasn't had any attempts at back in the air, and we'll see what happened out there. But I mean, he's just so ferocious in the air. It's so amazing to watch. I just really hope that he's all right.
Right, Strider. Are you reading his energy? I mean, you can kind of read his emotions usually on his sleeve. He looks pretty quiet at the moment.
Well, yeah, super quiet. He's not, moving around. His head's not moving as fast as usual. And, if Connor looked like he was more hyped up and psyched than Ito, which is exact opposite of what you would usually see. So, but Connor's, he's been real patient, finding himself these little nuggets on the inside where he's just allowing himself to flare into the bowl, looking so sparky and fast and fun, which I really like to see that out of Connor. He's a big guy, but he's surfing, really tight and powerful in the bowl, which I love.
Good man, Waz. Thanks for the insight. Yeah, wild as we saw that replay one more time of Italo just almost doing the splits in the flats there, and there's not anywhere that's soft to kind of lay down flat after an aggressive attempt like that. So he's been very calm. I mean, these overlapping heats, they give you more time, over 40+ minutes in the lineup, and for him to sit this long, I could see where Strider's going with that thought, Luke.
Yeah, for sure. There's a few bumps on the outside now for Italo. You're having a look at this third wave on your screen. Is he too deep? Did he paddle too far up the point?
The reactions from the Joyos camp where we're all staying was there was an absolute superheat free surf with Italo and Medina down at speed. He's going blow for blow. So he's well prepared to take over this event. Here we go now off the roof. Solid approach, blowing the tail and sinking in transition. Different type of stylistic maneuvers there from what you're used to seeing. Ends up incomplete on the second decision.
The dreaded sit too long part of the day. Anyone we've seen sit too long have made errors after it. I think it's been one of those things. The busy competitors sitting on the inside or just moving around the reef. We saw Gabby surf all the way down to the end of Money Trees, get on the ski, get right up the top of Money Trees, staying busy, and then a set had come and just moving around. And with this smaller swell, you've got to stay busy, and that was a big mistake there. I think Italo could have taken the lead with completion on that wave.
Luke is a former longtime competitor for over a couple of decades. When you see a surfer like Italo start reacting a little differently and being more patient, does Connor O'Leary start smelling blood now?
Absolutely. Connor could smell blood from the minute he paddled out. I could see the urgency in his surfing. He knows he's got a chance on his forehand. The way he surfs on his forehand, he knows he's got a chance. But then now, it's time. I think he's moving up the point now that he's got priority, and he's going to limit more opportunity for Italo and be right there. I've been really impressed with Connor. He's got those powerful turns, but then he's projecting himself out of those turns and creating the speed. And he's having a look at this little insider, and he's going to use his priority pretty quick.
So now having a look, we'll see what can happen towards the inside here. Going for a frontside reverse. Italo does everything he can to pull that one off, and now signaling.
Maybe a board crease or something in the glare. Then I actually thought that was Connor paddling for that wave, but Connor's just moved up to make sure he gets the next set. I thought it was a little small for a priority wave, and maybe Italo's heard that board pop, Joe. When you sometimes, especially when it's in front of the fins, you can land and you hear the glass around the rail. It makes a pop sound like opening a can of soft drink, as we see on the outside.
Solid wave for Connor O'Leary. Blast the first turn, quick to the lip, into his third maneuver now, and he will get stuck on what would have been an excellent score. Had the flow going down the line and just lost a finishing move. Still looks like he could better a 3-1-3 with the first two attacks on that lip. Italo, meanwhile, back to business here, trying to paddle for priority with 13:50 to go.
Big opportunity gone begging there for Connor O'Leary. Huge, huge. He's really let Italo back into the heat here. He's going to end up with priority. So the completion, it's still going to be a better score, but it could have been massive.
Interesting strider on that last exchange. Connor missing the finish, but also Italo looked like he needed something at the end of that punt.
Well, yeah, but you know what? He's looking at his board right now. Just watch him pick it up and look at it. I think it's okay. He's got priority. He's out the back. He looks fine. Didn't look like he was hindered at all when he went to the air right there. So, you know, I think he's just trying to ride out of that. And he ended up standing back up, but wasn't very clean on the exit. And then out the back, the next two waves were just probably some of the better waves we've seen today. That wave that Connor caught reeled off for probably 50 yards before he actually got it. And then he had those two beautiful turns. Unfortunate for him to poke the nose under on that last turn on the third one. If he would have had that, it would have been a close to excellent range score, I feel like. And then the wave behind it was just peeling down, just probably the best wave I've seen all day. So there's great waves out here. If you're in the area, come for a free surf, and hopefully we get some more action in the dying minutes of this heat, because these two are heating up.
Thanks so much, Strider. Connor versus Italo for a spot into the quarterfinals. Winner will take on Matthew McGillivray, potentially first thing tomorrow morning. All signs showing we'll have a little bit more wave activity tomorrow, maybe a foot overhead on the sets, but nice wind conditions as well as we're preparing to set up the final bracket. Connor still leading, but he knows he kind of left the door open for Italo. Italo now with priority and standing by for the number for Italo's air reverse.
Yeah, let's see. This heat wide open. Both guys making some crucial errors to keep it at anyone's game right now. But as was just said, he said there's still some really good waves out there. So let's hope these guys get some opportunity, and it's a race to the finish line.
Italo just was paddling down the reef a bit towards Speedies, and now turning right back around with his priority. Scores in now for that small punt, 3.67. Connor O'Leary with the fall, 5.10. So Italo chasing down to 6.26 with 11:20 to go. You can tell he's something's distracting him with his equipment, checking out his board. And after going for that big air, you know, if he didn't really look at his board after that, he sat for such a long time, he might have felt something funny when he finally rode wave number 2 after sitting for over 25 minutes. Let's catch up with Griffin Colapinto with Dimity.
Well, Griffin, that was an exciting heat, probably the most exciting heat of the round so far. You guys were back and forth the whole way.
Oh yeah, it's always nice when you get to do that. The heat before was super slow, and I was kind of expecting for some waves to start rolling in, and they did. And Miguel's been surfing so good this year, and out here is a really good spot for him. So it was kind of nerve-wracking having him, but yeah, it was good. I never fell, so that's really important.
Always a great start, and on to the quarterfinals now, finals day. Building momentum?
Yeah, building momentum. It's been a crazy little week over here. We haven't been doing much, just playing cards with my buddies, brother and Nat Miller, Jake. We've just been playing cards every day, trying to pass time. So yeah, it's been wild, and like it was so weird just being in a heat after not surfing for so long. It's just like everything that happened before just went away. But yeah, it's back on, and hopefully we're rolling tomorrow.
Good luck. Team USA flying the flag for the boys tomorrow.
Oh yeah, for sure. Am I the only one left? Maybe. Okay, well, I'll fly it hard.
Good luck. Can't wait to see you.
All right, thanks, Tim.
He's in fact the last one standing, representing California. He won his first event this year. Griffin Colapinto, number 10 in the world. He has the ultimate goal of being at lowers, which is his home break. He wants to compete for a world title in front of his friends and family. As WSL's let us know, it might not always be at lowers, so he's got to take advantage of the world title decision going to his home break while he can. As we check out the Quiksilver Pro G-Land final bracket, all Brazilian battle with Jansen Andre taking on Gabriel Medina. Jack Robinson and Kanoa Igarashi meet up. They're going to have flashbacks from flying here together when they're about 12 years of age. That'll be a fun one. Number 1 in the world, Toledo and Griffin, rematch from the Portugal final. And Matthew McGillivray looking so strong. He beat Ethan Ewing to get a spot into the quarterfinals. Will it be Italo? Will it be O'Leary? We've got about 8:50 on the clock to find out.
Yeah, this is a nail biter. Connor O'Leary with a massive chance of taking out Italo Ferreira. Huge chance. Just needs to put a wave together. If you had I'm calling that last wave, the 5-1-0, could have been in the 8s. Easily somewhere in the 8s if he had to finish that last turn. So I hope he's not beating himself up yet too hard for that fall and just focusing on what's in front of him and what he needs. And then Italo, not sure, he might have a crease and he's just wondering if he can get one more wave out of that board. That's what I'm guessing. He was looking at the deck, so maybe his foot's gone through the board and he's just feeling he might have one left in it. So a lot of things going on in this heat. Even though it's gone a little quiet, both these guys have got it in front of them.
What a gorgeous view. This is how we've been wrapping up all the evenings here. The sunsets have been incredibly special, and you can just see silhouettes of all the surfers coming in on the reef, and you can tell right away who's got reef booties and who doesn't just by the way they're walking and trying to make it all the way back in to enjoy the beautiful dinners. And all the local crew here in East Java are taking care of us so well at all the great camps.
Been coming to G-Land for a very long time, Joe, but it doesn't matter. First night here, wanted to go out for a quick late surf. Thought, oh, don't worry about the booties. Got out there, sat out there talking with Kelly, caught a couple of waves and went, wow, it's getting dark because there's an hour time difference to Bali here. And then found myself no booties and in the dark, trying to get over one of the sharpest reefs in the world. Just put that on your list if you're going to come to G-Land. Don't do what I did.
You were the last person I'd expect that have an experience like that. But, you know, obviously you get carried away. You still want to just get waves real quick before dark. Back into this one, drawing it in the pocket. Now racetrack section for Italo. Setting up for something big down the line. The big alley-oop rotation, lays back but can't recover. And a reminder, the Corona Post Show coming up right after this to cover all the action for the men through the elimination round and the round of 16. Italo still struggling to land one of these big airs. Went for the forward full road rotation, then went for the opposite rotation with the alley-oop. Still his best score, 3.67. Was not expecting this.
I was pretty surprised him racing off down the line then. I thought a couple of top to bottom maneuvers would have got him around a mid-6. We've seen that all day, people not having to go a long way to get into that mid-score range. And I guess Italo's, you know, that landing on that one there, and it's probably that crease has become a lot bigger. So he's gone to get another board, hop back on the ski and get out to the buoy, which is the area that the ski's allowed to go to. And we've got a heat on our hands. Connor O'Leary still out in front. He's got his chance here.
So it felt like he was in two minds throughout this heat, thinking, should I make a board change? And then he started paddling down the reef, double back the other way, finally making the decision after that last fall to switch up the equipment, and he'll take advantage of the Red Bull ski. Ferreira still needing a 6.26 with 5:15 to go. And Connor O'Leary with the lineup to himself at G-Land. That doesn't happen every day.
And this worked for Gabriel Medina earlier. See the ski right out the back. He's allowed to take him to that buoy. He's going to paddle in as quick as he can, and he's going to work his way down the reef on the inside, and he's going to have a few opportunities probably until Connor gets to him. But as we can see there, Connor's moving up the point with priority. He needs to stick to Italo to minimize that opportunity to win this heat.
Yeah, they always have those rules with the Red Bull skis, and when a surfer can be taken to the lineup, there's a place that they have to be dropped off. And the surfer's got to decide if it's worth it enough with the time on the clock to make that decision. Italo already back into the lineup with 4:25 on the clock. Last year, Ferreira came close to defending a world title. Came into the event at lower trestles, second in the world, ended up dropping to third in the world when he went down to Felipe Toledo. So he had to recover from that, but it was an impressive world title defense through a shortened season last year. Every point counts, no throwaways as we pass the mid-season cut. Big difference in points from round of 16 into the quarterfinals. 10,000 points on the line for major victories. And it's been a lot of different names throughout the season, Louis, on everyone taking down these titles, from Kelly to start the year to Baron Mamiya as a wild card, winning Sunset Beach. Griffin finding his first win in Europe was sensational. Then Felipe Toledo jumping into the picture and getting his first big bell. Then to Jack Robinson and Margaret River. What a great year when you have different winners at every stop so far.
Yeah, no one really kind of getting that consistency and running away with it. Toledo managing to get a few wins, and here we go, racing down the line.
On the board change, he'll force the alley-oop. He'll get the completion there and get a snap to combo it up. Just creating that for himself based on his ability to rotate and throw down a combo in a short space. Italo trying to break down a 6.26. Is that enough for you, Luke?
I'm not sure it's enough. He's probably gonna narrow the requirement and get rid of that. Definitely get rid of that 1.87. But I don't think it's the last wave Italo needs to go into his scoreline to win this heat.
Maddie McGillivray is with Laura.
Maddie, you've done it again, into the quarterfinals here. You jumped up 13 spots at Margaret River with that third place. Now into the quarterfinals. What phone provider are you on? Because you're Mr. Dial Bomb.
Yeah, it's nice how things have turned around in the water. I've just been trying to be in rhythm this whole year, and now finally it's happening. I've been in rhythm for the set waves, and I've been feeling good, good mentally in the water, a lot more relaxed, a lot more confidence. So yeah, it's nice just to see it translate into some sort of a result here. I'm stoked to be surfing more heats at G-Land, and hopefully we get some more swell for tomorrow.
Absolutely incredible. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you, Laura.
Maddie happy to be on a roll here at G-Land. Into the quarterfinals. We'll take on the winner of this heat. Last for Italo's in a 4.23. Just like you expected, Luke. Still needs more. A 5.7 with 90 seconds to go.
Here's that wave there, going down the line in the air. He didn't really get the transition out of that loop, and then just gets a little touch off the top. Does lower the requirement. Now Connor O'Leary want to be all over Italo at the moment if he wants to win this heat. A minute remaining. I can just see there's been some great waves around the Cronulla area today, and I'm sure that all the guys that have been barreled at some of the local reefs are there with their beer, sitting on the edge of their chair. So a shout out to all the boys that got pumping waves in the Cronulla area, and they're all hoping Connor O'Leary can take this heat.
Well, what an achievement if he could be in the quarterfinals at G-Land. The last quarterfinal set we had here in 97 featured Mark Occhilupo versus Matt Hoy. Machado versus this man, Luke Egan, who's sitting right next to me. Shane Beshin had Matea David. And also Flavio Paterats had the heat with Chris Gallagher. That was back in 97. Brand new quarter setting up this year. Front side rotation incomplete for Italo Ferreira. 20 seconds still to go. He has more energy than anybody on tour. He might be able to give himself another chance. 14 seconds, he'll go over this wave. And Connor just trying to get closer to him with priority. And looks like Connor has done it. 3 seconds to go. He's eliminated a former world champion, Italo, and one of the favorites to win. O'Leary gets a spot into the quarterfinals to take on Matthew McGillivray. Great performance from the big goofy foot. He's been working so hard to push through some key heats on the championship tour since he fell off back in 2018. Great to see him in this kind of form. Solid performance. Coming up next, it will be the Corona Post Show with Ronnie Blakey, Richie Lovett, and Dimity Stoyle. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Corona Post Show. We've got our winner right here, Connor O'Leary, taking it home, making it into the quarterfinals up against Italo. Really heavy competitor. You kept your cool.
Yeah, I wanted to do what he does in heats and, you know, build that house and kind of take a few opportunities and just kind of spend more time on my feet than sitting on my surfboard.
Tell us anybody to shout out back home. Heard the waves are good in Cronulla.
Yeah, heard the waves are pumping. Yeah, shout out to everyone in Cronulla. Thanks for watching. Shout out to my family, mum, dad, Rick, my wife, Steph. Yeah, I'm sure they're all cheering at home. I guess they can sleep well tonight.
So you're coming up against Matty McGillivray. He was laying down some hammers in his heat. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm actually staying right next door to Matty. So yeah, it's good to kind of see myself and Matty in the quarters and into finals day. And yeah, hopefully we put on a good show and the waves are going to be pumping. So.
Yeah, it looks like Swell looks better tomorrow.
Yeah, I think so. So, I mean, it's looking like it's filling in this afternoon. So, yeah, hopefully wake up and we're going to get barreled tomorrow.
There you have it. We'll throw it down to Ronnie, Dimity, and Rich on the Corona Post Show.
Good on you, Strider. Yeah, big heat win there for Connor O'Leary. That is a massive victory. And, you know, he didn't have it all his own way and he left the door open. He had a fall at one stage, Dimity, but hung on for the win and, you know, on his way to his biggest result this year, it looks like.
Yeah, he definitely did an Italo, which was nice to see. He got busy, and we just love watching him on his forehand. It's so exciting.
You always think, though, that he's going to come back here to low Rich. It was uncharacteristic, but a lot of surfers struggling to really connect with the lip and especially find the ramps out there today.
Yeah, it was a bit of a theme for today. There were some uncharacteristic performances, you know, especially in those last two heats. Actually, you know, seeing Matty McGillivray get up against Ethan Ewing, who we were expecting to put in that clean, crisp form that he's been showing all year, and now kind of getting the win over Italo. So. Two of the possible favourites bowing out.
With the new format, obviously you're seeing surfers that have had big wins this year come up against surfers who've made that cut. So there is a lot of big matchups. I feel like we're going to be saying the word upsets a lot throughout the next 5 events. But there was a huge one for Sammy Pupo, getting the win over Kelly Slater, the only surfer in the draw with some competitive experience here at the Quiksilver Pro, and a massive moment for him, Rich. I mean, you surfed a bunch against Kelly and never beat him once.
Exactly. I never got the chance to beat him, so I'm a little bit envious of Sammy, actually. It was, look, you know, in the scheme of things, it was a bit of a scrappy heat, but Sammy did enough. He sort of tidied everything up towards the end of the heat. Kelly found a couple of nice waves here and was able to do some of that backhand surfing that we're so used to seeing from him. But just a little, maybe timing off just ever so slightly. Tactical move here to get priority. But I think this was the final wave from Sammy Pupo. And you could see here just surfing with a bit more intensity. Just blasting off the tail, surfing really unrestricted and free. And you could tell he built confidence throughout that heat. Getting one up over the 11 times world champ. That doesn't happen every day.
No, it's huge. And he didn't need a big score. It was actually a really scrappy heat, a very low heat score total. I think the lowest winning heat score total of the round, but I'm sure he'll take it.
He'll take it. Maybe Kelly had a bit of sea legs after hanging out on the boat all week.
Yeah, I think for Kelly, you know, I think you hit the nail on the head, Rich. You think about Kelly Slater, his chances at, you know, those really high quality waves on the schedule, and his best chance and his motivation level is right up when the waves are firing. Still, he's just moving with great flow at the moment. I just, you know, it's a shame to see him fall out of the mix before the conditions improve tomorrow.
Yeah, and well, that's the nature of competition, you know. It was the same conditions for both the surfers when they entered the water into that heat. So it was Sammy who figured out the puzzle and got the work done. So, you know, that's just the way of surfing. But, yeah, you know, you'd feel like Kelly, if it was 6 to 8 foot and grinding speedies, the motivation would have been a little bit higher and perhaps he would have dug into that heat and the result may have been different. But, you know, this is it. This is competition.
Yep. John Florence, been an interesting story at this event. Put the knee brace on that front leg prior to paddling out for the first round. There were some barrels out there, Dimity. It didn't look to slow him up at all. But in the third round here today, it just felt like You know, it was going to be a little more difficult without those tube opportunities, but again, he looked brilliant.
I know, it was really encouraging signs. As soon, like, look at that turn. With the knee brace on, doesn't even look like it's hindering him at all.
He was up against Jadson Andre, obviously John sitting right up near the top of the tour rankings at the moment in second position, and Jadson scraping his way above the cut line after stop number 5. But Rich, this guy, he got here early, he got some great waves, his energy levels are high as always, and so are his airs.
Well, you know, early on in Jaddy's career, you can see there the Brazilians just layering up. They love to see Jaddy do well because he holds that energy for them. You know, he's part of that Brazilian storm, and that was a big win for him as well, getting up over John regardless of the injury. You know, that was a big win, big confidence boost for him.
Yeah, have a look at the numbers too. I mean, that big air only fetched him a 4.83. I think, you know, it is the combinations on these longer rides that the judges really want to see, but it was a really close battle, and Jaddy just getting the edge there. It's a big win. He hasn't been into the quarterfinals for a couple of years, not since 2019 in Tahiti, so this is a big one for him, and we'll definitely see him jump a few spots on the ratings.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, shame that John actually fell out of the mix, but congratulations to Jadson. As I said, big confidence boost, and it's kind of got that feel to it, this event, that we may be seeing a winner who we perhaps didn't expect to see at the start of the event. Yeah, well, another big clash was the one between number 9 on the rankings, Miguel Pupo, and number 10, Griffin Colapinto. A couple of surfers above them falling out of the mix already early in the contest, so a big opportunity to make some ground on the pack and get yourself right up there near that final 5.
Yeah, huge opportunity. And I mean, that's what the cut did, didn't it? It was made every heat exciting. Anyone can really win this event now.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. I thought this was the best heat of the day. 2 surfers who are extremely switched on at the moment, got lots of opportunity and threw down some really critical turns.
I totally agree with you. By far the standout heat. Both surfers dropping a number of good scores and actually having a couple of throwaways as well. Goofy foot versus natural foot. And they both started to really dig in here. And Griff just so smooth and so powerful on his backhand. I think out of all the natural foot approaches today, Griff was really powering off the bottom better than anyone, and then just igniting off the lip. Just super aggressive, really powerful, and finishing every wave strong.
Yeah, he's looking sharp, Dimity.
Oh, he's looking so sharp. He's looking a little bit Andy-esque.
Yeah, I just love the flow of these 2 competitors at the moment. I saw Miguel come back into the restaurant area here at Joyo's. He's super disappointed, obviously, to fall out of the mix just with the incredible surfing that he's been doing lately. But, you know, positive signs for him to, you know, potentially get his best ever finish on the CT this year and maybe even challenge up at the top end if he can keep that form alive.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And a very interesting quarterfinal bracket starting to show up here, and well, the top heat right there, you know, the old veteran from Brazil versus Gabriel Medina, who's on a tear back, and then Jack Rowe against Kanoa. That's a fantastic heat.
Yeah, I think the bottom side of the draw looks fantastic as well. That is a huge heat, seeing Felipe up against Griffin. You know, it's going to be a special battle, a replay of the final over there in Portugal.
They were 2 of the form surfers of today, so I feel like if they take that momentum into, if tomorrow is finals day, then that could be the quarterfinal matchup to really zone in on.
Let's have a look at the women's bracket now for the quarterfinals. Of course, that was established early on, and have a look. This is going to be fantastic. Carissa Moore meeting Sally Fitzgibbons. You know, when you get a call-up as a replacement surfer, or for the rest of the field, it's a bit of a worry when it's someone with Sally's experience and as many championship tour wins as she's had.
Oh, yeah, and her backhand is probably one of the strongest we've seen. She's taken wins at big CT events that are on lefts, and she's going to be very dangerous.
Yeah, and then Bronte McCauley obviously getting that free ticket. Tyler Wright, unfortunately, out of the contest, so she got the free ticket through to the quarterfinals, and she's going to face Brisa, and that is a big challenge for Brisa because Bronte has looked really sharp and did surf well over there at Margaret's.
And not only that, Bronte's done her time up on the desert. Left-hand point breaks up in Western Australia as well, which is there are parallels that you can draw between this wave and Nalu. Well, it's no secret. So, you know, she's going to feel really comfortable out here. She has been surfing well in the lead-up. And, well, Brissa's got that yellow jersey, so, you know, we could see an upset there perhaps.
Rich, you've almost been antisocial, the amount of time you've spent looking at the Surfline forecast throughout this event window so far, so I know you're the perfect person to take us through what is coming for the rest of the event window.
Well, I think we're going to see positive winds coming out of the offshore direction, which is the first thing, because we were dealing with some onshore winds for a while there, but this swell should gradually build overnight, and we're very hopeful that tomorrow we're going to see some more energy out in the lineup. And the next couple of days after that, well, it's a bit of a lottery. So one thing's for sure, we're going to get up, we're going to go down, and we're going to look at the ocean and see what's in front of us. But on the forecast, this is what we have. Saturday, Sunday, Monday. We've got waves 5 to 7 feet, and then up around the 4 to 6 foot mark on the Monday. But so in terms of wave size, fairly similar and quite consistent. But it's that period that we want to keep an eye on. We know that a longer period, it's a longer fetch swell with more power, and that's what we want to see out here. And hopefully we're going to get some of those open barrels. And, well, tomorrow might be the day.
Well, Shimmy Disco, you feel the energy. You don't really pay too much attention to the Surfline forecast. You're someone who goes in there and you sense it. And what were you sensing this afternoon? Was it increasing?
Definitely. 100%. We've been waiting a week for this, and it's going to turn on tomorrow.
Turn the volume up, Shimmy.
Let's go.
Let's get stuck into today's top 5 moments, kicking off with the big moment for Samuel Pupo, the rookie who's just having a magic run, got the big quarterfinal finish at Pipe, and today got his first victory over the GOAT.
Yeah, well, a bit of a pressure cooker heat all the way through to the end, and Sammy Pupo just surfing really well on his final wave. By far the best surf wave of the heat, and well, anytime you get a win over the GOAT, it's a good win. And yeah, again, I'm pretty envious of that one. And the Brazilian storm really starting to layer up inside the restaurant when that final wave came through.
Well, that camera's given us some real highlight moments as well. Next up was Jadson Andre, who was overcoming a big, tough history competing against John Florence, who'd always put excellent numbers up against him, but he got one back today.
Always, and shocking to see John not get an excellent total, but Jadson's been doing that kind of stuff all week. Every free surf he's been a standout. It's really cool to see him do it in a competition.
Gabriel Medina continues his successful return, a solid finish. Back was against the wall for moments in this one, Rich, but no one handles the pressure moments like this guy.
Oh, he looks solid, doesn't he? And, well, some of that form and those power turns there, it's a bit of a warning sign for the rest of the competitors in the quarterfinals, because, well, Gabriel feels like he's starting to really warm up. And if he peaks tomorrow, whenever we get this contest underway again, well, we just might see a complete return to form.
Yeah, I think the field's been pretty wary of this guy's return ever since he made it clear. I think we were at the event in Margaret River, and he has been getting well and truly prepped. He got to Indonesia nice and early, and he just looks so sharp. Looks like he's lost no form. The same kind of form that saw him go to a third world title last year. Number 2, Kanoa Igarashi, really lighting up today, Rich, and had some of the best surfing that we saw.
Oh, yeah, and just have a look at some of these waves. And on the highlight reel, it does look like we had some really fun waves throughout the day, which we did. And Kanoa, we say it time and time again, this timing, the precision, and then the speed at which he does his turns off the top, that's his real weapon, and he brought it to the fore today, just driving off the bottom, slicing off the top, and getting the work done. And I think quarterfinals for him would have been like the lowest result that he would have been expecting coming into this event. He's there, now he can set his sights a little higher.
Yeah, on fire, and we've spoken about his history with this location. The only way was up. He's had a shocking run at G-Land in the past just as a Grom. But Matthew McGilvray owns the number 1 moment today with this solid effort on the backhand. It was the highest scoring ride of the day, Dim.
And look how smooth it was. Can you believe just how easily he did that? Massive moves back to back. Matty, he's silent assassin this week.
Yeah, generally speaking, on his road to his best results, he started kind of slow and built through those earlier rounds. And when his confidence gets up, you know, he's really capable of sticking some heavy moves on tricky end sections, and he did it all day today.
Mr. Consistency, and consistency's paid off today in a big way for Matty. And, you know, I dare say, you know, the favourite probably would have been Ethan going into that heat, but Matty's channeled that and gone, you know what, I'm just going to open up and stay busy. And we identified it. A lot of the heats winnings today went the way of the surfer that stayed busy and got an early lead and got the reps up early and started to build a bit of pressure because there were those inconsistent times.
Yeah, making the most of those moments when you don't have priority at the opening half of your heat seemed to really pay off for the surfers that went out there scratching for just about anything, didn't it?
Yeah, definitely that contest mode came into play today. You know, expectations had to be lowered. They just had to surf a smart heat, bit of a chess game.
Well, potentially a finals day for us here at the Quiksilver and ROXY Pro G-Land, so make sure you check in bright and early. Right now, though, it is time for today's highlights. Good morning once again from the southeast tip of Java, live from the jungle here at the Quiksilver Pro G-Land. Now Toledo up.
Watch the technique here. See how he kicks the tail out.
Kano Garashi tracking down the line. Big backside, full rotation. Big hack there for O'Leary.
Sun is shining, so let's go out to play.
Kelly connecting with a pretty decent wall here. Only 15 seconds to go now as Pupo loads up after a 4.84. That is going to be enough.
We've been waiting on the sidelines for too long. We're sailing off into the sunset. We're making hay while the sun shines.
Jansen only chasing a 4.55.
It's a beautiful day today, so lazy in the sunshine.
I have to give my hats off to the Brazilian Storm. They are just going mad. The support they give each other is so great to see.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.